You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello there, and welcome back to the Integration Station. I'm Naturally Ashley, your host, and here with us today we have Hugh, who is the mushroom shaman. He's going to talk to us today about what shamanism is, some techniques you guys can use in your own life, and all kinds of stuff related to mushrooms, the sacred cultivation and gardening of mushrooms, and also cactus. So without further ado, I'm just going to bring Hugh on and introduce him to you. Hi, Hugh. Welcome.
Hello. Nice to actually see your face. I see your face on social media, but we're kind of face to face.
Yeah, this is the closest we've been, though I know your cousin's living in my area. I've got to meet her face to face, and I'm hoping sometime over the summer I get to do the same with you as well. You know, there's something special about that, like taking it from the virtual world and, you know, getting to know each other that way, and then, you know, actually getting to feel the presence of somebody. It's totally different, and and like a reward for all that basis work to begin with. You know, it's such a blessing that we have technology to connect with each other, but it's not the same as connecting in person, though it is a nice vessel to do so.
Yeah. Well, you're in California now. You made a big move.
Yeah, a couple of them. Where exactly are you located right now?
I live and make my home in Arizona, but I grew up with my cousin and everyone in California, Southern California actually. But you guys are up in NorCal now. What town are you in?
In Humboldt. I'm in one that's called Neeland, so it's in between Eureka and Arcata, but up on the hill.
Okay. Yeah, my cousin's in Eureka, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep running into her in Arcata, though, so they're still close enough. It's funny.
Yeah, a small community.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Nice to be on the 101.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about your journey, you know, becoming a shaman or even finding that path. What's it been like? When did it all happen?
Okay, yeah, let's do the whole David Copperfield thing. So I grew up in Southern California. Actually lived across the street from my cousin who's up there working with the green in the as they call it, the green triangle, the Emerald Triangle up there in Humboldt. And we both grew up in a town called Carlsbad, which is North San Diego. And gosh, you know, her and I are genetically a little different. I'm raised of the same family name, the Hughes family name. My given name was Travar hyphenated Acuna Hughes. So that's my mother's Spanish last name. So I am part indigenous Mexican and various other Spanish backgrounds. And my cousin is full Hughes, more Caucasian. So I have like both cultures. And because it's Southern California, it's really easy to kind of get embedded in a lot of the Mexican culture there, which has elements, at least in my family, of the Native American sort of like approved spirituality and animism and some of the cowboy stuff that you get from a lot of Southwestern vibes. And I was lucky enough to be allowed to study things like shamanism and animism and natural sciences and spirituality and even tarot and Western magic from a young age. And while I do have a Catholic grandmother, my grandfather was Protestant, and my mother wasn't brought up in a Catholic way. So even though a lot of the family members were Catholic, there was still sort of like this approved spiritual, open, natural Native American way about what I was allowed to study as a kid. And so I got early on exposed to attending Native American powwow ceremonies, dancing, and doing studies of the occult, studies of basically the altered states and consciousness. I was sort of triggered by a couple incidents. I had like a very, I would call these chironic events, or a wounding that leads to a full spiritual awakening and then a healing. As an early child, I had a head injury, and I was stitched up for a big cut in my head that happened at one of my grandparents' houses in Carlsbad. And then that may have led to some combination of just learning disorders, CPTSD, and then I was never really diagnosed with those things, except for I was told I have ADD by a lot of Western medicine people, pediatricians, and they put me on medication for it. So me and the endless energy that is given to you when you take, at a very young age 6, a stimulant for the mind, I decided to do broad span research on how to correct the problem. And kind of came full circle with spiritualism and understanding consciousness, and then the Native American arts, resolving some of the trauma in my teenage years, and working with later Sweat Lodge, and eventually in theogens or psychedelics as I became, above 18. I waited to do my first drug, real altered experience until I was about 21. And it was 5-methoxydimethyltryptamine, not anything else. So I had Ritalin as a kid growing up. I was pretty much sober until I did 5-MeO-DMT for the first time.
And then you went right in.
Then it's like, whoa, there's one path. Yeah. It was a solid path for sure.
Yeah.
And
it's a solid medicine.
Yeah. And it really woke me up. But at the same time, when I say that, it's like I had the spiritual background, and I had, the support of people who were like, oh yeah, investigate yoga. So I had been a yoga instructor by the age of 21. And they were like, study some meditation. So I had studied a little bit of, because over there in Southern California, we have the blessing of Swamis, which is Paramahansa Yogananda, or the Self-Realization Fellowships remnants there. And so I was studying some of the works of Yogananda and the Vedantic knowledge of India. And so getting thrown into a really blasted open doors of perception experience was okay. I handled it pretty well. And then, I went kind of deeper into the who am I? How can I be of service? What's the right path? Because it felt like it was a little bit of what the Native Americans had showed me with Sweat Lodge and some of the sober dance ceremonies. Our sweats and our channeling and our medicine wheels, we're always sober. And then my yoga studio was also very very dogmatic. They had me shave my head for a while to train there and just kind of be more monk-like aesthetic, stuff like that. So for someone between the age of 18 and 21, those extremities started putting a lot of pressure on me. And I found it was better to sort of take apprenticeship. And somewhere right after age 21, I started looking for other people in the area that were animists, that saw the soul of the world, and maybe a little bit on the pagan side, a little bit on the tantric side, drawing from things that I already knew, and teaching me more about psychedelics, more about spirit and the consciousness of the earth as it expresses itself through sacred plants and mushrooms. And I found some really cool people, and I was very lucky to have an apprenticeship going with a farmer who was a master herbalist, who was able to tell me all about the local plant species and tell me a little bit about all of his psychedelic experiences in the 70s. And I got a lot of wonderful hands-on experience working on that farm. And so my second psychedelic experience, entheogenic natural plant substance experience, believe it or not, because I am such a heavy rep for my brand Mushroom Shaman, was actually Sacred Cactus, San Pedro, because it grows so easily and so naturally in Southern California. I was helping on the farm, and he would give me cuttings of it, kind of told me how to prepare it, and it took forever to get it right. Vomiting, nausea, days of cooking, and just did it sort of like grassroots from what I understood with very little internet research. At the time, I didn't have a computer. I would go to the library, do a little bit of research, research out of books, borrow books, and just ask a lot of questions over the phone or in person. And eventually I got it right, but it took a lot of effort. And then I went on to just kind of be a little bit more masterful with that, to grow the plant, to get the dosage correct, to abide by both the microdosing concepts, which we didn't have a word for that back in the day. It was just, you're just like taking psychedelics at a low dose, and it wasn't microdosing. It was just a thing. And I didn't really know it was a thing, but I would take like San Pedro and I'd juice it, and I'd go to yoga class or I'd go on an herbal hike. And I just have this big gallon of horrible tasting bitter juice that I would be loaded on all day long and happy. And so that was just one of my kind of self-initiatory experiences. And then of course I cooked it down and learned how to do the really intense work with it. But I kind of just befriended the plant, understood its dialogue from the inside out, both as a farmer, a gardener, and as somebody who's imbibing it and looking for spirituality on a daily basis.
How did mushrooms come to be? You know,
So
there's
mushrooms-
and what made it different too? Because I mean, like 5-MeO, that's a big like spirit molecule. That's a God molecule. And then you worked with San Pedro and the other cacti, and you know that's very much from the teachings I've received. You know, that's about understanding the earth, and you know, and so you've had like a lot of this understanding. What set mushrooms apart, and why did you start your business as the Mushroom Shaman?
So a couple caveats. Like I know shamanism, and the word shaman and acting as a shaman, it comes with variable degrees of pyramidal, if not multi-level energetic systems, where a person is a shaman, sometimes they're a guru, sometimes they're a teacher, sometimes they're something other than a man. And I just want to make it really clear that I'm a man. I'm a father, a lover, a warrior. I'm of the earth, and I am in some ways wearing the hat of a shaman and doing that role. But what came full circle for me when I started that brand, and I started it years ago, and I'll have to talk about my podcast and stuff like that to get the basis for that, is that the mushrooms themselves and the plants themselves, they act as the shaman. And a good guardian, a person that grows these plants, knows the nature of these plants and the mushrooms, they'll act more like a apprentice to that energy. So I kind of consider myself more of a guardian and an apprentice most of the time. And then in the ceremonies, I have to wear the full clothes of the shaman and do the full shamanic work. But most of the time, I'm a human with shamanic qualities, and I'm a good apprentice to these things.
Yeah, I love that. A big part of it is that being in stewardship of it, like how you're saying about being a guardian, and then also you are taking those steps to consistently be a student, but like almost a master student, because you're coming at it from all these different facets. You're growing it, You're learning from apprenticing under others, and you're building your own individual relationship with it. So there's like, yeah, all these different levels. I was wondering if there's any techniques or any advice that you would give to anybody else that wants to explore these realms or get closer to the medicines or like any of these facets.
Yeah, totally. So to kind of full circle the story, and I'll tell you some of the techniques in a minute. I did this thing where, again, I was kind of teaching some of the classes, sharing the knowledge of herbalism and plant wisdom. And I guess I went real loud about it in the local community, Encinitas, Swamis, Carlsbad, North San Diego. And some of the other yoga instructors got wind that I was very interested in shamanism, practicing shamanic techniques, and preaching herbal knowledge and plant spirit medicine knowledge. And the martial arts teacher at the studio that I was at, he was teaching Taekwondo. He came to me and he said, you really seem real honest and earnest, and you want to learn, and I'm growing some magic mushrooms. Come on over. I'm going to teach you how to take care of them, and I'm going to go on vacation, and you just take care of the magic mushroom grow. And I'm like, sure, okay. And so, like, it was very organic. Like, I had people in the community that were just like, we respect you and honor what you're doing, and we trust you. And so my first mushroom experience was by myself in a place foreign to me that I was house sitting, and it was with fresh golden teacher mushrooms. And I put on something in their CD changer. I think their CD changer just had a bunch of stuff in it, like a 5-disc. And one of the things it had in it, two of the things that it had in it were really inductive for me. One was the Shaman's Eye CD album by Liquid Bloom. And that's a really awesome album.
We know them.
And I took about 2 grams of mushrooms, and I got through that, and somewhere in the middle of that, Sanatam Kaur drops on. And Sanatam Kaur, if you don't know, she's like a Kundalini yoga instructor, kirtan, and she's just singing like pretty much repeat words like Guru Dev, praise the Guru. And I got this incredible, full, immersive vision with my eyes closed of being in Egypt and part of a caravan that was singing to this deity, to this energy. And I could see in the background like a sunset with the 3 pyramids, 3 great pyramids. And it was mind blowing. Like, and I have had other visions, obviously with the DMT vision, it was really, really like opening. You see like the fabric of the universe being burst open, and then you kind of come back through. With the San Pedros, of course, it was very earthy, like you described, and I felt like the roots of the earth, and that's a good reference to that Liquid Bloom album. The Roots of the Earth is one of the beginning songs in there. But I had never seen, like, I would have connected to like past life. I'd never seen that just presented to me with the mushrooms, through the mushroom visions or any of these other substances. And that was my first time, and I was just like, there's really something to this. Like, I had a visceral, almost like memory of a time in which maybe I was in Egypt traveling across the Sahara and the pyramids in the background. And I was like, wow, okay. So that made me fully jump into cultivation. I had already learned a little bit. And it ended up being that, that family and that house liked me so much that I ended up being a roommate with them for a couple years. And so I was able to grow more mushrooms there. I was able to learn from people that were experienced with ayahuasca, mushrooms, San Pedro, and a bunch of other substances. And that community over there, it's very spiritual, but it's also very like low-key psychedelic, and was low-key psychedelic for many years, probably since the 70s, when people had more access to LSD and peyote and stuff like that. So I was lucky to have good local people that were safe and had access to the medicine to teach me. And so when I got to that stage, I learned to grow magic mushroom better than the people that I had sat for. And it was fun. I ended up growing golden teachers and Mazatepecs and Tai Lipayai And somewhere in the footnotes of all of this, I participated in the San Diego Mycological Society. I was on the chair for a while. And then, of course, with shamanism, there's always, and I got warned early on, there's always a darker flavor to parts of the path. And if you aren't ready to face your shadow and integrate it into who you are, then it will throw you and you will not be able to walk the path. So one of the things that happened to me a few years into this, like this mushroom cultivation thing, I went on to study with Michael Harner, who passed. He was the PhD who was often known in Northern California for the Way of the Shaman course. And so I just did some practical, sober core shamanism work with him in person. And that was really great for learning the journey work practices and the drumming and stuff like that. And I still am a member of that, this Foundation for Shamanic Studies. I went on and volunteered with MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. I was actually a volunteer at the very first psychedelic conference. And all the while just cultivating mushrooms, studying mushrooms, really dove in with that. And I got to, and he wasn't really a big name at the time, but I got to stay with Alan Rockefeller, who is now very well. Yeah. So I stayed with Alan. He was part of the MAPS crew, or at least on the fringe of it, and he was definitely an admin for the shroomery. The shroomery back in the day was the best place to learn to grow magic mushrooms. I went mushroom hunting with Alan a few times. So in all of that, somewhere in that dance, I put on an ayahuasca retreat. I was moving. I had my partner at the time become pregnant. We weren't married or anything. And so I decided, especially after a mushroom journey, and she announcing that we were going to keep my son, whose name is Chiron, circled again. And right after he was born, I was staying with family, and my mushroom box was in storage. I went and got it because it was fruiting, and I was worried about it. And we had just had him, water birth in the backyard, beautiful Southern California August day. And my dad's partner, stepmom, freaked out. She saw the mushrooms and she's like, "Oh my God, I had a boyfriend whose house got raided. Get rid of those." So me and my endless youthful wisdom decided to transport them across town instead of throwing them in the backyard, burying them, putting them in the trash. And I had just learned to drive stick shift on my partner's car, and I drove like an ass stick shift. So I got arrested, sober, for driving stick shift, not having the right insurance. My ID was inappropriate because I didn't carry the SR22 insurance, and they searched the vehicle and found mushrooms in the vehicle in a box while they were being cultivated. So they charged me with manufacturing a controlled substance. And it was just the most hectic 6 months of my life. And so that's like the story arc of, if you're going to be shamanic, know that that's part of the shadow. And the reason that I think in retrospect, the mushrooms gave me this lesson, because they were fully alive and part of my life, and in the car, obviously, is because in order to be seen as somebody who's done something, you have to both be humbled and willing to leave the safety of your homeland with a vision or a revelation in your heart to make change happen. And it drove me away. I left California. I moved out here to Arizona because it was so hard after that to hold down a job, to get the rent paid. I had a newborn baby, and I couldn't keep it together with all of the probation and all of the Narcotics Anonymous stuff. And I was real honest. I'm still a very honest person. I opened up to the police that arrested me, and they made it seem like I was a drug addict. And I'm like having a sober conversation with them. And it just, And I would tell them, I only take medicine when I do like sweat lodge on the reservation with the Indians. We sometimes have peyote. And they made it seem like I just needed help from the government to handle an addiction. And I was floored. And I just left that behind. And yes, California is in my heart and I love the environment there, but it's not my home.
I get that as well. I always felt like we're not supposed to die where we were born. Like there are a lot of people who do that, but for me, it was like so alive that like I had to go, like my home is somewhere else, or I was homesick for a place I had never been. They actually have a term for that. It's Fenway. And I really definitely felt that. And I've run into troubles too legally, and I always felt too like it's a lesson, like it was happening for me for a reason, getting in trouble for something. Especially in the plant medicine space, it's always been about that in my experience as well. But when it can be scary. It's scary when there's kids involved. It's scary when there's not even, but when there's kids involved, it's even more, because it's not just your life anymore. And it's like, is that going to impact them? Are they going to think that you're doing something wrong because a policeman or a policewoman saying that you're doing something wrong? It's like, it's a more of a dynamic situation, but I'm glad that you took control. I'm glad that your mindset was in a space so that this is happening for me. How do I, use this momentum to create something that's more in alignment? It's unfortunate that these things happen. It's unfortunate that, part of it has to be that it's illegal, these beautiful plants that are from nature, or that, you're looked upon like you have an addiction or something like that, when a lot of these plants are helping addictions. And, it's crazy that there's not more teachings around it, but I'm so grateful that there is so many more teachings now than there was before. Like when, as you mentioned before earlier, like there was no word for microdosing. Like that was something that I would keep quiet. It's like, I'm diddling the dose. You don't talk about that.
Right.
So, now it's like, that's a regular conversation. It's an actual therapy. And there's a lot of these medicines that are, being thought of in this way now, which I think is quite wonderful.
I think that's so wonderful. And to comment on that, it was a double taboo. Before we had a word for microdosing, all of the heavy users, all the macrodose, heroic dose users were like, what are you doing? You're not dissolving your ego. Don't do it. And then everybody else they were just normies. And they're like, no, that's a drug. Don't mess with it. And it was like, but I was told like, and many of my friends were told like, we have something wrong with us. You need to take a pill every day so you can go to school and be normal. Like that was the biggest, hardest, and still one of the most jagged things in my memory, is that I was told by my mom, Trev, every day your brain's not working right. You need to take this, and then you need to go to the nurse and take this again in the middle of the day. And it was like, so I could behave, right? And so now it's like, maybe I was just, in retrospect, maybe I was just handling the challenges of the divorce, handling the challenges of physical childhood trauma. And I was hyper anxious, and my environment, be it that it was a public school, yes, it was a good school district, it just didn't feel safe in some way. And so when we microdose, we talk about that conversation. It starts to talk about anxiety, it talks about, childhood trauma. And it's like, we're not necessarily resolving these things, but we're becoming a lot more functional as a result, and maybe even mindful and open to things like therapy and or whatever else is out there. Like I do a lot with acupuncture. I do it on myself as well as I receive it. And I've had so many emotional releases with acupuncture. And it's amazing.
I think great way to look at it, that any of these entheogens are a gateway to just a better lifestyle, they're a gateway drug to like all of the things we actually need to be doing. And a lot of these diagnoses like ADD, ADHD, depression, anxiety, there's actually a term that was classified in the alternative teaching methods, and it's called NDD, which is nature deficit disorder. And what it proves is that when they're taking students back into nature and doing more forest schooling, that those things that are being medicated actually just dissolve over time because the environment is more conducive to what our human bodies need. They need to be outside. They need to be moving. They need a whole bunch of stuff that we don't get from the regular school system or from our culture really as a whole.
Absolutely. And I feel like I was a better person in nature connections. We had a ranch, and I would enjoy running around at the ranch over in Palomar Mountain. And then I would, we had this place where we would go camp. Our school had like a camp week. I think it was called Camp Cuyamaca, and it was really enjoyable to be out hiking. I just had the ability to sort of discharge a lot of the energy that I would normally have stuck sitting there in a chair all day long. Yeah, and I've since I've been raising my son since 2011, he's a kinesthetic. He's very tactile. He has a hard time sitting still, and I'm just like, all right, man, let's move around. If you got to listen to an audiobook instead of read it, if you got to go run around for 20 minutes so you can sit for 20 minutes, let's make that happen. But I know like he's been having some trouble. He was mostly homeschooled. He went back into an academy school. He's been having a lot more trouble just getting through the classes and probably sitting and doing the homework with his mom and stuff. Especially since it happens. Like a lot of this stuff is, and if you want to talk like big picture, it's not just single lifetime stuff. And I'm sure it was really hard when I went to jail and he was like a week old and he could feel the energy of anxiety around his mom and me and family. But also like this is like generational stuff. Like he's got stuff, I've got stuff, my mom's got stuff, my dad's got stuff from their parents. And ayahuasca and even mushrooms at certain times, when you take enough of them, they show you this stuff. And a lot of the training that I took later, and a lot of the sober shamanism, the real deep shamanistic work where we're talking about like psychology and family systems and heritage and ancestors, all of that starts to touch into a new realm of where I think, Ralph Metzner was going. Integrative psychology, the Center for Integral Studies and stuff like that. We're seeing like people have really intense breakthroughs just doing somatic breath work versus, having to do large doses of ayahuasca, spend lots of money going on retreat and stuff like that. Or my least favorite thing is to hear that somebody who had trauma went seeking help and then was abused by somebody who's supposed to help them. And that's like I tell people nowadays who are seeking help, you want to take a trip with me and you don't know me. You're in town in Sedona for the weekend and you want me to sit you and you take a dose of mushrooms. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Maybe make a plan about it. Do you even you're trying to trip with some rando? I mean, I'm not trying to say that I'm a bad person, but you just met me. And the same thing, you go to ayahuasca retreat, now you're sitting with a bunch of people who you've never met. Maybe you have some hours to integrate, and that'd be great, pre-integration. And then you've got these people that maybe you have rapport with, maybe you don't, and they're administering you a substance that you don't necessarily know what's in it. There's a lot. I tell people it's a coin toss these days. Mm-hmm. So
we hear
know what you're doing.
We hear all kinds of different stories, even like sometimes it's not even with the medicine. I've gotten people calling me they're integrating after Reiki because they had an assault. And that's not even with the substance, but it does happen a lot different retreats and things like that too. You really do have to do your due diligence and your preparation work. It's just as valuable as the integration afterwards and the ceremony itself. Another thing too that comes up is around like these group settings. People pay large amounts of money and then they go to these retreats, and then it's like a bunch of people who have more money. So then everything else costs a little extra. If you want that one-on-one, or you want somebody to sit with you or to talk to you, it's like that costs a little extra money. So then the people who go there and they've already spent all their money to be there, they're not getting the full support that they need. And not just because it now goes by priority scale, who's invested the most. It's not equal. And then also, when you have a huge amount of people, especially if you don't know the people, it's like you're picking up their energy. That's not exactly like preparation. That's not the same as setting intentions and sitting with yourself and knowing what yourself needs. That energy is diluted by so much more that's around. And it can be great to go sit, in the jungle and have a ceremony. There's so many benefits to this, but there is also a lot to consider before you just jump in. Because, there are a lot of negative stories, just as there are so many that are about healing and positivity and breakthroughs and transformation.
I mean, and so there's positive and negative stories. What about the third piece of the pie? There's stories where it's like it did nothing.
Yes.
I took mushrooms, it did nothing. I microdosed, it did nothing. It's not working for me. So I have to. When I started mushroomshaman.com, which was a branch of Entheo Radio podcast, I had already done a number of years of recording with people in the industry. Because I was like, if I can't get a degree or even hold like a regular job in which because I'm a felon now, that I could be a psychedelic researcher or a therapist, then I should talk to all of these people.
Yeah.
Give the world an opportunity to hear them firsthand, and me an opportunity to learn directly from conversation. And so I did a number of years of just podcasting with really great researchers in the field, shamans, people that have had a lot of life experience with psychedelics and shamanism. And the result of that was like, I need to really branch and get just a mushroom specific entity. And between a conversation with some great people up in the Pacific Northwest, I'm going to say Peter McCoy really influenced that. His book is called Radical Mycology, best book on mushrooms ever. Kind of an unsung hero of the mycological revolution, because that book, it digs in real deep to the history of psychedelic mushrooms and the declassified CIA files that are associated with R. Gordon Wasson and some of these amazing greats that we consider grandfathers or fathers of the psychedelic revolution or revival, if you want to go so far to include Terence McKenna. Peter McCoy really just blows me away. And then he does the Radical Mycology Conference. He's up there around Portland area. And then Shauna Holm, Love and Spirit Medicine. She did this book called Love and Spirit Medicine. But man, she is, if there's any white American Western woman who I consider a shamaness, a shamanic priestess, it's Shauna. And she has done some just solo trips in the forest and had an amazing sort of McKennian dialogue with the mushroom spirits, and she's had lectures on mushrooms and got kind of popular for that and healing, working with women and working with the mushroom medicine. But then she did a 90-degree and she went into sovereignty and had a whole lot of conversations about becoming sovereign and being like able to use this medicine and able to exert your rights and have liberties, because the mushrooms, she claimed the mushrooms told her you need to be sovereign. And out of those two conversations, I was like, I needed to make something. So I created mushroomshaman.com probably around 2015, 2014. And I was just like influenced in around the turn of 2012 to 2013 that something needed to shift, and it needed to be the conversation around how, the mycelium is the message. The mushrooms really have something to teach our society right now, as it is, in my assessment, again, as a shamanic practitioner, as a shamanic minister, and people tend to define shamans in different ways, but I define shamans as somebody with knowledge of the end times, knowledge of what's going to close out this society. And whether or not it closes out in one lifetime, they know that there are certain paths to dead ends. And one of those paths to dead ends, I feel it coming. And I have to say, like, it's related to a lot of what our society is already doing. The slave economy, you know, the idea of, you know, you work for the dollar, you trade your time for something that's inflatable, that we're inflating all the time. And you don't trade like direct anymore. There's no barter system. I don't get water for trading mushrooms or anything like that. But the mushrooms themselves, the mycelium itself, kind of, if you look at its nature in the doctrine of likenesses, like alchemically speaking, you know, if it's red, then maybe it's Martian. If it's red, then maybe it's iron oxide. Like, mushrooms are a decomposer, and they're here to just work through something that is excess and is not usable anymore, and turn it back into usable commodities and goods, even sustainable food. We're in excess all the time in this Western world. Mushrooms decompose plastic, for example. So obviously the mycelium is the message, and it is helping us with whatever we're going through right now, which is, I think, a decaying society, a dying society, helping to process and decompose it.
Yeah, and I think it helps us digest it as well, in having that, in seeing it that way, like the fractal effect of it. That is a decomposer. We're in a dying society. When we're working with the medicines, helping us cope with that. Whereas we can't cope with that knowing, and that's why a lot of highly sensitive individuals end up medicated or addicted to certain substances. It's hard to cope with the human suffering, and things are out of alignment. You know, it's not, this culture is not suitable for our human bodies. In fact, it's traumatic for our bodies, and our bodies almost go into this like a neglected or beaten animal, like a wounded animal. That's why the somatic work is so powerful today, and why the breath work, like you were mentioning, is so powerful, because it brings us back. And it's also why these mushrooms and other medicines are such allies for us. It brings in a kind of remembering, yes, of our past lives, but also it brings with it like an understanding of future times, and how we adjust into that, how we can adapt to our current circumstances and even thrive in a dying society.
Absolutely. It also might help with our understanding of slave time, which I also like to call linear time, so that we can break free and have cyclical, if not fractal time. Both, I mean, almost all substances seem to do that. Like I've noticed more fractal time, more stuff like, if you look at the background here, the tree of life, when I take large doses of mushrooms, those Celtic knots, that's really the way time is. These Paisleys, the people were smoking Hauma and they were smoking Syrian rue, and they came up with this Paisley pattern. This is how life, this fractal energy is how life really is. And we can't trade that for dollars. We can't trade that for anything. And it makes it like, let's punch a clock, point A to point B, and then we take this product of point A and point B and we turn it into something else. That is not who and how we are. That's not how life and death dance. And that's, you know, maybe it's what people weren't ready for, and that's why I had to leave California, come out here to the desert for a good time, and and hopefully not a long time.
You know, it's I spent some time in Mount Shasta last year, and that's where a lot of, like, there's nobody from Mount Shasta that was born in Mount Shasta. It's all just travelers that people who end up there. It's the root chakra of the planet. It's like really magical place. But you know, it's very common that people will go back and forth between Mount Shasta and Arizona, where you're at in the desert, depending on the season. So
Sedona, like for sure. It's the same vibe in Sedona.
He ended up in a good spot. My uncle hangs out there too. He finds crystals like right from the ground and like brings them back for different family members.
I did this on the eclipse. on the eclipse, I took some peyote and I went for a nice walk, and I found probably like
Oh,
40 pounds of these fire agates that have got crystals in them. And
oh, that's so wonderful.
yeah, not too far from where I live.
So, why don't you share some of the techniques now, some things that you find are like really useful for beginners that just want to connect with more spiritual energy with the plants, anything that could assist for the at-home beginner shaman?
Okay. So the first caveat is shamanism, by definition, is an archaic technique for ecstasy. It's a mystic path. So mysticism is like religion and faith in some ways, but it's also like following your inner guidance, your intuition, and doing what feels right, what feels good. One of my teachers, who I love him, he really showed me a lot about creating ritual, creating improvisational, original ritual with altars and for groups in the public. He would say, with the healing work, one-on-one, if you as the practitioner are uncomfortable, if you don't feel good, if there isn't like a good feeling in your body, then you're not healing yourself or them. Don't do it.
Oh,
So,
I love
yeah, absolutely.
I won't even cook if I'm in a bad mood. I'm like,
Right.
my love has to go into that. And,
Right.
know,
Absolutely.
there's a shaman in Mexico that's considered the lazy shaman. And a lot of people go down, want to work with him. And then he'll be like, nope, not doing ceremony today. It's not the day. And people go off and find somebody else because they just want the medicine. But the truth is, like, you'll get a lot of different medicine and more, deeper medicine if people were just going down and learning that lesson of patience from that guy, so yeah, there's power behind that. Thank you for sharing.
Totally. And there's power in the no. There's like I tell most people who hit me up within 24 hours, even 48 hours, 36 hours, I want a delivery of mushrooms. I want you to do some shamanic work for me, and I'm dropping into Sedona and I'm passing through your area. Like, can you meet with me? And it's like, if you knew you were doing this travel, you could have hit me up weeks ago or just a few days ago and said, I feel really called to this. Can I interview with you? I always let people speak to me for free. I have questionnaires on my website. I have free documents, pre-integration, post-integration. Like, write me about your trauma. Let me know like what I'm dealing with, so I don't have to do like a full-blown exorcism and not have a spot, a secondary, not have the right tools. I mean, crazy shit happens at higher levels of psilocybin dosing, and even just with people with trauma. So one of the best things to do, because shamanism is so many things, is to start drumming, dancing, moving your body, being in the soma. And the drumming is amazing on various things like YouTube. You can just get headphones and just do drum journeys, get yourself into the process of binaural beat activation, hemispheric synchronization, and stuff like that. And I learned this stuff all as a kid, which was really wonderful. I got the HemiSync programs from the Monroe Institute, and I was already doing that kind of meditation as a kid. So doing it live with a drummer is excellent, but you can also just start at home. And a rattle works well, a tambourine works well. Just get into that music as a path to releasing some of these emotional anxieties and or pent-up energies is a good start for most people. And then I would say moving around, do a yoga class, do a dance class, take a float. Like, you can't float for money at a float pod studio, then fill your tub with some salt water. It's going to cost you $7 an Epsom salt. Float, be in your body.
Go to the Salt Lake.
Yeah, go to the Salt Lake if you can.
Yeah.
Oh man. So there's so much just being in that body and then seeing what comes up as a mystic, seeking what's inside and acknowledging it so it doesn't have power over you. It's always when I talk to students, it's always the people that have the repeat dreams, the dreams which are not lucid at all, and there's always something chasing them. that these people have the hardest times. And it's usually just the self. It's usually just your shadow chasing you. It's Peter Pan, chasing his shadow, or the shadow chasing him. And then as a result, a lot of us don't grow out of our trauma. We run away from it. We become lost boys and girls. So those are the first steps. There's a lot of really cool things out there. Just kind of get into your body, get into the sound, get into the body, move the body, breathe with the body. If you want to go a little bit more advanced, then do a breath work. I mean, Wim Hof is really popular. That's a cool breath work. Do some yogic breath work, pranayama. You can look up pranayama. I like the shining skull exercise, and then holding the breath at the end of that. It's also called breath of fire.
Yeah.
These are great starts.
Mentioning breath of fire, you also brought up Kundalini yoga in the past. That was one of the soundtracks that you found, and that's actually been my technique. I couldn't meditate. I'd worked with psychedelics, so I thought, I can hit meditation, but it was so hard for me to shut my brain off, or to get there. Like, there was just too much that was crowded, too much in the way. But when I started doing Kundalini yoga practice, there's this part where you're moving so repetitively and you have to just keep going. So then it's taking all your willpower to just focus on the continuing. And then in addition, you have your breath work. So you're kind of activating your own DMT endogenously. But then what is really the magical part, the breakthrough, is the chanting, the mantra, the sacred words of empowerment over and over and over again. And if it's in Sanskrit, it doesn't matter, because it's like an ancestral knowing of what it means, a universal language, or something with the vibration itself. I believe that.
Absolutely. And that brings up a great point, Ashley. One of the things that they studied monks, priests, ascetics, and Maria Sabina all having in common, Maria Sabina being a very popular mushroom shaman in history, considered the first, to expose mushrooms, magic mushrooms, to the world, the Western world. Everyone sang, and they all sang in a certain rhythm, and that energy being released. Maria Sabina was known as somebody who would sing and chant, and often she would thrum on her own body and keep pace. And by doing that, you're moving energy. You're moving energy. Now, add a psychedelic to it, you're moving even more energy. And the beautiful thing is, if you're doing Om Mani Padme Hum, or you're doing the Hail Marys, they're making you breathe. These singing, these chantings, and if you do them enough, they cause actual physiological change because of the breath practice. So singing is, again, really connected to music, really connected to shamanism and health, moving energy.
Yeah, thank you. So powerful. Just shifting gears here a little bit, I'm curious, how do you see the psychedelic landscape evolving, in this Western world? Because, there's already been so many changes since you started, and, there's just more to come. It's almost snowballing in a way. And I'm wondering if there's anything that you see coming, or that you're in hope for and would like to see manifest.
Well, the recognition of non-physical psychedelics would be great. Just like you talked about with Kundalini and our inner stuff, just kind of being with our own supply, if you will, or high on our own supply of breath and dance and movement. And seeing that as a really full-blown aspect of psychedelic therapy, that would be awesome. I started this before we had the word integration. I think that's a cool word. I like it. But it was all just talking circle. It was people getting together and having real conversations. And I think if we could not make it seem so sciencey, people having talking circle, once again, in an organic, tribal way, that would be great. I mean, I don't need to be the guru. If people they can manage and not banter back and forth and stay on topic. And again, in talking circle, we always had a talking stick. So one person talking at a time. man, these are great therapeutic techniques. And they're ancient, and we didn't need to scientize them and modernize them and call them integration. But it's great that everyone's talking about integration, because it's forcing people who didn't use integration to at least promise that as part of their ceremonies and or retreats. I think just keeping the conversation is important, and whether we keep that amongst ancestors, relatives, family, or tribe, or people that are wanting to get help from friend circles, close-knit friend circles, that's all great. I didn't attend Burning Man, but I attended a local event, did it on San Pedro in San Diego County. It's the Utopia down there in San Diego County. One of the best things that they do, because I know everyone's doing psychedelics at some of these events, is they put little signs around, and one of the signs said, "Communication is the best lubrication." And I just remember that, and I love it.
That's great. Gosh, I love the idea of like just everybody coming back together in like circle and tribe. It's like we were not made to do this alone, and there's such like a standard on like, yeah, do it alone, be a lone wolf, be independent. It's like those are all really valuable skills to have, but that's not the state we're supposed to thrive for or be in all the time. We're such a communal species. Like a baby who's not touched will die. Like we literally need the touch. I believe that we need the vibrations from communication, whether it's language, whether it's even somebody who speaks the same language. It's just that sharing that space and that vibration, and, you know, kind of tapping into something that's beyond ourselves, you know. We can be our own worst enemy a lot of the time. I believe in the power of, honoring yourself and your independence and your alone time. But there's, this other piece, a duality to everything. And I love that you touched on that. And I hope, that in the future there's more circles. I know we've got one that's going to start back up too this month. I think May 17th is the day, and that was inspired by you too. So thank you so much for that. I was.
Was it your group? So I've been connected to you on the Signal group for like 2 years, maybe 2.5 now.
Yeah.
I think someone posted it was either your group or this other church group that I belong to, again, psychedelic groups, on an encrypted messenger app called Signal. And it was a pigeon speaking, like a white dove or a pigeon speaking about what's going on with our societies. And it was, I think they were talking about Canada, like the Canadian society, and how the corporations who were putting out the vaccines were just telling us they were safe, and no one was holding them accountable. And by seeing a commercial suggesting that it's safe, and not asking for proof, by being silent, we are consenting to whatever they're saying. And I'm just like, that blew me away, because if communication is the best lubrication, then silence in some ways is like kind of the opposite, like the rough sex of of whatever that vibe is, and more or less rape.
Yeah, and it is hard and destructive, to the body, to the soul, to the spirit, in a lot of ways. So yeah, it is powerful to to sit with that and figure out, for ourselves as individuals what that means. And you'd mentioned about the word integration, and I like using that word because I've got different certifications that have that in the title, and it brings it all together. But at the same time, I struggled with that too a little bit, because what actually introduced me to it was there's a lot of the Harvard Psychedelic Club. They started a nutrition school called the Institute for Integrative Nutrition. And they were, a lot of them, like Dr. Andrew Weil, he was advocating for like different health practices and things like that, which is great. And just having patient activists, and, they did a lot of work. But one of the things that they also did, a lot of these guys, Deepak Chopra, Dr. Andrew Weil, is they didn't focus on psychedelics. It was all about these integration tools. And so, I felt like, that was kind of my space too. It's like, there's all this other stuff. And, we're working with all these medicines and you're at that point too. You're like, let's just do it endogenously. Like, how do I just ride that high on my own, and it's nice to work with the medicines to know that you're able to get to those points. It shows you that there's something else, but still ultimately has to do that. And I don't think that we're meant to do that alone. It is still, finding your tribe, finding your people, and, having accountability partners that are growing too, in the same direction. Sometimes that does mean letting go of different parts of yourself. You don't have to integrate all the different ego states that you have. Some of them it's okay to let go of if they're not serving. We can integrate the love and integrate the lessons from those experiences instead. Yeah, I'm just ranting now.
No, that's great. I recently was at the Arboretum, which is like a tree museum out in the desert, and they've done a great job with their cactus. They have a lot of Trichoceros San Pedros out there, and one of the things that I noticed is they took pieces from the boxes that go around the bottom of the trees as they're coming in. So there's metal as a frame, and then there's wood, and they recycled it into the landscape and made it art. And so one of the things we rarely talk about when we talk about integration, most of the people are just like, oh yeah, I did that, it was rough, and now I'm on the other side of it. But what if you recycle it? Like, what if you take your ego or a component of your ego, because we all have different pieces of ourselves, let's say left over from childhood trauma, that are misbehaving. And this parts work has really been a real great part of the dialogue in my life lately. And so my therapists and friends will ask me, what if you could take that part that doesn't feel safe when, let's say, your partner goes out drinking and asks for a ride to go home? What if that part that judges, what if you ask that part to do something different? What if you just recycle it, reprocess? And it's going to be hard for you, just like pounding metal into a new shape. But eventually, just like in the Arboretum, the box metal becomes a lantern case, or they've repurposed it for something around. And it's entirely recycling. So we have this energetic system. Let's say it gives us anxiety. Let's say if it gives us fear. Well, that fear, that's extra energy. Mm-hmm. How can we recycle it? Yeah. And so as I teach people about shamanism, I'm always like, well, the bad trips are the best for growth. And you have a lot of material that's coming up. Maybe you can't swallow it, take it, process it, can't pound out 100 boxes to make 100 lanterns in one day, but you can take one box, peel the metal off it, and make one lantern, versus having a box that you don't need anymore. Man, that's anxiety about a certain thing or situation that you could shift into feeling safe or feeling confirmed or drawing a really great opportunity for communication.
Yeah, that's so great. We do, like, I've been studying hypnosis and NLP, so I've been like diving deep into like this part stuff too. I like, a lot of times in psychedelics, there's like this thing about ego death. But I like what you're saying about recycling, because it never sat right with me to hate a part of yourself so much that you want to kill it. It's like, that's not self-love. That's kind of the opposite message that psychedelics give us. They do make it easy to shed layers of ourselves, but I never thought it was about like killing a part of yourself. It never sat right. So in doing this parts work and integration, using integration tools, I started to realize that, that's really what it's about. It's like just kind of like repurposing it, coming at it from like a different angle. I love the idea of like inquisitively like asking yourself. It brings up an opportunity. It's volunteering yourself to do things different instead of circling. You're spiraling and growing through the experience. It's not always easy to do that, but I think it is really important that we we tell different parts of ourselves, I'm not going to tolerate that anymore. Or that's not serving. Like that judge isn't like helping in any relationship right now. It's not, going to actually serve. It's not going to bring anything. So what can I do instead? Or, what's a different mindset that I can have? Or how do I make this not about me and put the focus onto somebody else? Sometimes that's the best thing to do.
Absolutely. And it's very Native American in its philosophy, because if you're an animist like I am, destroying something like part of the self or even an animal or an object isn't really destroying the soul. The soul, the spirit is still there. It's just changing forms. And in some ways, the whole premise for the Indian giver concept, where an Indian might give you a gift and you hold this rock and you take it and accept this gift. But if you're not using it, and I just see it sitting around like you've just displaced it and you don't really care for it, I might want it back so I can give it to somebody who's going to use it. Mm-hmm. So the same concept is like, we're not really in ownership of the ego. It's a borrow. So we can trade it. Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah, that reduces it, like the hold that it has over us, and like the power it can have to want to identify and like keep us in that same cycle, because that's what the ego's, that part of the ego, there's many different ego parts, but that part of the ego that's not serving, or that perhaps like we don't want there anymore because it's a saboteur, it's about like bringing that into alignment, like telling that part, you are safe, like figuring out those techniques to soothe it so that it becomes in alignment with the soul, not getting rid of it per se. It served us for a reason. That's why it exists, is for a reason. So where's the love and the lesson in that? Where can you go from here, integrating that or bringing it into alignment with the soul?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great way of talking about it. And the same is true with the thoughts. The thoughts aren't our ego. The ego's in our thoughts. And it's neither of those things are us. They aren't really us. Or our emotions.
They want to identify with them so badly.
Yeah. Oh, we're in relationship with them. Now, are we in right relationship? That's questionable.
Yes. Yeah. I'd really like to see meditation become more of an epidemic. There's a lot of people like the My Dose, like the coffee substitute. They now have a mindfulness app like attached to it that you get for free when you're working with these mushrooms. And I'd love to see more of that, because in the meditation, like just that process, even just sitting there for like a minute or two a day and just being like, no, I'm not my thoughts, or I see that, but it's not me. Like just that process of like a minute or two, it's like that has such a profound ripple effect in all areas of your life. Once you do it once, like you start to see that you're just the observer of them, and that brings you back into your own personal power. You get to start utilizing your willpower instead of having it hijacked from you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then recognizing how more powerful you are if you're not this small thing inside of you bossing you around or making you feel a certain way. It's like now you're reconnected. Now you can get out of suffering. You're connected to Creator, Great Spirit.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to bring up the website here, just being respectful of time. Sure. And you can let everybody know, what you're doing, how they can connect with you, all that kind of stuff.
Cool. Thank you. So mushroomshaman.com is the main page, and you can see me sitting there over the coastal cliffs of La Jolla, California. And it just gives you a basis for scheduling an appointment, who I am, what the work we do is like. There's a bunch of really cool articles in there if you scroll down. Some stuff I put in there over the years, my ruminations on Paul Stamets's stack and why microdosing and how microdosing is important, and in some ways defaming some of the theories he has around adding B vitamins to a microdose stack and stuff like that. Plus, if you click on the shop, it takes you to a whole separate site. Shop link's on the top. And this site is, again, a requirement of everyone, even if you place an anonymous order or whatever, is that everyone speaks with me, that you agree to your Amendment 1 religious rights to receive healing prayers and sacraments from a minister, and I am a minister. You can get sacraments on the site, such as capsules for microdosing, ormus that I make personally, mushrooms that I pick in the wild, and cactus that I grow and cut. And then some of the things that my cousin Tawny makes. So it's just all very chain of custody, very integral. I tell people, you can speak to me for free, at least for now, and it has been that way since the inception of the site. And before, we had an Etsy site, and of course there's different disagreements about what's within the policies of Etsy, and microdosing psilocybin is definitely not. But it's out there. So if you're looking for it, just know who you're getting it from. And if there's anything that doesn't work for you, I always tell people this. Now that you've kind of consented to your religious freedom and you're under ministerial care, shamanic ministerial care by myself, as an herbalist, as somebody who cares about you and the wellness of his community, if something doesn't work right, something bothers you, we exchange it, or I just give you your donation back. I'm not here to have you have a harder time or to send negative energy. I want you to heal. And if there's some reason that I can't help you, or some other way that I think someone else or something else will help you better, I will recommend that. Like I send a lot of people to dragonherbs.com. I send people to my cousin if it's more of a cannabis related thing. I mean, I'm not the entire generalist. I'm very specialist, and I try to make my speciality listening to humans and animals and the soul of the earth. And yes, the mushrooms are a part of that, but my expertise is in listening.
Well, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all the services and products that you're putting out there, just your whole demeanor and heart around it. I can really tell, like, in our time together, but, specifically coming on, like, and hearing your passion, it's like, it's real. This is what the world needs more of, is people who are doing this work just for the heart and soul of it, for like to just, crusade the human suffering that's happening right now, so the planet can get back into frequency so that we can work symbiotically with it again. We've become so separate, and it's it makes sense because there's like a duality to everything, but at the same time is also like this union that humans are craving right now. And I think that the more aligned that we can get with nature, the more respect we can have for the plants and the planet, the less suffering that there's going to be in our hearts, in our bodies, and as a whole, as a species. So yeah, thank you so much, Hugh, for everything you're doing and everything that's going to come.
Thank you too. You're raising a family and being a mom is a huge, huge step in the right direction. Actions speak very loud, and you're very loud in a very pleasant way.
Thank you.
And you're kind of I know, since you're a mother, Mother's Day is happening this weekend, and you're in an honorable position. So you're already kind of like a high priestess to a lot of the communities that I've seen you run in for years now. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I like to tap into like the indigenous and like the goddess energy. One of my early downloads, was just non-identify. And I think that's so funny because the youth of today wants to identify with everything. And one of my first downloads when I was a youth was just be non-identified and like don't identify, non-identified. And so, yeah, even getting certificates, I still am like, yeah, I got that, but it's not me. And I don't know where that comes from, but I really do appreciate all you say. I love everything I do. I love this community I'm really grateful for it all, and I see the momentum and I see the growth of so many, and it's such a blessing. So I'm curious, before we go here, is there anything else that you would like to share? Anything else you'd like to say, or you want to share your Instagram or anything, for if maybe your website's the best way for people to contact you? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that you're right on there with the unidentifiable, unidentifying. I'm a Aquarius rising, and I like to rebel against things. So I'm not going to share my Instagram. I'm not going to share my socials. You can dig around. You can find me. You can find Mushroom Shaman brand, but the website is the best spot. And even like Sign of the Times. Like I'm over here watching the planet desertify, and the cost of gasoline and the cost of water go up, and I'm like, man, mushrooms are wonderful. If everyone can just grow them, we're going to have a real economy of friendship and barter and trade. But man, cactus are one of those things where it's food, it's medicine, it's everything, and it's Sign of the Times, the most latest evolution on the planet. And we're doing a lot of rough things to the resources on this planet. I just want to remind y'all that we're here on a borrow, so hopefully we're being very fair in our trade with the plants, with the earth, and with each other.
Thank you. With that, you guys, we're going to head out of here. I hope that you take the time to go check out mushroomshaman.com. Look this man up. He's wonderful. If you're in the network, you're welcome to hit him up in private message as well. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, sharing all of these wonderful insights with us. And I guess we're going to go about our days and our work, because the work's never done.
Right. Thank you.
Bye for now.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
This is roundtable number 39, reciprocation. We'll be focusing our discussion tonight on cannabis legal reciprocation. What does it mean, and what would it mean to have reciprocation? I think it's very easy to fall into categories where you may not feel like there's much left to do. You know, if you're in a state that has legal access and legalization, you may feel like the battle's over, but there are many states that do not have any medicinal access, any legalization, maybe not even a CBD access program. And tonight, I think we're kind of dedicating our roundtable to those folks. Veterans Action Council roundtable number 39, reciprocation. And our first question that we've got is indeed thinking of those in states without access. And I guess I'll get the ball rolling by thinking about it a little bit myself. It's kind of crushing to think about those who don't have access. You know, a lot of the more mobile veterans like myself can kind of make do, even if you're in a state or in an area that doesn't have good access to cannabis. You can, you know, find somewhere where you can at least get cannabis and get through. But there are a lot of folks who aren't able to get out of their area, aren't able to travel. In fact, are somewhat trapped in the system. I think those are the ones that I think about. In fact, years ago when we first got the VA policy started, I really kind of dedicated a lot of time and thought to those folks, because they're not thought about. Most of the people that we think about are people that are using medical cannabis and have run into trouble with the VA. And in many cases, the trouble is actually quite the opposite, where this veteran is at the VA suffering horribly and not being offered cannabis, not being told that cannabis could actually help them. I'm thinking probably the most specific case would be a veteran who's suffering through chemotherapy for cancer treatments, where we've got poll data that shows that almost every doctor out in the regular world would, if they're anti-nausea medications and things, including a THC version of THC called Marinol. But if all that failed, there's almost no doctors out there outside the VA that wouldn't think of offering cannabis. But that veteran inside the VA would have to come up with the idea of using cannabis themselves and ask the VA about it before the VA would even talk about it. The VA would never bring up the subject, or would never suggest it to them. And I can't even imagine how many veterans have just suffered. And my dad, he sat on the porch going through chemotherapy and just gritted his teeth. The nausea medicine really wasn't working for him. And back in the day when that happened, my dad was a World War II vet. I didn't even know about medical cannabis. I didn't even know it would help him. And my own dad suffered really needlessly because cannabis was widely available back then in the late 1970s, early 1980s. So anyway, that's the first question. I don't know who wants to take it next. Maybe go over to Tony if you want. Tony's out of the few of us here with Pearson in Alaska and Al in Florida and me in Virginia, Tony in Louisiana. I think Tony is the closest to the past, closest to the reality of not having access, the most recent to come online, and maybe the first to be able to really help us remember those in states without access.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, and good seeing everybody. we were, we're successful. I've been in that situation, first of all, that living in Arizona and being a medical cannabis patient. It was one of the reasons I moved. Myself and my wife moved to Arizona, was to get access to cannabis. At the time, Louisiana didn't have, they had a program, but it started out so slow. The program, it's really ridiculous just thinking of it, how these legislators enact legislation they put prescribed in the first wording of the law in 2015, and they came back in 2016 with just a change to recommendation, maybe a little something extra special they threw in. And they really, it's really harming veterans, and it's discrediting them. The VA as well. I look at these leaders as, quote, leaders. That they're sitting in positions of power that they can do stuff like this reciprocity, and they just do nothing. We were successful this year in adding reciprocity in Louisiana, but I was in the position in Arizona. My father died while I was living in Arizona with medical cannabis, and I had to come into Louisiana for a funeral. And I brought my vape pen, and because veterans of travel, people can travel with vape pens without fear of getting arrested. Carry on vape pen. I wouldn't do it with flour, but a vape pen, you're pretty safe. Not saying anything couldn't happen, but so I brought my vape pen with me. But just to have that weighing over your shoulders, you're in town for a funeral, your father's funeral, and here you are, you're a disabled veteran with severe chronic pain, service connected, and you're having to crawl around like a criminal and hide under a rock just to use something that's less toxic than opiates, and so it's really hard for me to not just get to lose hope with these politicians and the VA, because we have cannabis derived medicine, FDA approved medicine in this country, but yet they failing to recognize that veterans can help save their life by using this, and we having reciprocity, it helps. When you go to return to your home state or any state, if you have a child living in another state, maybe serving active duty, and you retired, and you living in a medical state, and you want to go see their wedding or something, or see one of your grandchildren's birthday parties and travel to another state, you risk getting a summons and getting arrested on to have your medicine. But yet you could have a truckload of alcohol or a bottle full of opiates and you're fine. So these government officials are losing their credibility really quick. People are just getting fed up. We know the truth. We know that cannabis helps us stay away from these dangerous drugs, and we know we got to travel. When we joined the military, they sent us to not myself. I didn't go to combat, and I didn't go to other countries, but we go to countries without a passport, go into there and do the military's dirty work, and we come back home wanting to settle down and retire and treat ourselves with a natural plant medicine, and we have to hop around these states worried about getting arrested. So it's time for this to end, really is. And so back to Louisiana, we got a law that's going to take effect August 1st. It's going to protect an out-of-state patient. If you come in Louisiana to visit family or come to one of our festivals here in Louisiana, you'll be able to come into the state with your medical cannabis recommendation from your state and not fear arrest. With your cannabis, you won't get arrested. We also have a law that's going to take effect August 1st. It'll enable you to go to one of Louisiana's 9 dispensaries and purchase cannabis. It's just by showing your medical recommendation. So I'm happy about that. We make little incremental changes, but some of these states, say if a veteran wants to travel or has a child with autism or something, he wants to go to another state, if they don't have a medical cannabis program in that state, the veteran can't get access there and the child. So there's a lot of work that really needs to be done to when you have Canada right here, just right across the border, they're giving 3 grams a day to their veterans, Still got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Council Member Landry. Appreciate it. Appreciate it from the heart, man. So Al Byrne, Council Member Al Byrne, thinking of those in states without access, or did you have something to reply to Tony first?
Well, I'd like to comment on Tony's comments, which I think were right on the money. And because Tony defined 2 different kinds of reciprocity. Fortunately, Louisiana has seen both sides. And by this, I mean, Tony says, and this is the law apparently, that if I come down from Massachusetts with my medical cannabis card to a crawfish festival in Louisiana, and some police officer challenges my use of cannabis, and I show my Massachusetts card, it shows I'm a medical patient, then I will be excused. I'm a patient. That's good. That's one form of reciprocity. The other form is also apparently what Louisiana has done, where I'm down there from Massachusetts with my legitimate card, and I want to purchase some Louisiana cannabis, and I can. So that's another form of reciprocity. We have medical cannabis patients being recognized by a good number of states that just allow that you can have your cannabis medicine here and you won't be harassed by the state. And then a lesser number, I think Michael has identified like 10 or 12, where you can actually go into a state like Louisiana and buy cannabis from a dispensary with everything being legal. So again, just for the audience, there's 2 kinds of reciprocity. Everybody knows I'm a storyteller. Let me tell you the first time I ran into this problem. It wasn't my problem. It was a guy named Dennis Perron. Dennis Perron is one of the most famous vets in cannabis in the history of the world. And he's deceased now, but he was a medical cannabis patient duly licensed by the state of California. And he took a vacation, and he went to Utah. And he checked into a motel, and he lit up his medicine in the motel, and the motel operator or somebody called the local Utah police, and the Utah police came to arrest Dennis for using cannabis in Utah. And he called me from the motel room. He says, Al, you don't fucking believe what's going on out here. Anyway, Dennis got arrested, and we conversed, he and me and a mother of other people, and it was decided that this had to be fought in court. And there were a number of pro bono attorneys that took up the case, really good people, and Dennis won. His charges of being an illegal, if you will, cannabis user in Utah was dismissed on the basis of him being a legal cannabis patient in California, and that his disease, his needs had nothing to do with state lines, essentially is what it went down to. So, but we're going back now. I mean, damn, I must be 30 years ago or something when he called, when he was getting busted. And he was just laughing. He thought it was the funniest fucking thing went down. But here we are. Let's say 30 years. I might be off a few. Well, they're my dogs. My dogs like this idea. But 30 years later, we're discussing reciprocity, and obviously we're discussing it because it hasn't been settled. So I think Tony brought up some good points. So anyway, next, Pearson.
Well, here, Al, I appreciate that. Before I go off to you, Pearson, I just wanted to make a comment myself. All this discussion has sort of rattled something out of my brain. And I didn't realize, it's funny, you don't think about what you're not looking at. You don't think about what you're not doing, I guess, as much as you think about what you are doing and what you are looking at. And most of the states that we've worked in, we've been successful. And the way we work as volunteers, at least with Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access, speaking for that organization, we've worked as complete volunteers. So it's up to who shows up, who steps forward to work on stuff. And the states where veterans have stepped forward, we've been able to, marshal some of the resources of the cannabis movement to help them and make them successful. So I don't really know that many vets in states that aren't legal. We have Jeff Staker that's fighting the good fight out there in, gosh, it's not coming to my brain now where he's at. Indiana. Yeah, Indiana. And then we have Russ Belville, Radical Russ from the day. He's out there in Idaho fighting the good fight. Gosh, that's on the front line of fighting the good fight. So I think I would just lay this down as a challenge to anyone listening and anyone ever to hear this call, to reach out to someone in one of those states. There's a bunch of states. What is it? We have 30 something states legal now. So there's still a good number, between 10 and 20 states that are out there that don't have programs. Try to find a veteran in one of those states. Try to reach out. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it as a personal challenge. So what do you think, Pearson? We're on question number 1, kind of thinking of those in states without access.
Well, I mean, thanks, Mike. Always a pleasure to be here with all of you gentlemen. I think I have y'all by a couple, 30 years each. That's a joke. No, I mean, as the youngest council member here, I still remember when no states had any type of legalities for medical or recreational use, and it was terrible. Or it still is. It as Al always puts it very clearly, it's a plant, and it's not something that's going to destroy lives like a Reefer Madness type of documentary that was said to do that. But what we're allowing for is something incredible, something incredibly bad. We're allowing veterans to become addicted to medicines that are necessary for some things, but not necessarily necessary for everything, if that makes sense. It was pretty elegant, wasn't it? But if I were able, prior to me going into the patient care and the VA, and they were just like, hey, you know what? Why don't you just smoke a couple joints a day, see how it works out for you before we put you on Percocet. I might not still have track marks in my arm from 15 years ago. I've never had to dig for a vein for cannabis, and it's something that when we don't let human beings become able to use things that are much more healthy to them, when we deny that, it is something that we are denying the future generations of people. And yeah, that's all I got to say about that one.
Appreciate it, Councilmember Pearson. Oh man, it's heavy talking about these things, talking about what's yet to be done. It's a lot more fun to talk about, you know, different preparations of cannabis and Hash Church or something like that. Oh, to Hash Church and to ATN. We miss you, ATN. Hope to see you soon. So our second question up to bat is, what does the term treatment by geography mean to you? And, you know, I'll just start it off by saying that it's always good to go to the root causes of things, not to just try to put Band-Aids over things or you know, treat the symptoms, but get to the root cause. And we're talking about reciprocity, and what is one of the main causes of the need for reciprocity is treatment by geography. So I think maybe Al, you want to take a first whack at telling everybody what treatment by geography means?
I do. Thank you, Michael. It has two meanings to me. I coined the term years ago now, unfortunately years ago. I wish it was last week, but it was years ago. And if you can't understand treatment by geography, think treatment by zip code, if it's easier for you. But the point is, veterans treatment within the VHA system, the Veterans Health Administration system, as far as being able to incorporate medicinal cannabis into their treatment protocol, is restricted by where they live. Think about that. If I live in Florida, I'm a veteran. I go to the VA hospital in Tallahassee, Jacksonville, and I walk in there and I say, I need this and I need that. And they say, yeah, okay. And how you doing? You take vitamins? Yeah, you take, what else do you do? I smoke cannabis every day. They just write it down. The doc writes it down, the PA writes it down, and we go on with my treatment protocol. If I live in Kansas and I walk in and I say the same thing to the PA there that's interviewing me for my problem that I've gone to the VA, that person is required to ask me to leave the grounds and come back at least 30 days later when the cannabis is out of my system. Treatment by geography. So you got a wounded veteran in cannabis, and his wounds are neurological. He has spasms and spasticity. I've seen veterans in my consular days have spasms so bad they flip themselves the hell out of their wheelchair, laying on the ground, flipping around like a fish dying. And I've seen those same veterans take one hit of cannabis and never have another spasm like that in the rest of their lives. But if that veteran is in Kansas, he can't use cannabis and go to the VA. He has to flip out of his wheelchair. The fuck is that? You know, I'm the old guy here, and I'm a non-vet, and I'm still pissed off because me and the guys and ladies that I went to Vietnam with got treated like shit. And you know what's still going on? That's what treatment by geography is all about. It's still going on. If you're in Kansas or South Dakota or other some neologically deprived place, you can't be a vet and use cannabis and save your life from suicide or keep from flipping out of your wheelchair. That's fucking, here's what it is. That's immoral. This is the policy of the United States of America. I'm calling it out. It's an immoral policy. It's unequal. We fought for equality. We died, some of these people that we all know died for equality. This is not equal. And it's medically unethical. I don't understand how anybody in the medical profession can work under these situations for the VHA without resigning. I don't understand them. It's medically unethical. We're veterans. We took an oath. When's it end, guys? When's that oath end? When we're fucking dead. These medical professionals took an oath, right? Do no harm. Do no harm. Yeah, I'm pissed. I hope somebody's paying attention, but it's medically unethical. And then it's just goddamn crazy. Who the hell treats anybody like this? Who would treat anybody like this, especially wounded veterans? I'm sorry if I'm getting a little overboard on this, guys, but I feel this treatment by geography that I identified 15 years ago still goes on, and it's very, very frustrating. The other side of treatment by geography is just what we're discussing, reciprocity. So I can go as a medical patient from Massachusetts to Louisiana, and I'm treated as a patient. I go to South Dakota and they arrest me. I'll pass.
Thank you, Councilmember Byrne. And just so you know, your heartfelt comments are well appreciated. I'll say one thing, sort of throw out a life preserver to that person, that military vet that was sent out to the parking lot to go home and come back in 3 months or whatever it was with clean urine that I was describing. If you're that veteran, or if you know that veteran, just know that I've taken on those cases as a patient advocate, and we've fought. The policy or the local policy is very rare, but usually it's just a doctor. And what usually happens is the programs for medical cannabis are run by the state. They're not run by the federal government. They're not touched by the federal government. In fact, the federal government can't have any participation in the medical cannabis program of the state, to the point where they can't even study the material. The federal government can't even study the cannabis that's being used in the state, in these state dispensaries. They can't just go out of their federal building, drive down the street and walk into a dispensary and show them their ID that they're over 21 and buy it, bring it back to their little federal building. No, they can't do that. And it's surreal to think about it. I just want to emphasize that. But that doctor that's been given the mandate in Kansas or whatever, saying, you know, weed out the, no pun intended, weed out the illegal drug users from your clinic, and they drug test everyone, and they drug test someone for marijuana, and they say, well, you're using illegal drugs. There's no legal marijuana here. They throw them out of the clinic, and that happens. It unfortunately happens. And what I do is I step in and I ask them to show me where it is written that they're supposed to do that, because there's very clear guidance in the VA. There's a huge policy, I think it's Directive 1315, if I remember correctly, that governs all the different prescribing practices. And then there's, of course, the directive that we got in place on medical cannabis. And when you put all that together, the doctor is supposed to make the determination of what they can and can't prescribe. And they're not supposed to have any mandatory, any kind of arbitrary, any kind of treatment. Everything's supposed to be individualized to each veteran. And when presented with the reality that they can't find the policy to back up their behavior is based on what they thought was what they were supposed to do, not what they were actually supposed to do, that's when we win. And we've won in, I'd say, almost 100% of the cases where we were able to continue with the vet and continue working on it. Where we lost contact with the vet, we couldn't continue helping. But veterans cases like that led to the VA policy, which clearly states that cannabis should be treated like any other medicine. And when you're using it under state program, it doesn't matter whether it's legalization or medical marijuana. From the federal government's perspective, they don't even know what medical marijuana is. If you're using it legally under state law, then you are supposed to be having that integrated into your care to the point where it causes you no friction at all, no punitive action at all. But if you think about it, the ethics, the basic ethics that doctors live by, that they swear an oath and that they can only operate under, right off the bat says that they'll never deny someone treatment as a punishment. Punitive denial of treatment is clearly unethical. So like Al said, it is clearly unethical, but these doctors live in an ocean of strange inner connected and conflicting policies, and they're told, like, again, to weed out the illegal drug users, and they try to follow the command. They try to be good citizens. I've heard it all from these doctors. Tony, what do you think treatment by geography means to you?
Yeah, just piggyback off what I was saying. You know, like if you have a heart condition, you're living, you know, in a state being treated by the VA with heart medicine, and you go into another state, then you know your medicine, you can get it filled in that state, you know. But when you know, using as a medical cannabis patient, and our endocannabinoid system controls so much in our body. It helps with inflammation, it helps with pain, mental trauma. You know, it's a very valid medicine. And that's the reason we have, you know, like what, 38 states now with a medical cannabis program. So, you know, the fact that as a veteran, we've served all 50 states. When we joined the military, we, you know, basically give them a blank check for our life. There's many of us that come back, if, you know, we're fortunate enough to come back to our family and our homes in our home state. A lot of us have injuries, you know, when we come back, and by using medical cannabis, we're doing harm reduction. We're trying to reduce pharmaceutical meds, which have a lot of harsh side effects that some veterans are overdosing, you know, or maybe they're committing suicide with some of these pharmaceuticals. So the cannabis is it's a really, you know, harm reducing way to treat our ailments. And when we're prescribed or recommended the use of this medicine, you know, we should be able to use it in all 50 states. And the VA has mandated to study, you know, new medicine to treat veterans. They have all these mandates in place. For them to be stonewalling on this medical cannabis situation, when again, right across the border, we have the Veterans Health Administration of Canada giving veterans their medication, their 3 grams a day they're allotted for cannabis. So what's that whole system of veterans in Canada? Something's wrong with them that they're getting medical cannabis, but the U.S. we're too good to get it, or what's the deal? You know, there's some kind of, you know, I don't want to be a conspiracy theory, but there's some kind of thing going on with the VA. That's them right there. That's the VA right outside of D.C. That's the Plant Over Pills rally. So veterans have been working for years, Al, and some of the veterans have passed already, have been working to get the VA to let us have this cannabis medicine to help save our lives. And again, when we go into the military, we go across borders without a passport or anything. They send us all over the world, just stomping on everybody's country and doing their job. When we come back here, we expect to be treated with respect and dignity and be able to use a natural plant medicine that's safer than using some of the pharmaceuticals they've given. So treatment by geography is, like Al says, it's inhumane, and it's a human rights violation that our own Veterans Administration is doing to us. It's a shame. It's a shame. If they're listening, it's disgraceful.
Thank you, Councilmember Landry. Pearson, I believe you had an interjection.
No, I lost my place there. I did have something, not an interjection at all. I think it's something to compliment what everyone was saying. Oh yes. Oh, look at that. I took notes. Yeah. Do no harm, right? Do no harm. That's just like me sitting here and being like, I'm not going to do anything because it's not going to harm anybody, right? But no, doctors are supposed to be doctors are supposed to be there to provide a service that will somehow, in their beliefs and their knowledge, better the life of their patient. Do no harm is a bullshit fucking thing. Yeah. Oh, just because I didn't shoot you, I'm not doing you any harm, you know, or your family or me any harm. That's stupid as shit. Do no harm. Fuck you. Not any of you. This is out to the universe. Fuck all it. Fuck the universe. And like do no harm is a pussy-footed way to say I'm not going to be responsible for taking a leap of faith in order to provide something that I think might help you. And that's all I have to say about that. If you're a doctor, you've taken fucking 13 years of school, so kindergarten, your K through 12, 13 years, another 4. What's that? 18 years, and then another 2 for your master's, maybe just a 5 years, so 23 to 25 years at least of education. Hey, motherfucker, do what you fucking learned. Don't tell us what the options are. Do no harm is a bullshit fucking scapegoated motherfucking. Sorry, I'm done. And also Al is the best pissed off veteran in existence.
Thank you, Pearson. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, I really hadn't run into it too much, believe it or not. It took me a minute to actually understand even what you're talking about because of that. That doctor basically would not use cannabis because do no harm. They're afraid that the cannabis might harm you, I guess is what you're saying. Shake your head. Hopefully that's what you're saying.
Oh yeah. No. So they're there. So doctors are there to be doctors. They know They're supposed to know more than us. And if they don't risk the things that they need to do in order for us to survive.
Yeah, so you're saying that you're not taking the risk. Okay. Yeah, so
you might as well just keep it as trying to see if witches float or something.
Yeah, well, you just be pointing to the correct aisles at the drugstore otherwise, right? And you're not really doing much doctoring. But yeah, the thing is, in all the years that I talked with all the doctors inside the VA system, I only remember one doctor bringing up the do no harm thing. And it was very ironic because she used it in the context of knowing that illegal drugs were getting out into society because the patients were being given drugs that they were then sharing with people or whatever, selling, illegal kind of stuff. And that it needed to be controlled more and drug testing and all that stuff. That was her justification of it. And why marijuana couldn't be allowed, in drug test. She was trying to defend all that. This is, again, early on in my work, before the policy that we created by this work. And she said, do no harm to society. She I swear to God, I remember very clearly, she was saying, we have all these drugs in our pharmacy at the VA, and we have a responsibility to society to do no harm, to make sure that these drugs don't hurt people. And I thought that was so horrible because I'm not a doctor. I didn't take the oath, but it seems they took the oath to the patient, not to society. She's not society's doctor. Maybe the Surgeon General might be that or something. I don't know. But Gage, okay, Pierce, you got your hand up again. Go ahead.
Sorry, Gage. Just real quick. I love the beard, man. So much better than mine. But I can go to any VA hospital I've ever been to, and I can go purchase any drug that they get for free. I'll even tell you about it if you want. Anybody wants to know how to get drugs at a VA hospital for, $5-10 pop? You want to know where to get heroin or crack or how to get in the methadone clinic? I'll tell you how to do it in every single VA hospital in America, because it's very easy. And it's so fucked up that we can't fucking get prescribed cannabis. Gage, how are you today?
Well, I would definitely say that what you're describing sounds like a symptom of a problem that we're all bouncing around. I'm not sure what the actual problem is. Maybe it's not enough training. Maybe it's not enough guidance from the doctor. Maybe the doctors aren't given enough free agency and, taught. Maybe they need to all go work on the wild west for a little while as an independent doctor, like in the old days, and learn how to be with people.
It's the only option. It's the only options that they're given, Michael. It's the only things that they're able to do to alleviate the patient's pain, but it's taken advantage of. All right, sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, I see your point. They're given the list and they just go down the list and that's it, and don't question it. The doctor should question it. The doctor should take that oath more seriously and defend their patient, defend them against the pain, not defend the society against the patient. Gage,
well, their livelihood depends on them staying in the short and narrow.
I think they think so.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
So, Gage, what does treatment by geography mean to you?
You say treatment by geography?
Yes, the basic fact that if you're a veteran in California, you go outside the VA and you can get all kinds of good cannabis access, and then go back to the VA and kind of integrate that into your care, and try to do that in Kansas or Idaho or Indiana.
It's interesting because something that the military prides themselves on is standardization. No matter where you go at in the world, it's done the same way, right? That's why the military is so successful. It's one of the reasons why, right? Our military. So, but yet they don't apply that post-military to veterans, right? There's no standardization for veterans. It's only when you're in the military. So right there, that already shows that there's bias. And I'm with Pearson. I know that Rockefeller started the medical schools. He took away our natural medicine. They controlled it from the beginning. They want us on synthetics and everything that contains oil. So and that's the reason why people get on cannabis, especially with organic cannabis or cannabis is grown without synthetics or without oils, right? Because without salts, because it sucks that if a veteran is trying to get off of medications and trying to go clean, and then they go to get cannabis, and the cannabis is grown with salts or with poor nutrients, then they're putting it right back in their body again. So for me, it's the veterans need to have the right access with the right education and the right opportunity, because they've been saying that it works for them forever. I'll tell you what, I've done some research on my own as a medic, as a longtime medic. And I actually went to the VA in Michigan, in Flint, and I made an appointment, went to the VA, and I did all this absolutely on purpose. I wanted to go and just get my normal checkup. And I'm talking to my doctor, and she's going through the basic beginnings of whatever she's asking me. And, are you taking any medications? And I said, actually, I've gotten off all my medications. The only thing I take is cannabis. And I'm waiting, really what I was giving the window to open up to say, let's talk about it, right? I was really wanting to see where it would go. She's like, well, I could put it in your record and that's it. And man, she deterred quickly from it. And I was like, but it's the only, and I try to tell her it's the only thing that works for me. I could sleep better. My PTS doesn't, I titrate it for my PTS. We all do it in our own ways, and I figured out my way. But that's what's helped me with that, with eating, with sleeping, with everything that has helped me get off the other medications. I tried to go into more detail. Again, she pushed me to the side pretty much. I can put it in your record. And that's all she wanted to talk about. So when everyone keeps saying that, oh, well, you could talk about it in the VA, you could talk about it with your VA doctor, that's a bunch of bullshit. You can't. All they wanted, you take it? All right, well, I'm going to put it in your record. There you go. Now everyone knows it. No, but that's all we're going to tell, because they don't even know how to talk about it. And she actually went to the point where I was starting to tell her, like, this is important to me. And I said, to me, it's ethical too. And I said, isn't this something that we could talk about ethically? And she said, you're attacking my ethics. So the doctor told me, the VA doctor told me I was attacking her ethics because I asked her why we couldn't talk about it. And I said, you know what, forget it. I left, and I will never go back to that VA. So that was my experiment, in trying to find out what's the truth. Because the only way to know is, you know what, I'll be the undercover boss. And I'll go in, I'll see how it is. And that's what I did as a medic, knowing exactly what to ask, how to ask it, what to look for. I knew everything. And man, she just fucked the whole thing up. It disgusted me. And it just made it worse for am I biased with the VA. I mean, if anybody knows my history. So for me, I'm looking for every reason to see if it's getting any better, to see if doctors are waking up more, to see if anything is happening. Nothing. So for me, it's so slow. So, so what is it? Do you continue to fight the VA? Do you continue to do this? Because I know that, doctors, I know a lot of doctors too, man. I've known a lot of doctors. I've known a lot of doctors that have killed people. I've seen doctors kill people in front of me. All right. So for me, it's there's this there's just this way that they run their practice, so they run their process, and I think that they themselves know that they're in a bind, and they're a bind between ethics and their status and their finances. And I think that and I really think that, there's this doctors that I've known that have really followed just true ethics, because in my opinion, there are no ethics in a monetary system. Okay, when money's involved, you can't have ethics. So when people truly come out and have those ethics and really try to do the right thing, those certain doctors, certain veterans, Al, you, all of us here, I think that, for me, that's a power that we need to continue to harness and to use and continue doing this. But it's sickening that we have to leave war, or I had to leave 8 years of war and come back and go right back into another war in my own hometown every day because of this, because of the government, because of the VA, the people that I went and fought for in the first place. So, it's I'm of course 100% against it. We should all be treated the same. Everybody wants to be treated the same. Everybody wants to have their choice on what they should use and the medicine they use, and I 100% believe that. So for me, it's letting other people come in and making these choices. The government used to sell it to us as freedom. It's freedom for this, and it's patriotism, and it's we're going to sell it to you like that, and that's how they sold it to us for decades. That stopped working. Now, because people are starting to question patriotism, they're starting to question freedom. Now they're selling it to us as it's for your safety. Oh, we're doing this for your safety. We're doing that for your safety, right? We're doing it for the safety of the society, right? Bullshit. Again, stop trying to sell it to us like bullshit, and we need to make our own decisions. And we're finding it. But I'm just going to continue to support what you guys are doing, man. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. I could go on and on, but I won't.
Well, I very much appreciate your undercover boss report there, Councilmember Ansler. And Al, you had a contribution?
Well, yeah, I mean, Gage, your synopsis definition of the medical community was pretty much right on as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to say that years and years ago, when I started into this medical cannabis thing in the 80s and started to approach medical doctors, they were much like we've just all talked about and described. Don't bother me. I got other things. There's money involved, there's prestige involved, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why in this educational process, we went to the nurses, because if you look at the oath that a nurse takes, their pledge of care, the primary responsibility that they accept is patient care, whatever that means, and some words like that. In other words, they're charged with looking into patients, seeing what that patient needs, and make sure they have it. And that's why when Patients at a Time started out years ago, we started out with the nurses. That's where it started. It all started with the Virginia Nurses Association, and then another 14, 15 more that we got to copycat us. And it was those men and women that identified themselves as nurse that started to pay attention to the patient care and really have led the nursing community really has led this thing, not the medical community. And I think we should all remember that those nurses, men or women that engage in that profession are very, very well respected. I think in the United States, 1, 2, 3, it's like veterans, firefighters, and nurses, or some mixture of that. And when you're dying, or when you just come out of the operating room, there's no doctor there. There's a nurse there. They're the ones that take care of you. They're the ones that give you the drugs. They're the ones that make sure you're breathing right and you're pissing like you should. All those grim things that you have to do. The doctor, he's gone. He's out playing golf, or he's back, sitting around his living room. Good for him. But it's the nurse that takes care of us. So when we as veterans think about conversations within the VA, don't overlook your nurse. Don't overlook those RNs. They are very, very important, and their influence on the medical doctor community is immense. The MDs won't tell you this flat out, but they're scared to death of these nurses, because without those nurses doing the real hard job, and by the way, double checking on what the MD said, so if something's wrong, they can get it corrected in time. They're the guys that check things and make sure that. Anyway, they're very well respected, and as veterans, when you go into VA, again, we'll say this right out loud. We're going to say this a lot. You can go in the VA anywhere as a veteran and say, I use cannabis, and you will lose no benefits. Nothing bad will happen to your record. So go in, say what you got to say, just like Gage did. The more of us that do that say, I use cannabis, I'm off pharmaceuticals, I don't drink as much beer as I used to, or whatever the hell it is, say it. And we, the VAC, has a Freedom of Information Act request right now to find out over the last 10, 12 years, what have veterans been saying about this treatment. And it will be very interesting to find out, Gage, and I'm thinking this is something that I don't want to know, is that a lot of the answers we're going to see when this data is analyzed is some doc simply wrote down the patient uses cannabis, not the results, not the dose, not anything, I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, look for nurses rather than MDs to pass your information to. You'll have a better audience, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councilmember Byrne. I was thinking of a good way to segue into this understanding of drugs from the cannabis perspective. And there's a couple of different things about this. I mean, we get thrown into this mix of illegal drugs with heroin, cocaine, and crystal methamphetamine and all this stuff. So I had, over the years, working with these doctors, had to figure out where the lines are and everything. And I think that the best thing to explain all this stuff is to say two things. One, I agree with myself. When I was a kid, I don't know why I was even caring about this stuff. I guess just so much drugs around me and everything when I was a kid growing up around New York City. But I really remember I was about 13 years old and looking at people using, really hardcore drug users on the street that looked like the drugs were really doing them no good. Their whole life really seemed to be very difficult. And I looked at the drugs and I said, well, the drugs are just simply a symptom of something else. I don't know what it is, their life situation, their family, their income, their health, whatever it is, I don't know, but I just suspected that. And that was all those years ago, with 30 years of activism, working with these doctors in the field, all this science around me constantly. Literally nothing has dissuaded me from that initial concept. And the problem is that we're treating drug abuse as a disease, that we're then throwing stuff to deal with the symptoms of that drug abuse disease, when in fact drug abuse itself is a disease. And the second thing I'll give you as a description of the last part of that thought bubble is an amazing thing. It's so usual of the government to give us half of the story, like Dr. Tashkin's study. They would have gladly just given us the first half and never told us that the outcome was actually good. The first half was wrong. They never tell you that. With the rat studies, everybody I'm sure remembers the old rat studies where they would give the rat a pellet of cocaine or something like that. They would keep hitting that bar basically until it starved to death. It just had a horrible outcome. Well, guess what? There was a subsequent study. The government never really told you about it. Look it up, Google it, where they gave the rat a nicer environment, other things to do, other rats to hang out with, things to do, whatever. I can't remember what, the equivalent of color TV and Game Boy for a rat. I can't remember what they did, but the rat didn't hit the bar anymore, didn't care about the cocaine, and went on with its life. And I think that's the answer. That's the secret, is to stop dealing with drug abuse as a disease and start dealing with it as a symptom, and see if we can't get to the underlying problems. And where we mostly butt heads is in neurological pain, because a lot of pain patients are chasing neurological pain with pain pills, and you could take an almost unlimited amount of pain pills in many cases and not get rid of the pain, where just a little bit of cannabis together with a little bit of the pain pills would be monumentally more effective and keeps those people out of that cycle. And that's why we're always raving about saving lives, because that would be a significant number, minor number, I'm sure, of the overall problem of drug abuse. But God, we're out there with a fire extinguisher that won't, get the biggest fire, but it'll get the smallest fire, and they won't put us in the game. The chief fire chief won't put us in the game. So anyway, that's where we're coming from. And the next question really goes right back to that. If you want the Canadian system, which of course has been covered a little bit already, but just to quickly cover, allows veterans to, I think it's up to 3 grams a day on their VA card, and they can order it online from any of the legal dispensers of cannabis they have up in Canada, and it comes to their door via ordinary mail. That wouldn't change my life economically. I'd be interested in vets on this call that might have other issues or how it might affect them economically. I think what it would affect me most would be the fact that it is across Canada. So once you have your cannabis in Canada, it's a national program. You don't have to worry about visiting Aunt Martha and getting arrested by the Oklahoma. Well, actually, right? Oklahoma's good territory now. I have to adjust that, the Idaho police. So what would it mean to you to have our vets be able to access the Canadian-like system here in the United States? Who would like to take that on? Tony, you feel like taking a whack at that?
Yeah, it would mean a lot. I mean, to have access through the veteran, the VA, that like Canada does, where you can get 3 grams of cannabis a day. For some folks that's watching this not sure what 3 grams is. It's about 3 cigarette size cannabis joints. So that would be plenty for maybe most veterans. Now, if you have cancer or something, and you need about a gram of high concentrated THC, that might not be sufficient. So the 3 grams a day of flower, it might not help somebody this got a terminal illness or some severe immune problem in their body, but certainly would help somebody with some inflammation with chronic pain or some mental trauma that they're trying to treat with cannabis. Would help them a lot. And going back to what I said earlier, why we're America is supposed to is reveled as the most powerful country in the world, and they want to do so much for veterans. These politicians want to name a bridge after us, a highway after us, a park. We don't want that. We want access to medical cannabis. In our VA, the Veterans Health Administration, again, is mandated. They're supposed to be studying, investigating new drugs with clinical trials. And you have all these private colleges and universities around the country doing these clinical trials in legal states. But the VA is mandated to do it. Somebody needs to knock on some doors. Some of our congressmen aren't doing their job with the VA to make sure the mandates are being followed. That's in our laws. They're actually breaking laws by not doing clinical research with cannabis right now, because they can research herbs, they can research drugs for off-label use. All that's all clear. They're clear to do that right now, but they're just, for whatever reason, cognitive dissonance where it's too painful for them to understand that cannabis is a medicine, and that we're not going away. We're not going to stop, pushing the VA to do the right thing. They can forget about it. We're all veterans. We all have something in us that's you don't find every day. Some people would give up. They'd be like, "Oh no, that's too hard. I'm gonna just give up and I'll take some pharmaceutical drug or something." No, hell no. We're on this, and we're gonna get it done. And it's time now. More veterans are dying on these pharmaceutical drugs, coming back from war for overdose, and than actually died in the war. And the VA, their complacency is contributing to that, and that's just wrong. When you have a country right across our borders, Canada, all the veterans in Canada, the whole country can get medical cannabis, but our VA, the American VA administration, is stonewalling on this, and it's getting to the point it's criminal. We're looking at them. I look at the VA as criminal right now. That's my stance on the VA Health Administration. You've been delegated to do your job and to study these investigating new drugs. You got all the money in the world, the budget to do it with, that Congress has allotted, and you just stonewalling. There's some other hidden reason that you're doing that. We're not stupid, okay? There's some other reason that you're sitting on this. And I don't want to go out and say, just make some wild accusation, but there is something going on that's criminal.
Well, it's certainly been a long time, Councilmember Landry. I mean, we've been fighting this as a cannabis movement ever since the day after the law was passed. So since 1971, 1972, we've been fighting this, and we've actually won, as we talked about in our last Friday Roundtable. We won many, many cases, and yet we're still not able to overcome the drug war. It's taking a lot more effort than anyone would have imagined back in 1967 or 66, whenever the modern cannabis movement got its start. But Al, what do you think? What would it mean to you or the vets that to have the Canadian system here in the United States?
Well, I think it'd be wonderful, with one exception. I like the Canadian system. Basically, the country, and therefore their medical nursing community, recognize cannabis as a viable medicine, which it is. That's along with about 30 other countries in the world. And we can get into that in another discussion about research in the United States. And, there is a world out there, and all these studies that Tony wants, they've been done, but somebody else did them. And all we have to do is read them. But let's go back to Canada. It's a good system. It announces that cannabis is a medicine. It provides that medicine to a veteran at their home, mail, ups, FedEx, it gets there. That way the government has a delivery system too. It can be traced, if you will. So there's some security to that. That's okay. Even better, it's free. The veteran doesn't pay for this, doesn't pay for the cannabis, and doesn't pay for the delivery. So I think that whole system is excellent, with my one exception, and that's the 3 grams. That's arbitrary and inappropriate. As somebody that used to represent now deceased U.S. federal cannabis patients for years, I can tell you that Barbara Douglas, an MS patient, got 300 cannabis cigarettes a month from the U.S. federal government in a can. Well, it's just rounded off. 30 days, 300 cigarettes. Barbara smoked 10 of those a day. So if she was only allowed to have 3, would she have lived another 25 years? So I like the system. I don't like the restriction on the amount that a vet needs for his or her appropriate dose.
Thank you, Councilmember Byrne. I can speak a little bit in the back room of history about what happened there. The government went to, when the government came to us, the cannabis movement, the cannabis medical cannabis movement, and said, how much cannabis does a patient need? And we said, well, between 1 and 10 grams a day. And they said, okay, your limit's 10 grams a day. And they put it out there. And a real sort of enthusiastic entrepreneurial spirit out there in our veterans community in Canada said, hey, we can bring in vets on the internet and help them navigate the documentation and everything and steer them to cannabis, and we'll make a business out of it. And they did. But the problem was to maximize their profits. They recommended to every single veteran to get the 10 grams. The government put the 10 grams there as the ceiling that we gave them, not, as the baseline. The government, there was a scandal. You can read about it, quite a bit of a paper trail on the internet about the scandal. Cost the government a significant amount of money to buy this cannabis, and their response was to knock it down to 3 grams. I think that you can get a doctor to write a little, waiver, and you can get more. I don't know about the 3 grams of flour, though. That's an interesting question we need to follow up on later, Tony, to find out if it is actually flour or if you can get 3 grams of extract. I don't know how it is. I think it might be 3 grams of anything that you can buy in the program. So I don't know. We'd have to ask about that. But either way, 3 grams with the caveat that you go to your doctor and get a waiver for more, I think wouldn't be terrible to me anyway. So what would the Canadian system mean to you there, Pearson?
So from what I understand with the Canadian system, it is exactly what you said, Michael. They are able to order online. They're able to get their medicine or the plant directly delivered to their door the next day. I'm not sure if there has been any doubt on that since I've been working with y'all and working with Canadian and Canadian veterans. I think that's pretty blanketed. They are able to order what they believe they need after recommendation, and it's supposedly comes to their door. I'm not, I haven't been a recipient of that yet, or that type of program, but I think it's something that is absolutely necessary, and it would save a lot of lives. And I actually have no idea, besides the loss of jobs when cannabis becomes legal, which it will, the loss of jobs of the enforcement officers. And for some reason, those jobs, there's this fear that those jobs won't be made up with the legalization of good medicine.
Thank you, Councilmember Pearson. Kennedy, Tony, Gage, I think. I'm having mind gaps here. Gage, I think, hasn't weighed in on this. Have you? On the idea of being able to have the Canadian system implemented here in the United States. If they did that tomorrow, what would change in your life?
I'm with Al. Mostly, I think that, it's up to the government to take care of their veterans through supporting access. I don't like the fact that it's government controlled completely. I think that it should be up to your doctor. As a VA, you can either get it through your doctor or you can get it, through another means or through the VA. I think that you should have more access than just them, which we do, but paid access, right? I mean, I just don't like the fact of the government completely controlling it, but paying for it, I love it. But putting a cap on it is, it's like putting a cap on, on diabetes medicine, or Valium or something like, or, you can't, it's person specific, it's situation dependent. So, and it varies, each, just like each strain is or each cultivar is very specific to certain people's symptoms, so is the amount of it. So it needs to be supported by the doctor, and there shouldn't be a cap on it. It should be just up to the doctor, between the doctor and the patient, on what their scope of medicine looks like for them. And I think that if they open that up and didn't cap it at just 3 grams, which is insane, then I think it would be a good system, or at least a damn good start to one.
Thank you, Council Member Amsler. Last 2 questions, I think I'll go ahead and read, but I'll go ahead and combine into one because it's easy to do so. The number 4 is, how could cannabis rescheduling help the problem of treatment by geography? And number 5, the last question is, would the descheduling bills that are proposed in Congress completely end the problem of treatment by geography? So I guess let's just have a discussion on that. Both combine those two, rescheduling and descheduling. Think about that a little bit out loud. I gave it a little thought already myself, and I found it very interesting. The descheduling, I'm not exactly sure, because descheduling would potentially open up problems for some of the, we talked about that, the dormant commerce clause and stuff that we were talking about. If it's not taken care of, and I haven't seen any evidence that they have in those descheduling bills, we might lose some of the nuance of some of the state laws we actually like, that we'd like to make models in other states. And also descheduling doesn't exactly put the medical cannabis on any kind of proper footing. It puts it, let me put it this way. It has been a challenge to just maintain medical cannabis in the wake of legal access and adult regulated access. So that challenge isn't made any easier by the descheduling. I think rescheduling might help more. George was looking at that. George Armstrong, or Councilmember Armstrong, was looking at the aspect of the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution. And if we rescheduled cannabis and made it properly legal as a medicine at the national level, then you should be able to theoretically travel throughout the entire United States with your medicine, etc. That's an open question, but any of you have to weigh in on either one of those, rescheduling or descheduling. What do you think, Tony?
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, we still have the prohibition alcohol ended back, what, 1920 or something like that, and there's still many places around the U.S. that you go that you can't, they're dry counties, you can't get alcohol, which, that's fine, whatever. But cannabis being a medicine, just by the fact that it'd be like you not being able to get your heart medication if you go into a separate county or something. I don't think, it's right to have, something where you have to opt in to be able to get the medical cannabis in your area. I think everybody should be mandated. All parishes, or in Louisiana we have parishes, but part of that the government spends $1 billion a year, fighting the drug war, and so when we do finally get the medical cannabis, or get cannabis descheduled, the biggest part of the thing is for them to spend the money on education. Unless we educate department heads, police chiefs, sheriffs, medical personnel, require continuing education for all medical personnel in the U.S. because they're not being taught the endocannabinoid system. From what I hear, they're not being taught the endocannabinoid system. One of the most important systems in our body. We have receptors all over our body that regulate a homeostasis, a balance in our body. And when we're deficient in these, we get all kind of different ailments, Parkinson's, all kind of things. So until we change the law, deschedule it, and get it off the schedule, but also educate everyone. I mean, everyone should have a basic knowledge. It should be like a 5-minute video, just a basic knowledge that we let department heads of companies, not let them mandate that they watch the thing so that they can't fire somebody that's using medical cannabis, or like the medical personnel, they need to be mandated for continuing medical education as new research comes out on cannabis and its benefits for us. The medical personnel should be mandated to study it, to complete the sign off that they've watched that, or they've attended some conference that brings them up to speed on the knowledge. You can't just, like we pass laws, at the Capitol here in Louisiana, but there a lot of times the police officers don't even hear about it. They're the last ones to know about it. So until we devise a system, when we change that law, it's going to be so important that we mandate some training along with it. So that's my spiel on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Landry. To this day, even with all the work that I've put on personally, and even together with Al, we've worked together on this scheduling stuff over the years. And still to this day, I couldn't honestly tell you what the difference would be to us as medical cannabis patients with our cannabis that we can get right now from a fine dispensary, really good first line products. I can't tell you exactly what's going to be different about that relationship under Schedule 3 or under Schedule 4 or under Schedule 5. All I can tell you is under Schedule 3, it would be fair, at least finally, because the active ingredient in cannabis is in Marinol, which is Schedule 3. And that's never been fair, that cannabis is more restrictively scheduled than its active ingredient, so-called active ingredient. That's just patently absurd. Anybody would look at it with any kind of rational or medical or scientific or evidence-based eye. But then there's also Schedule 5, which I can say would definitely be a lot easier. I mean, that's what they put CBD into just before they pulled it out of schedule. And I don't think anybody felt the difference. Do you feel the difference? Do you feel the difference? I think Schedule 5 would probably be pretty cool. So rescheduling would be okay for us as far as medicine and our stuff that we get at dispensary. It's just not going to necessarily accelerate, reasonable programs for adult regulated access. I say it wouldn't accelerate, but it certainly would, I think, take the heat off that conversation. But what do you think, Al, about rescheduling or descheduling versus our problem of treatment by geography?
Of course, rescheduling and descheduling are two different things. Deschedule means cannabis not on any schedule at all, and reschedule means we're going to accept 5. Personally, I think that 5 may be the most helpful compromise because it would certainly identify the herb, the plant, as medicinal, and that it's scheduled in a medicinal way, which would start to make the medical and nursing and other communities with health problems that are associated with health problems understand it's a medicine. So from that respect, I think 5 would be acceptable to me. Also, no schedule at all would be fine too. But I don't want to even get into 3 or 4. Those are unacceptable. If we're going to reschedule, cannabis so that it is available as aspirin. That's all. That's as far down as I'll ever go, and that's all we need to go. But I'll say again, just my personal little spontaneous thing that I do every time I can. It's a plant. In 2014, the American Herbal Association declared it a plant, and it's in Schedule 1. Now, I may be wrong, but I think other than mushrooms, this is the only plant in Schedule 1. There are drugs there from plants, but this is the only plant in Schedule 1, which is, amazing. I mean, if I was going to put a plant in Schedule 1, I'd vote for poison ivy. I really would. This one's got to go. But anyway, I'm a 5 guy, I guess, and total deschedule. And at the same time, I want everybody in America to grow cannabis on their balcony of their apartment or in their backyard or on their front yard. I don't care. They can do what the hell they want. If you can grow petunias, you can grow cannabis.
If we can grow petunias, we can grow cannabis. I think that's a good T-shirt slogan right there. Thank you, Councilmember Byrne. I think putting my own 2 cents in the middle here, I think descheduling with really looking at the entire bill or whatever they're working on and making sure that it actually protects us in medical cannabis. I like the effort that Representative Mace put forth. There's the representative, I forget the other bill in Congress, but there's of course the Senate bill that was supposed to be put forth by the Senate Majority Leader Schumer, and it never happened. But that bill had very high taxes and really didn't take into consideration medical cannabis patients or try to do anything really serious about veterans, etc. And I think at least Representative Mace did take a swing at that and try to do that. But that would be my caveat, that descheduling, definitely I would favor. I'm with Al. I think Schedule 5 is a perfect compromise if we have to compromise. Descheduling would be my favorite, but only with actual protection for not just medical cannabis, but for low income and veterans, anybody on fixed income, because if you're descheduling with an eye just towards this big money-making market of adult regulated access at the expense of patients, then that's not morally justified or really probably legally justified. So, but Pearson, what do you think about descheduling versus rescheduling versus our problem of treatment by geography?
I think it's ridiculous that we have to even discuss it still. Yeah, I mean, for real. Why are we wasting our time with this? Because we have to, because it's something that y'all have fought for so much longer than I have, and I'm still having to deal with it. Why the fuck do I have to still deal with this? Like, quite literally, it's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our time because it's so necessary, I guess. And Al mentioned aspirin. Aspirin is not something that's very good. I've synthesized aspirin before. It takes hydrochloric acid and titration, a bunch of bullshit. You gotta make sure all the crap is out of it prior to it being ingestible to a human person without killing them. It's a plant, is what we're talking about. And it's something that I've grown to realize, being able to having the luxury of y'all's insight and experience and being, I guess, of a earlier generation. It's a bunch of garbage that we can't, like, we know better. And that's the worst part about it. And I hope my children don't have to suffer like y'all, like everyone prior to us, and it sickens me because there's so many great, good friend of mine, I just found out has cancer. I got given a sample, a couple grams of weed, and I walked into or cannabis. I walked into a local local brewery yesterday. He's walking out. How you doing? No, I'm all right. No, really, how you doing? Well, I got cancer. It's inoperable. Blah blah. I can't drink anymore. Well, you smoking cannabis? Yeah. No, it's one thing that's okay for me. So I walked back to the car, gave him a couple grams of weed. He's a good dude, and I hope he's with me for a lot longer than the doctors tell him he's going to be. With that, the reason I say that is because he could be growing this shit. He could be growing 13 plants in his back porch, not just 12 with another adult. We can grow poppy plants because they look pretty. We can do we can have yes, just like poison ivy, poison sumac, poisons that we can put in our body that's legal, but not something that has the potential of helping us. And it's really fucked up.
Wow. Yeah. Poison sumac, poison, take your pick. You can get all of those. Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy, it's sad state that we're in, but we're working on it. I think that's the closing thought that I'll add to our Veterans Action Council roundtable number 39 on reciprocity, 8 July 2022, as Kenzie always likes to say. But the closing thought is this, that we aren't just hiding our heads in the sand in states where we have really good access and saying hell with it. If you want to know how to give back, you help us, right, as vets. But how do vets help? How do vets give back? We go find other vets that aren't doing as well as us, and we help them. And that's what we do, and we're compelled to do it, and we'll continue doing it until the system is set up straight. And that's why we talk about Canada. It's amazing to us how many people in the cannabis movement leadership don't really know right next door that Canada has this program and it's set up the way it is. And we're accepting this substandard treatment of our veterans in the United States. So yeah, reciprocity. Yeah, reciprocity on an international level. How about that? Let's make sure that, I think that's where it becomes the human rights discussion that our council member Landry brought up, is when you make it an international reciprocity conversation and say, hey, wait a minute, if you're giving the vets in Canada and 39 other civilized countries easy access to cannabis, and you're not, or you're blocking even access in the United States with our DEA, that starts looking more and more like a human rights violation. So yeah, US, get your act together, at least align with Canada, and gosh, now it's Canada and Mexico and Uruguay and so many other countries too. It's not even just Canada that have modern, like I said, civilized cannabis programs. So hats off to those who have created modern civilized cannabis programs, and to those who live in states like Idaho. I'm sorry for your situation, and we will do all we can. When we talk to the powers that be in Washington, D.C., you will be the first thing on our mind, and the first thing out of our mouth, and the first thing in our heart. So thank you everybody for joining us, and hats off to our friend Etienne Fontaine out there on the road somewhere doing some family matters. Our hearts with you. Much love. Filling in, but not even filling in one shoe of our moderator. Our Veterans Action Council doesn't have any leadership. It doesn't have any boss, but we do pick people and put them in jobs. And he has been our moderator since day one and just does a wonderful job of it. And you can tell when he's not here. So much love to you, Etienne, out there. And at that, we will sign off.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for May the 13th. We are live here at paceradio.net. And good morning, Rev Cindy. How are you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Well, you know, not sick totally or anything, just a mild cold going on. Got a bit of a cough, that's all. But other than that, doing good.
Good. I hope it passes quickly.
Yeah, same here. Exactly. On the eyewitness weather report today, it is gloomy and wet here today.
Oh, well, we have sunny and blue skies now that the northern lights are done.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, did you see them?
No, we had nothing but cloud cover here. So I got to see some beautiful pictures, but I didn't actually get to see this round myself.
Hey, I know how you feel. I went out there both nights and clouds. I got a picture of just one light in the sky, and that was the moon, and it was just barely coming through the clouds.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was about the same here.
Yeah, a lot of nice pictures though, and and there was pictures that were taken in my general area of them. The thing is that I wasn't out there at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning looking for them.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
All right. What do you say? We get on with the news?
Sounds good.
All right. First story.
Off to StratCan. BC again raids unlicensed cannabis shops on Comox First Nation.
Several unlicensed cannabis stores in Comox, BC faced enforcement action by members of the province's Community Safety Unit on May the 9th. The raid is the second in the community this year, the first taking place in February. Stores had products, cash, and equipment seized before quickly reopening. The enforcement action included a presence from the BC RCMP.
In an open letter posted May 9th, the elected chief and council of the Comox First Nation said they are disappointed by the CSU's actions and the provincial government. The province and RCMP's actions are challenging as they are not allowing the time for our community to work through the process needed to find a path forward on cannabis that makes sense for our nation. We are frustrated that the province and RCMP are prioritizing these enforcement actions when we know we have other significant community safety issues that are not supporting us with, like, trespass, criminal activities, and animal control on our lands.
Chief and council also question why the community is facing repeated enforcement, while other communities appear to go untouched. They say that they are working with another First Nations-owned cannabis retail chain, Unity Cannabis, which operates a handful of provincially licensed stores in BC on identifying a path forward. Now, according to more of this from the chief and them, it says, in addition, it seems the province is applying enforcement against unregulated cannabis shops inconsistently across BC. It seems like Comox is being unfairly targeted, bearing a higher burden than other nations, and that's not right. Hey.
Yeah, the province's actions like today's create a bigger divide in our community and do not allow us the space and time to work through this process without provocation. We continue to work with Unity Cannabis to identify and flesh out meaningful options for our community to move forward, rooted in input and feedback from our members. We are also committed to working with shop owners. We will continue to voice our concerns with the province and advocate for our nation. Unfortunately, there is no quick fix to this situation, and the process takes time.
A representative from Unity was not immediately available for comment. This is a shift from council's statements following the raid in February, which remained more neutral and referred to provincial jurisdiction when it comes to retail cannabis licensing.
Rob Laurier, Laurier, I should say, a lawyer who represents one of the cannabis stores facing such enforcement actions, the Buttery, says he's not seen anything in the form of penalties from the previous raids. They still haven't done anything from the first raids in February, but they did indicate that if they have to come back again, they'll serve warrants.
Yeah, the CSU's been doing this to a lot of people, just going in and getting their stuff and then leaving. It's like a legal robbery.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, Lori continues with, for whatever reason, they are just not taking the same degree of enforcement against Indigenous operators as they would against non-Indigenous. And I think that's similar to the test cases with dispensaries in the city of Vancouver. They're taking a cautious approach because what if they're wrong? What if the courts agree with the Indigenous community, not the government? The province shared a similar perspective on this, and the province agrees with them.
Yeah, I mean, and if you watch what's happening on this side of Canada, like on our side of Canada, you would see that the province is right to be hesitant to go after them. Although the BC government has long taken the position that BC's Cannabis Act is a law of general application that applies to all of British Columbia, including First Nations land, the province's Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General, Mike Farnworth, has said that in the past that there is a concern that this interpretation could be tested by actions such as enforcement that could be interpreted differently by the courts. There are 3 unlicensed cannabis stores operating within Comcox First Nation. One of those stores, the Buttery, was again open for business on May 10th, a day after the enforcement action. The other 2 stores did not answer their phones.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's not going to, it's we have another story that's coming up that questions, something similar, questions about the Indigenous stores on, out in the urban areas, not on the reserved lands. So we'll get into that story in the second half of the broadcast. But it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. And as we've talked before the show, lots here in Ontario.
Tons here in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
And they're not paying attention to where the reserve, the technical reserve land is. They're saying, hey, we're on Turtle Island and we're going to open up on Turtle Island. And they have. Yeah,
and they have. Exactly. All right. On to the next story.
Class action lawsuit filed against the SQDC. This is coming to us from City News Everywhere.
Yeah. Class action lawsuit is being filed against Quebec's government-run cannabis shops, the Soviet SQDC. The legal advisors and cannabis consultants launched a class action on behalf of Gabriel Belanger against the SQDC, alleging it doesn't comply with the Consumer Protection Act.
Belanger alleges he's forced to make blind purchases when he orders recreational cannabis products on the SQDC website. The lawsuit claims all cannabis products sold online that mention a rotating variety in their description does not comply with the CPA, since the law states consumers must have access to a description that includes the characteristics and technical specifications of the product.
So, like, people or go in there, order pre-rolls, and they don't even know what they're getting?
I guess, yeah.
Wow. The SQDC, a state corporation, appears to us to be violating its own Consumer Protection Act, and it seems abnormal to us that cannabis consumers in Quebec are forced to make blind purchases when purchasing cannabis on the only legal cannabis sales site in the province. Yeah. Said Group SGF lawyer Maxime Guerin in a press release. The class action lawsuit includes all individuals who have purchased cannabis in the dried flower and pre-roll categories, whose description on the SQDC website has said rotating variety since October of 2018. Wow, that's a lot of people.
I've been on the website a couple of times when I've been in Quebec just to see what they have. But I've never noticed that. I've always looked for specific strains. So I just go in the little search bar and I type in the strain that I'm looking for and see if they have it.
Oh, okay, yeah. It blind just sort of seems like you don't know what you're buying.
Yeah, it's weird. That's strange.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go
It's
peruse
like
the
it's
website
like
later.
going on- Yeah, check it out. I won't be able to read anything though, because I'm sure it's all French, isn't it?
Yes, but if you go in through Google, you can translate the page to English, and the whole page changes over.
The whole page changes. Right. Okay, alrighty. On to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from New Scientist, psychedelic toxins from toads could treat depression and anxiety.
There's the toad. A psychedelic compound secreted by a poisonous toad could help treat depression and anxiety, according to a study in mice. When frightened, Colorado river toads release a hallucinogenic compound related to the drug DMT from glands in their skin. DMT is similar in structure and affects the psilocybin hallucinogen from magic mushrooms. Colorado river toads live in and around the Sonoran Desert, spanning parts of Arizona, California, and Mexico. And people seeking out the groovy effects of the substance may either lick the toads directly or extract the venom, dry it, and smoke it.
Oh, this is the medicine that I am currently in school studying. And yeah, so the Colorado river toad, or the Bufo alvarius, which is actually the Ancilius alvarius, it does release a hallucinogenic compound. It is not related to NN-DMT, although it goes by the same name. It's kind of similar, but not really. And it's not like psilocybin. I'll be honest. Like vaping Bufo is not like psilocybin. And please don't go lick the toads. Please.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even share this article online because I didn't want anybody to hurt the toads.
Yeah, don't lick the toads. Please don't lick the toads. Researchers at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York investigated the potential health benefits of the toad secretions. We know that psychedelics like psilocybin can treat depression in some people, but it isn't fully clear what this compound helps. However, it appears to interact with serotonin receptors and reset the activity of neural circuits in the brain. Most psychedelic research has explored the drug's effects on a particular kind of serotonin receptor called the 5-HT2A, HT2A. But the team behind the new study focused on a more obscure serotonin receptor called the 5-HT1A, which past studies suggest interacts with the toad toxin. They both do.
Yeah, we're going to learn more about this from Mount Sinai in the second half of the broadcast as well. The researchers chemically tweaked the toad-derived compound to solely signal the 5-HT1A receptors, which eliminated its hallucinogenic effects, and gave it to mice with signs of stress and depression. They found that mice who received the compound drank more tasty sugar water and spent more time with peers. Both signs of lowered anxiety and depression. Similar effects have been seen in people receiving LSD.
Yeah. Frankly, that's what we hope to see, says Audrey Warren at Mount Sinai Hospital, because humans share similar receptors in their brain. The compound may offer therapeutic promise in people. It's our hope that down the line, someone could use the findings of our study to help design novel antidepressants for humans. But that's certainly a long way out, says Warren.
Until then, she cautions against licking the Colorado River toads or smoking the poison, along with intense hallucinations that can lead to anxiety, vomiting, seizures, and death, she says.
Yeah, don't lick the toads.
Don't lick the toads. Leave the
Don't
toads
lick the
alone.
toads. And find yourself a facilitator to help you vape the poisons, as they call it, or the venom. And yeah.
Yeah,
it's a pretty cool thing. Ken Nelson was the gentleman that first smoked the Bufo alvarius venom years ago, and he wrote a book about it. And then eventually another gentleman came along and read the book, and he is the vegan scientist that came up with making the pure molecules so people would stop going after the toads. It's really cool.
Yeah. Protect the toads, man. It's too bad they couldn't find another natural way of doing it instead of herding toads, but
yep.
All righty. I'm looking at the time. We're just flying through these first articles. Wow.
Yeah. Here I am trying not to do so much talking, so we'll get through them. Maybe talk more.
I just think, geez, but this is our last one before we go to break. And I have time.
Wow.
See, we're fine. Okay, here we go. Headlines up.
Yeah, coming to us from CTV News Kitchener. Unlicensed cannabis stores in Cambridge, Ontario, operating despite requests to shut them down.
All right, here we go. Find out who's going after who here. Two unlicensed cannabis stores in Cambridge, Ontario, are causing concern, but for now, both remain open. Sovereign Toke and Grand River Medicinal both have signs posted outside reading, "This store is operated by sovereign people on sovereign land. We are exercising our constitutional and inherited rights."
Yeah, it continues to say these stores that don't have to follow any of the same rules, they don't have any of the same costs, and they undercut the prices of the legal stores, explains Corey Van Erzal, who is the president of True North Cannabis Company, which has a location on King Street East, just down the road from one of the unlicensed stores. And just let me tell you, as somebody who shops at both, nobody's undercutting anybody. The prices are actually pretty even. Van Israel notes that licensed stores face a number of expenses ranging from insurance fees to computer programs required for government reporting of sales. They also have to operate under strict rules, including ones that regulate the strength of their products.
Unlicensed stores, on the other hand, do not. Van Wersel says that the prices are cheaper and their products are stronger. Well, hey, why don't you lobby your government so you can have stronger products? Come on. He's reached out to the Waterloo Regional Police Service in the hopes of getting the stores shut down.
They told me to call the AGCO, which is the Alcohol and Gaming Commission. They told me to call the OPP. The OPP tell me to call regional police, he explained. In a statement, so nobody wants to touch this, right? And I don't blame them. We're all watching what's going to happen to that one in Nova Scotia that was raided.
Yeah.
In a statement to CTV News, Waterloo Regional Police said, "We take all incidents of criminal nature seriously and can confirm that illegal cannabis dispensaries throughout the region are being investigated by our service in partnership with the Provincial Cannabis Enforcement Team."
He goes on to say that we remind the public that it is illegal and unsafe to purchase cannabis from anywhere other than the Ontario authorized licensed retail shop or online through the OCS store. The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario said it's only responsible for regulating Ontario's cannabis stores, but does not have a compliance rule for ones that operate without a license, while Ontario Provincial Police said this case would fall under the jurisdiction of local police.
Yeah. Oh, this is hilarious. According to Indigenous rights lawyer Sarah Mainville, there are a number of so-called sovereign stores operating in Southern Ontario. I've been to a lot of them. They're awesome. This is sort of the problem coming to roost, that the federal and provincial governments have ignored First Nations who have wanted to legitimately participate in this industry and don't have the tools to do so.
Mainville said Ontario missed an opportunity when developing its cannabis store framework. He says the answer for me, it always has been to legitimize First Nations in regulating these activities so it doesn't end up spilling across the province.
It's going to spill across the province.
It has.
Because here in Nova Scotia, just because we have a few minutes, I'm going to talk for a second. Here in Nova Scotia, we have had Indigenous dispensaries for quite a while, since before legalization. When legalization came along, a couple of years into legalization, they tried to raid these indigenous stores with absolutely no luck. The regular rest of the province RCMP was told that this is on the reserve. It is up to the chief and council and the RCMP that rule the reserve. And, the chiefs and council, because all of these stores have gone to their chief and council and said, hey, this is what I'm going to do. And the chief and council says, okay, and so then they open these stores and they expand these stores and they're doing a great job. So they have recently, the same chief and council has given permission now to allow their people to come off the reserve and open basically anywhere they want. They're saying this is Turtle Island and it's all reserve land. So they have opened 3 stores off reserve. And the first one was raided here a few months back. And, everybody was in shock. They opened the next day. They went to court. The people who were there working when they were raided were given provisions that they're not allowed to do this and they're not allowed to do that. The chief stood up and took the province to court and said, you cannot do this to my people. You cannot take their rights, their indigenous rights away from them. You cannot take away their guns. You cannot take away their ability to hunt. You cannot take away all of these things. And the government of Nova Scotia, the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, agreed and gave them and said, you know what, you're right. So they still have to face the charges of the raid. And the only provision put on the people that were there caught working now, the only one left is they're not allowed to work in the store. They have to not work in the cannabis industry at all until they go to court for these charges. But all of the other rights that are normally put on somebody that is on, that has been caught and then released until they
there's certain things.
Everything else was taken away, and it was really beautiful to see. So now everybody here in Nova Scotia, we're all sitting on pins and needles. We can't wait for them to go to court. We want the date, and I think
no date yet, eh?
There's no date for the charges to appear in court yet. But the one step that they have taken, the fact that the chief went and did this himself and stood there in court and said, you cannot take the rights away from my people. And the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, agreed. It's a big, huge, massive step. The fact that the chief went and did this, I think that you're going to see some big changes coming along when this finally gets to court. And I personally can't wait. And I hope that it's something that they take it all the way to Canadian Supreme Court eventually, and it benefits the rest of the country.
Rest of the country. Yeah, exactly. All right. Here's the story again. Continue along.
Yes. I'm not exactly sure where we were because I went off topic.
I know where we were. Mainville. Okay. Mainville adds that these kinds of stores are low on the enforcement list for municipal and provincial police services. While some have raised concerns about the safety of the products being sold at these stores, Mainville said those fears may be overblown.
Yeah, it's your neighborhood dealer that's supplying these cannabis stores, she explained. Mainville said that there are problems with unlicensed stores operating under sovereignty banner. I definitely support the assertion of rights in a lot of different ways, but this assertion of rights is not benefiting anybody but the store owner and probably a number of partners behind them that are probably not even Indigenous. So this is one of the sole reasons why I am very critical of it. I don't see any benefit going back to the community in these stores, unlike some of the First Nation stores that are open and have the support of the community. They do revenue sharing and they do give back to the community, and these stores do not.
CTV News visited both Cambridge stores hoping to speak with the owners, but neither have responded to the request for an interview. There's the sign that's in the windows.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it's
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good. It's still gonna. I can just see it eventually. Something's gonna. Well, as you mentioned, you got the store down there that's going to court, so it'll be interesting. What's going to happen here in Ontario. As we saw, it's just. Nobody wants to touch this. Not my jurisdiction. That's right.
Yep. I was surprised to hear that they were raided here, but then again, like I say, the Nova Scotia RCMP went on to reserve land and raided there as well, right?
I see. Well, the Green Mile there in Alderville,
yes.
near me. Early on, there was a store in there that did get raided.
Really?
Yeah, it was run by a non-indigenous person. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim was his name, but not the same. Not the Tim from Legacy
Tim,
420.
right, yeah.
No, it was another guy. His name was Tim. So, all righty, we're halfway through the stories. Time for us to take a break, and we'll be right back in about 2.5 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at Pace Radio.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back, ready to bring you 4 more stories, psychedelics and cannabis educational news here at paceradio.net. Well, Cindy, we got 4 more to go. Let's see, we got a couple cannabis stories and we got a couple of psychedelic stories.
Yeah.
And the next one is up.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Do psychedelic mushrooms have an entourage effect similar to cannabis?
Interesting. Understanding how the entourage effect works in psilocybin mushrooms, learn fascinating ways how they work, they says. Most of us are already familiar with the entourage effect in cannabis. In essence, the entourage effect means that the therapeutic compounds in cannabis work more efficiently with one another, synergistically to provide health benefits that are more powerful compared to when we take compounds on its own. While there are cannabis products that isolate THC and CBD, the science tells us that taking flower or full spectrum form, where other cannabinoids and terpenes are present, are much more effective than one compound on its own.
Yeah, the concept of the entourage effect was discovered in 1999 by none other than Raphael Mechoulam, the famous godfather of THC. Up until recently, most of what we know about the entourage effect has been limited to cannabis plants. Now there's new data suggesting the same can be observed when medicating with psychedelic mushrooms. After all, psilocybin mushrooms, just like cannabis, are also contain a complex array of other compounds, not just the star compounds that they are known for. While we do have some knowledge of how psilocybin works in the body, thanks to clinical tests, keep in mind they do make use of synthesized psilocybin for research most of the time.
According to a recent study, psilocybin extracts may have more powerful health benefits for treating depression, OCD, anxiety, and PTSD, to name a few, because of other psychoactive as well as non-psychoactive compounds in the mushroom. Now, according to Bernard Lear, he's an author at Hebrew University, he says that my colleagues and I are very interested in the potential of psychedelics to treat serious treatment-resistant psychiatric disorders such as depression, PTSD, OCD, and even schizophrenia. There are many anecdotal and clinical reports which suggest the extract of psilocybin-containing mushrooms may have unique effects that are quantitatively different from chemical psilocybin, and also some preclinical studies. This observation has important clinical implications, and we wanted to test it empirically in a laboratory study. That's what they said. So, for the study, the researchers compared naturally derived mushroom extracts to chemically made psilocybin with the intention of discovering whether the other compounds within the extract can provide benefits not found when consuming isolated psilocybin.
The researchers utilized male adult mice for the trials. They were divided into groups. Some were given the naturally occurring mushroom extracts, while the others were given the synthetic psilocybin. Meanwhile, others were given a control solution made of saline. Additionally, the researchers analyzed the heat twitch response to the HTR assay, which is a reputable method for analyzing the impacts of psychedelics on mice. Furthermore, the researchers analyzed the mice in a molecular and biochemical level to understand any synaptic protein expressions within the brain, which are features of neuroplasticity. The results were astonishing. They found that the brains of mice who were given the naturally occurring mushroom extract showed more significant neuroplasticity markers through the presence of synaptic proteins, specifically the GAP43, the SV2A, and the PSD95. Since these proteins are required for development, synaptic growth, and neuroplasticity, I was doing really good up until that one word, suggest that naturally occurring mushroom extracts may indeed have a more powerful impact compared to psilocybin isolate.
Yeah, I try not to laugh when we all struggle with some of these words, but it's just that you went, oh, when you looked at that one. Our findings need to be confirmed in human studies, but they do suggest that there may be therapeutic advantages to psilocybin containing mushroom extract over chemically synthesized psilocybin, which both are administered at the same psilocybin dose, explains Lear to the Psych Post. So when magic mushrooms are cultivated and extracted naturally, the submetabolites of the plant remain intact, unlike the isolated versions that are synthetically produced in a laboratory, since it only contains psilocybin. There are several examples, such as the baeocystin tryptamine, and which can induce mild hallucinogenic effects. Beta carbolines have also been discovered in psychedelic mushrooms, which can effectively help metabolize psilocin in the human body, causing a more intensive psychedelic experience.
While the entourage effect of cannabis is already widely studied and better understood, the opposite is true when it comes to psychedelic mushrooms. There's still so much we need to understand and study better. Rodent studies are a start, but translating them to humans is a whole other ballgame. In addition, other experts have already acknowledged the challenges of identifying such impacts of the entourage effect. For instance, Alan Rockefeller, a renowned mycologist who specializes in DNA sequencing as well as photography of fungi, tells Psychedelic Health no one really knows whether the entourage effect occurs with mushrooms.
Well, that's why they're doing these tests. He goes on to elaborate the difficulties associated with studying mushrooms. It is difficult to study because the same batch of mushrooms will have different effects in different people and the same person on different days, Rockefeller said. Also, it's difficult to understand which compounds are active in a plant or a mushroom and how large the impact is for these active compounds. Researchers also need to understand the concentrations of each compound and how different growing environments or processing can impact it. It sounds a lot like cannabis, doesn't it? So many different things. There are a dozen different tryptophanins that can occur in mushrooms, plus a few beta carbolines and hundreds of other molecules. So there is probably more than just psilocybin having an effect. Studying one compound at a time is hard enough. Studying mixtures of hundreds of compounds is much more difficult. Without pure compounds, it is difficult to get repeatable effects, Rockefeller says. It is possible that the therapeutic potential in it is different depending on the different compounds in the mushrooms. It's also possible that psilocybin is the only thing that matters, and the other compounds are mostly inactive. It's like all the different cannabinoids have different beneficial effects.
Yeah.
In cannabis, I can see that happening with mushrooms, sure.
Yeah, and it's true. Like when we first started really learning about CBD, a lot of people would take pure CBD and not get the effect that they were reading about. But when you took it from a whole plant, so even though it was minuscule, you had all the other compounds in there, all of a sudden CBD worked for them.
Yeah, exactly.
In conclusion, there's so much yet we need to know about how psychedelic mushrooms work. However, the possibilities that can be brought about by harnessing the power of the entourage effect in magic mushrooms is incredibly exciting. There is so much potential in this field that we can only truly uncover with more studies.
There you go.
Yeah.
I that's like with cannabis, nobody's like one doctor that I used to watching the documentaries. The doctor says, no one's ever asked me for synthetic cannabis. They asked for cannabis. They want whole cannabis. And I could see mushrooms being the same way, right?
Yep.
So, all righty. Oh, there's some throat. Okay, you ready? There we go.
I'm ready. Heading over to StratCan. Organigram recalls a small batch of its big bag of buds for having too much THC?
Wow, I didn't know that we had a limit. Organigram has recalled one of its dry cannabis sold in Ontario due to a labeling error. The product's big bag of buds, calm ounce GMO cookies, and ultra sour dried cannabis were recalled due to a label showing a lower THC total than what was present in the cannabis.
The 28-gram SKUs, 2 14-gram units, were labeled as having a total THC of 20.9%, while the actual total was 27.1%. There were 138 units of recalled products sold from April 28th to May 9th with this lot number. And Health Canada reminds consumers that they can contact the store where they purchased the cannabis if they wish to return it.
I don't know of too many who will, but there might be somebody. Any health and safety complaints related to the use of cannabis product or any other cannabis product may be done by filling out a Health Canada's online complaint form. Labeling errors are the most common reason for cannabis product recalls in Canada, and the process can be costly for producers. There have been 5 recalls listed by Health Canada for cannabis products so far in 2024. Unless someone's, in a way, some people might be pleasantly surprised by but they'd be misled, thinking that was only 20%, and they'll wonder why some other product, 26%, wasn't as effective.
Yep.
Right. But
yeah, I don't know about the recall on that, but letting people know it was stronger. I mean, like it's not like there was anything wrong with it.
Right.
You know, and when they recall stuff like that, they just destroy it. It's not like they're going to relabel it and put it back out.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That's for sure. Oh, we got a message here. Right from the Minority Reporter. Minority Reporter. GM, I'm going to say good morning. That's what that means. All righty. On to our next story, which I'm going to say before I bring it up was that we had talked briefly about it earlier. So we'll probably hear a little bit more on the frogs and stuff. And we get right to the horse's mouth with this one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Coming to us from Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai scientists unravel how psychedelic drugs interact with serotonin receptors to potentially produce therapeutic benefits.
Researchers at the Icahn School of Medicine in Mount Sinai has shed valuable light on the complex mechanisms by which a class of psychedelic drugs binds to and activates serotonin receptors to produce potential therapeutic effects in patients with neuroplastic or neuropsychiatric disorders such as depression and anxiety. In a study published May 8th in Nature, the team reported that certain psychedelic drugs interact with an underappreciated member of the serotonin receptor family in the brain known as 5-HT1A to produce therapeutic benefits in animal models. Psychedelics like LSD and psilocybin have entered clinical trials with promising early results, though we still don't understand how they engage different molecular targets in the brain to trigger their therapeutic effects, says first author Andrea Warren. She's a PhD candidate at the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences at Mount Sinai. She says, our study highlights for the first time how serotonin receptors like 5-HT1A likely modulate the subjective effects of the psychedelic experience and also play a potentially pivotal role in their clinically observed therapeutic outcome.
LSD and 5-MeO-DMT, a psychedelic found in the secretions of the Colorado river toad, aka bufo or Encilius alvarius, are known to mediate their hallucinogenic effects through the serotonin receptor 5-HT2A, though these drugs or medicines also activate the 5-HT1A, a validated therapeutic target for treating depression and anxiety. Working closely with co-author Dolores Sams, who is a PhD professor in the Department of Chemistry at Columbia University, the team synthesized and tested 5-MeO-DMT derivatives in cell signaling assays and cryo electron myoscopy to identify the chemical components most likely to cause a drug to preferentially activate the HT1A over the HT2A. That exercise led to the discovery that the compound termed 4F5-MeO-PYRT was the most 5-HT1A selective compound in the series. Leona Praise, who has her PhD, is an instructor in the lab of Scott Russo, PhD, director of the Center for Effective Neuroscience and the Brain and Body Research Center at Mount Sinai. Wow. Then tested that lead compound in a mouse model of depression and showed that the 4F5-MeO-PYRT had antidepressant-like effects that are effectively mediated by the 5-HT1A. Wow. We were able to fine-tune the 5-MeO-DMT serotonin scaffold to obtain the maximum activity at the 5-HT1A interface and minimal activity at the 5-HT2A, explains senior author Daniel Wacker, who PhD, and he's the assistant professor of pharmacology sciences and neuroscience at Mount Sinai. He says, our findings suggest that receptors other than the 5-HT2A not only modulate behavior effective stemming from psychedelics, psychedelics, but may substantially contribute to their therapeutic potential. In fact, we were pleasantly surprised by the strength of the contribution to 5-MeO-DMT, which is currently being tested in several clinical trials for depression. We believe our study will lead to a better understanding of the complex pharmacology of psychedelics that involve many receptor types.
Indeed, researchers are hopeful based on their breakthrough findings that it may soon be possible to design novel psychedelic-derived medications that don't possess the hallucinogenic properties of current drugs. Raising their expectations is the discovery that their lead compound, the most 5-HT1A selective analog to 5-MeO-DMT, showed antidepressant effects without the HT2A related hallucinogens. Another near-term target for scientists is investigating the impact of the 5-MeO-DMT in preclinical models of depression. Were demonstrated that psychedelics have complex psychological effects that span many different receptor types, emphasizes first author Warren, and are now ready to build on that finding to develop improved therapeutics for a range of mental health disorders.
Research reported in this press release was supported by the National Institute of General Medicine Sciences, the National Institute of Mental Health, and the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And the content is solely the responsibility of the authors and does not necessarily represent of,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's really cool.
Yeah, right, coming right from the researchers themselves. That's what I like. Is instead of getting something that starts off as good and stay good at the end, but it gets changed as it makes its way along, right?
Yeah,
it's sort of like rumors in a town can start at one end and it's completely different by the time it gets to the other.
Yeah, the school that I am going to is involved heavily in some of the research that's going on around the world right now. So I have been privy to watching one of these studies happen as it's happening, and I really can't wait till it gets to this point that we can report on it, because it's really, really, really cool stuff that I'm seeing coming out of this beautiful medicine of 5-MeO-DMT. And we're learning what it does to the brain and how it helps the people. So these are human studies that are going on right now down in Mexico. It's really cool stuff.
Wow. I'd like to be able to report on that when it comes through. Yeah. All right. Okay. On to our last story of the day.
Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily, Minnesota home growers file suit seeking to sell their cannabis without a license.
Wow. A group of home growers in Minnesota has filed the state's first cannabis-related lawsuit, contending a century-old provision allows them to sell their cannabis without a license. Four state residents are challenging the state's new cannabis law that mandates only licensed businesses can sell cannabis, according to the Min-Post.
Yeah, the lawsuit filed in Ramsey County District Court names as defendants the Office of Cannabis Management, the OCM, which is the state's chief cannabis regulator, the OCM interim director, Charlene Briner, and the state attorney general, Keith Ellison. The lawsuit claims Article 13, Section 7 of the Massachusetts Constitution, which was adopted 120 years ago, supersedes the state's new cannabis laws.
This is be interesting. According to the early 20th century provision, any person may sell or peddle the products of the farm or garden occupied and cultivated by him without obtaining a license. If that's what it says, then they got a point.
That's right.
Home cultivation is legal under Minnesota's new marijuana law, which Governor Tim Walz signed in May, making Minnesota the 23rd state in the U.S. to legalize adult use.
The lawsuit also asks the court to block any criminal enforcement of the sale of cannabis produced from home cultivation without a license, the Min-Post reported. If the lawsuit were to prove successful, home growers could become competitors of licensed adult use stores, which face higher business costs. I think this is awesome. Home growers should be able to go to their local farm markets and whatnot and sell their wares.
Yeah. This would be. We'll have to dig into it. Do we have one of these in Ontario or Canada? Meanwhile, Minnesota's cannabis stakeholders are concerned that the adult use market will be undersupplied and or delayed if licensed cultivators aren't or can't begin growth cycles before lawmakers approve final rules.
Yeah.
Legislators voted against a proposed amendment to a bill that would allow state regulators to pre-approve cultivators.
Yeah, adult use cannabis sales in Minnesota are scheduled to begin in early 2025.
Well, we will have to look for a follow-up story to this because this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You know, like those old laws that are still on the books that haven't been changed or eliminated, that could come back and bite politicians. There's no doubt about that. And it's not just in the cannabis end of things.
One of the exciting things that I noticed this past weekend, so just like over the last couple of days, farmers markets are starting to pop up all over the place again. Weekend farmers markets, every Sunday down here. And we have a hemp CBD farmer here called they are called Cannapharm, CANNAPHARM, and they only sell CBD related products. But the whole plant, and they are popping up at all of the farmers markets, and they are doing a smile on their face, and they are doing it loud.
Well, I can add to that because they're also at the Lindsay's farmers market, just like an hours from me. I see their posts online all the time.
Yep. So they're doing loud across Canada. Yeah, and then you see other people that are just popping up with their homemade tinctures. I have seen Amanita muscaria tincture. I have seen both THC and CBD tinctures at farmers market. They're not being as loud about it as Cannapharm, but they are still doing it out in the open with their own wares. They're not selling buds at the farmers market or anything like that. So it's things that are made up to be medicine. So they're tinctures with all that stuff. But yeah, to see it happening is just really freaking cool. I mean, I just love it.
Yeah, I went to Outdoor Sportsman and RV show recently this spring. There was a cannabis booth in there. The fellow was selling seeds and the whole bit.
Nice.
Yeah, right there. Wow, holy smokes, I know I'm gonna hang around for the day.
So it's
swap cards and the whole bit.
Yeah, it's exciting to see it happening. And it's weird because being from the East Coast, I mean, here in Canada, Vancouver has often been thought of as ground zero for cannabis. And it almost seems like things are evening out. You see a lot more raids happening out there. There's not as many Indigenous stores out there. They're not fighting like that way. Mm-hmm. You are seeing the mushroom store the mushroom stores pop up, but as far as a lot of the other stuff, it's coming down. Like, I mean, even their festivals or their daily things that they hold, like 420 or Cannabis Day, or the RCMP and the police are coming in and they're gating off Thornton Park and they're gating off Beach. And they raided the art gallery on 420 and arrested a bunch of people and took a bunch of stuff. And, Vancouver used to be, hey, it's 420. Where do you want to go? Vancouver. There's going to be 20,000 people on the beach. It's going to be awesome. And since COVID, they have shut it all down.
Yeah. I remember we reported on, I think it was Prince George or something. How in one location, how it was well received, it was promoted, as accepted by the community. Or by the council, but then in other places, like you said, they were raided, shut down. Yeah, totally not right. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to mention before we say goodbye?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
How about you? Anything left to add? Anything you want to say?
No. I usually get it out quite a bit during the show. So. Yeah. No. Okay, other than that, that's our Pace News report for May the 13th. Almost a long weekend coming up. Actually, we won't be broadcasting next Monday because it's a long weekend.
Oh, okay. I should put that in my calendar, and then I won't be here the Monday after that because I have dental surgery.
Correct. Exactly. So, yeah, it's a good thing to remember that. So, no show next Monday, but our next broadcast will be this coming Thursday. Glenn and I will be doing the news show. Same as we do right here. Anybody who's watched the same thing on Thursday. It's just so much news. You can't do it all in one program. No, you can't. All right. Well, thanks to our buds at legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop in downtown Camelford, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca in Kingston, Ontario. Thanks for watching. Thanks. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Morning, muffins. How's everybody doing today? It is Monday, May the 13th. Where the hell does time go? Like, it was Global Marijuana March, and then it was Mother's Day. It's 420. Like, the seasons just keep on flying past us. It's kind of like, wow. Anyways, because it is May 13th and next weekend will be the May long weekend, we all know what that means. Have you got your seeds popped? Are they ready to go in the ground? Because in Canada, now that we have legalization, you are able to grow 4 plants. So a lot of times people will start them in the house. A lot of people will start from clones, which is something else that we will talk about a little bit about. But a lot of people like to start from seeds. The thing with seeds are, then you got to sex the plant. And a lot of times you're told you're being sold feminized seeds. I'm not saying that you're not. And there's a method to the madness of, I guess, is how they are able to feminize seeds or be able to tell which seeds are feminized. I've never done genetics. I'm not really educated on that part of it. I was kind of hoping to get a seed geneticist on the show, but I didn't get any responses. So if you know somebody who's a seed vendor or does seeds, send them my way, because I'd love to have you on the show and talk about genetics, because that's something I think a lot of people don't really understand. So I found some seeds in a little pill container that have been up in my cupboard for since we moved here. So I've been in Cranbrook now. It'll be 10 years in October. I have no idea how old they are. But they were sour diesel. And you know what? All 4 of them were duds. Not one of them popped. I've got one left. And then I also threw out some green crack seeds. Nada. Again, nothing. So now I've put out some AK-47 Godspud. One's looking like it might. But that would also entail me being on top of it and making sure that the paper towel is always wet. And I'm not on it so much anymore. I am, but then I forget because I've got so many other things on the go that I kind of, so the first set of seeds that I put out were, so I've got more out. But again, then I usually grow them in, stages. And by the end of the summer, they're in a big green garbage can. And then I will bring them in the house and finish them off inside. Last year, I actually ended up with some clones from a friend, and I could get clones from him again. I'm sure I could, but I'm not paying for them. I'm just not willing to pay for a snip of a plant that really cost you nothing. And I think that as people that grow cannabis, we should get off the, marketing capitalistic train and help each other rather than looking for a buck. Because, the price of pounds have come down. Commodity it's like a bushel of wheat. Like we always said, it should be like a pound of tomatoes. A pound of tomatoes is $2.99, which is ridiculous for a tomato too. $2.50 per tomato, because that's what we charge at my store, which I think is absolutely fucking ridiculous. But again, we don't have buying power, so we buy 1 box of tomatoes instead of 40, so they cost us that much. Anyways, again, it's all about commodities. And at one point in time, I said that cannabis should be just like wheat, just like anything else. It's a commodity. It should be sold by the pound, and it should be $28 a pound, buck a gram, or not a pound, $28 an ounce, right? So $1 a gram. So that's where I'm at. And so at 28 ounces, or $28 an ounce, let's do the math on that. Okay, so we're going to go to my calculator. We're doing a calculation. We're going to do a calculation. Where's my calculator? Okay, so at $28 an ounce, and there's 4 ounces in a quarter pound, and so that's 4, 8, 16. So there's 16 ounces in a pound. So 16 times 28 is $448 a pound. And they're not even getting that for it. It's around $300 a pound. So it's not even going for $1 a gram. Why people have really stopped growing cannabis in large commodities, because it's not worth their time. And the government, when these big growers are taking their cannabis to market, aren't paying them any more than $300 a pound. So hence, like why the gardeners are like, why bother? Like even the ones that are going into the legal market, like and then I was asked to trim by a local company here in town, or I guess in the area. I wouldn't say in town; they're not in town, and they're only paying like trimmers $20 an hour. And I'm thinking, I am not working for 8 hours a day doing that much work for $20 an hour when I stand behind a till for that. We used to pay our trimmers $25 an hour back in the day, and now that it's gone down to you work in a store for minimum wage, which depends on what province you're in, or you're being paid or sloughed off by a hand trim for $20 an hour. And they're not paying your taxes. They expect you to do that too. They're not paying you cash. You're on the books because they have to log every fucking bud that they fucking trim. So they have to absolutely fucking show on their books that they have paid you, but they do not have to pay your CPP or EI or anything else. Your contract, short-term contract, 2-week fucking contract at $20 an hour or whatever it is a week, no taxes paid, no benefits. So, on that note too, so after you take off your taxes on $20 an hour, I know I'm only making $15 an hour, which is actually less than minimum fucking wage. In my province anyway. In my province, they're paying, I believe it's going up to $17 an hour. I think we're at $16.85 right now in British Columbia for minimum wage. Which isn't bad, considering when I started working when I was 14, 1984, minimum wage was $2.50. Right? But that was also 30 years ago. And in 30 years, it's only gone up like not even fucking like $12 in 30 years. Like, that's kind of like weird. Like, I'm sure that the cost of living has gone up more than $12 in 30 years. Just saying. Right? Okay, so let's check and see. I think minimum wage in BC is, let's just check. Minimum wage in province in BC. Okay. It's $17.40 an hour right now. Wage increase, no, actually that's not till June 1st. So June 1st, BC's minimum wage goes up. Right now it's $16.75 an hour. June 1st, 24, it's a 3.9% increase, consists with BC's average rate of inflation in 2023. So they're raising it up 3.9% rather than 3.5%, because normally it's been, I think, 3.5%. The minimum wage in Alberta is $15 an hour. And I remember everybody bitching about, oh, man, $15 an hour, everything's going to cost so much more. It does cost more. And that's why you need $15 an hour to live. And that's not even a fucking enough. Like, I'm making fucking $20 an hour. Okay? I'm working 41 hours a week. After taxes, I'm not even bringing home $3,000 a month. Okay? Less than $3,000 a month. My rent is half of that. My mortgage payments and everything that goes. So if I had to live on my own with Taven, we'd be fucked. We'd be fucked. Completely. So when you're all sitting back going, oh, those people are making $15 an hour, our taxes are going up. Those people are barely scraping the bottom of the barrel and they're not paying much tax. Nobody in this country pays 43% fucking income tax. Quit lying to people. So again, when you're buying cannabis in British Columbia too, you're also getting a 20% vape tax. And that's not just on cannabis. That's on all vapes. And now they're trying to take the flavors out again too. Which, whatever, like, here's my thing with all this, stopping the flavors and stopping all this to protect the children. If you have a minimum age of 19 or 18 in any province, why is anything supposed to be appealing to children? Cannabis is not supposed to be appealing to children because it should be 19 and under. And you're all worried about them appealing to children. Cannabis and alcohol and tobacco are appealing to children because they're watching their parents use it or people around them. It's got fuck all to do with the advertising and the marketing of it. Okay? If children aren't exposed to certain items, they're not going to want to use it. And 90% of the time they're being exposed to it at school around their peers. Other peers might not even be at home. So it's not the advertising of anything that's appealing to children. You can put a unicorn on a fucking bottle of beer and that's not going to make somebody want to drink that bottle of beer. I'm just saying. But again, if we've got a minimum age rate for all these things like alcohol, cigarettes, tobacco, vapes, cannabis, why are we worried about appealing to children? We should be worried about training the people that are actually serving that commodity to the general public to make sure that they're IDing everybody. And again, kids are being exposed to this at home or by their peers. They're not seeing it on TV. They're not seeing it online. This is an exposure by society, okay? People drink beer on the weekends. They go home after a long week. You know, they're fucking sitting by a fire drinking beer. That's how your kids are being exposed to it. That's how it's being appealing to your children, because you're exposing them to it. My son, okay, maybe cannabis was appealing to him because he's seen me and his dad use it on a regular, right? We use it on a regular basis. We're both patients. We have pain. We use it for sleep. I use it for eating. We use it for other things. But he's also been told it's only been used for medicine. When he first asked me at 12 if he could use cannabis to help him with his pain, because he did have pain. Kids had long COVID. The kids had ankle problems. He was having problems sleeping. We tried melatonin, magnesium. I've taken him to naturopaths, a doctor. We've tried everything, right? Or we thought we had tried everything. And at 12 years old, he said to me, Mom, do you think I could try a cannabis candy? And I looked at him and I said, no. I feel you are too young to start this. Pain-wise, like if he was an epileptic, if he was disabled, a disabled child, I would have probably said yes. He's not a disabled child. But at 14, he came to me and said, Mom, my ankle, I've had long COVID. I can't sleep. And we knew this was an issue. And it's been an issue, an ongoing issue for 2 years. Long COVID, all these things. Like I said, I'd taken him to the medical. He's had medical, he's had x-rays, he's seen a surgeon, he's been to an acupuncturist, we've done everything for this kid that we could possibly do to make it so that his ankle felt better, that he felt better about himself, about sleeping and all these things, right? I love my son. And at 14, he said, Mom, actually, what happened was at Christmas time, his sisters were all here with their other siblings, and they're all the same age as Taven, and they were all of them, consuming cannabis. And I lost my shit on Talia. And I said, you shouldn't have bought those kids cannabis for Christmas, or like that can put you in jail for 14 fucking years. Like, use your head. Quit supplying these children with cannabis. And he heard me flipping out at his sister about buying the other kids all these things at Christmas time. And then it came out that my son had been using cannabis behind my back with his friends. I'm not sure how it all kind of came out, to be honest. I think I put it on him and he finally just said, yeah. And he then explained to me that how it helped him and how he felt it helped him. And I went, okay. But here's the deal, buddy. If you're going to use cannabis, you are not to get it from any other source but me. So I can go to a store where I know it's safe, where I know you're not going to pick it up at the skate park and have it fucking laced with fentanyl or carfentanil or who knows what fuck. Anyways, I had a discussion with all his friends' parents and we've all decided that if it helps them in their lives to make it better, whatever, right? They're not drinking alcohol. They're not drinking cigarettes. My kid will not even pick up a joint because he doesn't want to smoke. Okay? But again, we're putting ourselves at risk, right? By helping our children feel better because they want to use cannabis. But again, it wasn't appealing to them because they saw some advertisement on it or they figured it might taste good. Or again, because they saw an advertisement on TV or children are being exposed to these items because they're being used in their general facility. I smoke cigarettes. They smell like, I'm actually quit cigarettes. I'm not going to say that too loud. But I've actually put cigarettes down completely. I think I've smoked. I think I might have a puff on a cigarette first thing when I get up. I have 2 puffs of it and then I hand it to Helen or I put it out because even the taste of it makes me want to throw up. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm nicotine free because I'm not. But I'm down to 10 milligrams from 20. So I am cigarette free between these two items, and I do I smoke weed or cannabis, and I smoke it. Like I roll doobies, and if that's helping me get off tobacco, but again, my son doesn't want to smoke cannabis because he doesn't want to smoke. He just likes the vape. Doesn't like bong, doesn't just the vape pen. And it's helping him sleep. And to be fair, I went to the local naturopath here in Cranbrook. I paid $175 to go see this quack. She sent us home with a do your own blood test for $75 and to go to the health food store and pick up some melatonin and some magnesium for him. And then some silly tincture this is before his tonsils were taken out, right? Because he was sick a lot before his tonsils were taken out. And we had gone there to talk to her because I thought she was a podiatrist. I thought that we were going to talk to somebody about his feet, right? Or his ankles. And that's what I had booked the appointment for. I thought, okay, well, these medical doctors, I can't. And I had Googled podiatrist and her name had come up. So I thought, okay, well, we'll just give this a try, right? What a fucking joke. So again, my son was sent home with magnesium and melatonin for his fucking ankles and a home blood test kit. In fact, I still have the home blood kit test in my drawer from fucking 4 years ago and a bill for $75 for it. Why in the hell am I going to pay a naturopath $75 fucking dollars to get a blood test done when so I took him off to, back to our, GP and told her what the, consensus was. And she just kind of looked at me and went, well, melatonin's, whatever. She goes, it can be used. She goes, I, sometimes, also like prescribe that. Oh, a box. Thank you, honey. Hopefully it's my shoes. It's my shoes. Me and my shoes. I haven't been able to fucking find a pair of shoes. Yeah. Anyway, so I've splurged on a pair. Anyway, I'm gonna open them in a minute. But again, here we are, back to the melatonin. So again, back to the doctor, melatonin, blah, blah, blah. And I asked my doctor, because she knows about our cannabis use. She signed my license at one point in time. And I talked to her about it. And she told me to give it a shot. She said maybe let him eat it first. Maybe try and keep him away from smoking anything. Would she give him a prescription? Because she won't even sign mine. Because like she said, it's legal. But for kids, it's not. And a lot of the doctors, even prior to legalization, we had a hard time trying to find doctors that would sign a child. I know it was tough for Sarah. I know it was been tough for Cheryl. I know it was tough for Mandy McKnight and the McKnight family trying to find a doctor that would actually sign their child. And these children were disabled, okay? Like these children have had like Haley's had childhood epilepsy since she was a baby. Like, these are children that were sent home with stents in their heads to die because their parents, the medical said, sorry, we can't help you anymore. Right? Yet these children continue to live. Haley's 31. Unfortunately, Maya passed away when she was just about 15, but she lived 8 more years than she was supposed to because of the love of her mother and her family and cannabis. And they kept her alive for years using cannabis. I mean, to the point they moved in the middle of out to the middle of nowhere so they could grow and make sure that she was okay. Away from COVID, away from anybody, anything that could fucking hurt her. Including me. I'm not even in contact with them anymore. I was a shitty friend. Just gonna say. And it breaks my fucking heart that I don't have anything to, I don't hear from her anymore. But again, people have lives, choices. I'm not gonna, impose my fucking self on anybody. I never will. Y'all know where I am. Y'all know how to reach out, right? Okay, well, I'm on my show, honey. My honey's here too today. But that's because, 5 weeks of hernia surgery. Yep. And we're still hoping that that's going to heal up okay. But again, back to the whole point of this is that the fact of the matter is that if you give your child under the age of 18 or 19, depending what province you're in, you're exposing yourself to that risk. Now, I have looked along with the Cannabis Act too. Actually, in factuality, cannabis has been taken off the CDSA. It has. We were kind of thinking that it had still been, it was still there. It's not. It's gone. It's not on the CDSA. They removed it with the Cannabis Act. Now there are fines, like they say, if if you're caught, whatever, in public, fines starting at, if you're overgrowing. So there's not a mandatory minimum. You're going to go to jail for 14 years. That's gone. But like I said in my intro, politics and cannabis go hand in hand. And if the government changes, because remember who wanted to take our gardens away? Remember how we got to this licensed production fucking fiasco to begin with, right? It was Stephen Harper's conservative government that wanted to take our grow rights away from people that use cannabis as medicine. He figured that we had no rights growing ourselves, right? So what did we do? In fact, I think at one point, remember, kitty litter. Send your cannabis to Health Canada in kitty litter, because that's going to help, keep the toxins down. Unfucking believable. This is the reality. So at that point in time, then all of a sudden, we had people like Philip Lucas, hand in hand with the conservative government, building Tilray to take over the fucking whole world, with supplying patients with cannabis. Tilray. Chucky from Tweed. Yep. He was at the convention in 2014. We met him. Chucky Rafiki. He's actually, the godfather of cannabis, as they say on Wikipedia, which I fucking shake my head for, because in reality, he had fuck all to do with it. What he had to do with it was lobbying Trudeau into helping hand in hand make himself rich with Tweed, right? So we had Tilray, Aurora, Tweed coming out. So we had three big ones, straight out of the gate, that were coming up. Then Organigram and all these other ones that started coming out of the gate. But remember, it was Stephen Harper's Conservative fucking Reform Alliance fucking nutbags that got us here. So we had to then generate a pile of money, millions of dollars, to take the Canadian government back to court. And John Conroy, who is one of the best fucking lawyers in Canada, and Kurt Tusaw, stepped up to the plate. And we got an injunction, which then put the MMAR into an injunction, which meant that cannabis patients had a right to grow their cannabis at home again. Okay? So then the government was then put back and had to create the ACMPR, another program. So we went from MMAR, Section 56, to the MMAR, which was the first one, to the MMPR, is where, you were going to have to line up behind Harper's Tweedy little guys and buy their fucking $10 a gram fucking medicine that was eradicated. Okay? None of us were happy about this. None of us wanted to do this, right? In fact, I went to the Edmonton Journal and they came out to the farm and did an article, and none of us were happy about this. We all made a stink about the growing aspect of all of this. And we got an injunction. So again, then the government had to, build the ACMPR, another program after the MMPR. But then we got the Liberals in, right? And thanks to a lot of people, I was there for some of it. Yep, I was not there for all of it. But we pushed and we pushed and we pushed. And the Normal Women's Alliance, of Canada, and Normal Canada, and the patients and everybody, and we pushed. And we ended up in Montreal in 2014 with Young Liberals writing the policy. And Judith Renault and Joy Davies, they tried running for the Liberals as well, as candidates. It was really tough to get green light. Even Jody Emery wasn't green light by the fucking Liberals, which was why I've never even attempted to try. Because if they're not going to fucking green light Joy Davies, honestly, or Jody Emery, they're not going to green light me. Again, I'm still the chair of the Liberal Riding Association in my riding, in my area, but to be fair, there's not a Liberal in this part of the province, I swear. Well, there are, just none of them willing to come out and do anything with me, which I understand, because there's a lot of fucking rednecks here that hate Justin Trudeau. But like we say, fuck Trudeau is Albertan for I can't read, or British Columbian, whichever. Canadian for I can't read. We'll just leave it at that. And like I said, where did that is so un-Canadian. It's so un-Canadian. How these people have been acting is so un-Canadian. We have always been known on the world stage as being kind, generous, compassionate people. We have. And how these people are acting, that's un-Canadian to me. honking your horn and standing on the side of a highway, impeding traffic and trying to make other people's lives miserable is not Canadian. That to me is straight out of Alabama. Just saying. Anyways, cannabis laws were changed in Canada in 2018, right? And it wasn't really hard to get it passed through into the Liberal platform because the young Liberals were so adamant about the fact we showed them the money, we showed them the absolute, facts of the matter, and for public health and safety. So the Liberals saw this as a public health and safety. It was never supposed to be a great big industry where they were going to come in and make all these big things. That's not what it was. But the Conservatives saw it that way, right? They saw it as a great big leap to get fucking either patients off the cannabis and shut everybody down because we couldn't afford we couldn't afford our meds, or to make it so that it was a big industry and that fucking people, all their little friends would get rich. Remember the police fucking chiefs and everybody that were jumping on board, right? When it was the MMPR, because all of a sudden it was okay. But yet Health Canada still hadn't recognized cannabis as medicine. Everything that we've gotten, we have forced them through a court of law. Because you know what? That's the thing in Canada, right? The rule of fucking law in our charter. Now, Poilievre wants to try and change our charter. And Scott Moe and all these fucking premiers with their not withholding, It's fucking appalling to me that this is Canada. And here we sit with all this stuff on the brink. And if you think that they won't stop fucking what we're doing right now with cannabis, and if you think that program can't be shut down just like daycare and dental and pharmacare, it's a ministry, okay? They can pull the plug on that fucker in a fucking heartbeat. And remember who wanted to put us in jail. That they thought that cannabis growers were worse than fucking rapists. Remember that. As you're all sitting back going, oh, it's a natural medicine, and oh God, the COVID vaccine. Like I've said, we'll talk about this when we get back from the break. But all you anti-vax natural fucking users, okay, I get you want everything not, no Western medicine. I get that. You want to use cannabis, only cannabis, and cannabis. Okay. I get that. But little newsflash for you. Cannabis is not going to help your fucking meningitis, your polio, or your diphtheria, or COVID. It doesn't fucking help that stuff. Your body needs some sort of vaccinations and immunity boosters to help you with certain things because our body, kind of like when smallpox hit, right? What was the cure for smallpox? Smallpox fucking wiped out billions of fucking indigenous people. Didn't it? But you don't want to vaccinate yourself. You don't want to vaccinate your children. You don't want to because the government's telling you. It ain't the fucking government, fuckhead. It's public health and fucking safety. And that's why this was legalized. It wasn't to make you fucking feel all warm and cushy and that you figured whatever. It was for public health and safety. Why? Because some of your growers out there were fucking feeding us fucking moldy shit. Anyways, on that note, we're going to thank our sponsors because we have to pay the bills here and it's time. And I've been fucking raging silently for a half an hour now. So we'll be back after we thank our sponsors and pay some bills. Limestone Hydroponics, Legacy 420, and the Campbellford Lifestyle. We'll be right back. Oh, I guess I got to unplug my mouse because it was dying. All right, here we go. Now we'll play my little... Oh, it's connected now. Okay, I'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hello, I guess I'm back. Here I am typing away on Facebook because I got a few messages on there. But if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me in the chat, in like on Pace Radio or on Cannabis and Coffee or Pace Radio Network, because I am here and I can see the chat. So I do have that ability. But I was just telling one of my local friends here that actually works at my favorite little store here in town. Green Gear Cannabis actually is one of my favorite stores here in Cranbrook. The people there are great. The owner is terrific. And never mind that I won their 420 package, right? So I will promote the fuck out of that store. They are great people that work there. Actually, one of the other workers that works there too, she was my trainer when I worked at the garden center, and then she left. And I was really sad because if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have got through my first month at that place. She was super patient with me. She's just a super nice girl. Anyway, she left, and then that's where she went. So I started going there to see her, to be fair. And then I just don't go anywhere else. They have, and I used to go to another store here in town, and yeah, one of their workers decided to come off on me one day about the Prime Minister. That's probably something you don't want to do. Just saying. Anyway, so that was, sorry, I guess what I was doing. And before the break, I said I was going to open my box here. Awesome shoes. They're from the United Kingdom. I ordered these online, I thought, from Amazon. Well, I did order them from Amazon. And they better be like the real thing, or I'm going to be pissed, because I paid a lot of fucking money for these. And I don't normally spend this kind of cash on myself. But like I said, I've been having such a hard time finding shoes. And I did buy a pair of Birkenstock here in town, but they're like the kid size and they're the plastic fucking shoe. And they still they still hurt my fucking toes. Like every night I come home, because my toes just sit at the edge of them, and because of my arthritis, my toenails, they're thickening. So anything that touches the top of them. And I thought that was me because I had toe fungus, or, I'd gone to the doctor, everything, right? And then I went to see my rheumatoid specialist. She goes, "Oh no, that's a sinus psoriatic arthritis." She goes, "But you only have it in 2 toes, so it's like a combination of, RA and psoriatic." But I don't get psoriasis, right? And that was one of the first things she asked me when I first went in there. was, do you suffer from psoriasis? And I'm like, no, never had eczema as a kid. I used to get like hives though, like all of a sudden I'd break out and like it looked like I had bug bites all over my legs and stuff. And I could never figure that out. And then I would be in pain and stuff. But it wasn't eczema. It wasn't psoriasis. It wasn't the same, almost like a shingle. Like I get that shingle here too, right? Which I never got as a kid. That's why when I went to see the doctor, I thought it was always a cold sore. And I figured I'd picked it up somewhere along my drug fucking days, like using somebody else's pipe or whatever, right? And then to find out that it's an autoimmune thing and it's a shingle, and that's where it hits me, is here, because that's where the virus first hits, is your, anyways, medical science, right? I'm not a doctor, but holy moly, like the stuff that they learn and the stuff that they know when you actually go to see them. Why we will go back to the, the home blood test. Like, I'm sorry. I understand the whole naturopath thing. I get it. You want to be healthy. You think that the pharmaceuticals are fucking killing you, your livers, your kidneys, all these things, right? I get it. I get it. Because I was there. I was never going to fucking take pills. I was never going to fucking get a vaccine. I was never going to go see a fucking doctor. The only reason why I went to see a doctor well, never mind, I got fucking pregnant. But before that, the only reason why I had ever gone to see a doctor again, because I had gone and I knew, I was talking to my mom. I was, well, you were diagnosed with colitis in 1986. So I was talking about my stomach always hurt and blah. And she just kind of reminded me, and I was like, because after I finally got out of that abusive relationship and got myself healthy enough to realize that that it wasn't all the drugs that I was doing. Because it wasn't like I had a 6-month stint. Okay, before that I had a job and I raised my kids and I was like pretty normal until that February in 2005. And that February in 2005, I fucking fell down. I fucking drove I walked into my apartment, saw what I saw, walked out, turned around, drove straight to I can say his name because he's no longer with us. One of my friends, John Madani. I drove straight to his fucking place and I said, I need a gram of blow. And then I stayed there for 5 days. And then it just continued until, October of 2005. So it was, so after that, I had some problems with my lungs. I figured I had asthma. I was from smoking crack, right? Whatever. Fucking fucked up my lungs, fucked up everything. Went to my doctor, got out of it, and pretty much said, hey, I was a drug addict and I needed fucking help, which fucked me. Don't ever do that, because when I had Taven, then they're looking at me like, oh, you're a drug addict. Meanwhile, my mother had ran around for years telling everybody I was a drug addict because I smoked weed. Seriously, like that was the hardest drug back when I was younger, my ex-husband and I had left because he was selling blow back in the 80s when I was in my teens, and we had left because he was going to get himself busted, right? So I dabbled a bit, but I wasn't using a lot because I was a teenager, okay? Like I was 17, 18 years old. I was working as a hairdresser. I had a full-time job. And then when Sandy pulled that shit and we had to fucking leave and go move to Calgary, right? My parents packed up our fucking house. My parents did, and moved everything to fucking Calgary because we ran. Because of shit he was doing, right? So because of that, and then my mom walked into our place after that and smelled weed and then fucking turned around and walked out. And then he got busted for trafficking, conspiracy for the purpose of trafficking cannabis, okay? And then he did jail time. And then we got married, and that was 1991, all right? So already, in 1991, I was 21 years old. So prior to me being 21 years old, I'd already been through all this shit. Okay? From 16 to 21. And then I met my ex. One of them. And that was a fucking nightmare. And again, he was, all about smoking cannabis, which is fine. Whatever. Selling, doing whatever. Gangster. Okay? I had 3 kids with that piece of shit. He's dead now, too. Anyways, so cannabis has kind of been all around me since I was 16, but I didn't start actually smoking it till I was 18 because I was one of those like, oh, if I can't beat him, I might as well join him, because Sandy was going to not ever stop. And he was an alcoholic. Okay. He was 6 years older than I was. He'd already in the 16 years old, within the first 6 months of me being with him, he'd already gone to Renfrew once, which is a detox center in Calgary for alcohol, because he had come home drunk one night and tried beating up his fucking stepbrother. So, like I said, from 16 to 21, I'd already lived it. And then it got worse. So when I hit the crack pipe when I was 35, okay, I was 35, right? In 2005, when all this shit went down. So, so once all that stuff had, kind of rambled on, I mean, I drank a lot when I was younger too, but nothing like, I wasn't like sitting on East Hastings banging needles. I never stuck a needle in my arm with drugs, ever, ever, never. Okay. Never done heroin. All right. Never done that opioid stuff. It was always cocaine and cannabis and alcohol. Those were the only three drugs. Mushrooms, but that's like, I don't like them either. They made me feel fucky. I don't like being out of control. But then being diagnosed with attention deficit, which I found out after too, all the cocaine made sense. You know what I mean? It all made sense because of stimulant. Because when I smoked or I snorted, I felt normal. I would go to sleep. People look at me like, what the fuck is wrong with her? She was never, it doesn't show it. Send her to the store for a lighter. Remember that, folks? Anyways, again, it all made sense. But my mother then told me I'd diagnosed with colitis. And like I said, I wasn't into the doctor. But I was living in Tabor and I'd started doing cannabis activism. And I had a new doctor. I had Evelyn Harden-Shue for years. And she would have done everything for me too. But I ended up with Wade Steed, who was a Mormon on top of all of this, which sucked. And he wasn't a great doctor either, right? To be fair. But Michelle Rainey had said something to me. And it was her words that said, I will get you to a doctor if your doctor will not help you. In fact, I still think I have the email in my Hotmail that she sent me saying, do whatever it takes, Tamara. Get yourself a diagnosis and I will get you a doctor that will sign your paperwork for you. Because in order for you to be louder, you need to be legal. And I will live and die on that sword. And Michelle Rainey told me, in order to be louder, to get legalization, you need to be legal. And I started my journey and my quest to get a legal licensing and fighting with the doctors. Because the doctors weren't allowed to sign because the Alberta College of Physicians refused to allow it. That was my first fucking plight. My first real plight was fighting with Alberta College of Physicians to get my doctor's ability to sign my paperwork there. And they wouldn't. So in 2012, I flew after I'd had Taven. So all this started 2007-ish. And then I ended up pregnant with the boy and stop everything. Because you can't be going for legal marijuana cannabis licensing when you're pregnant, right? That was going to be a non-stop. Like that's a non-starter, right? There's no doctor in this country, in this world, that's going to sign you for legal cannabis when you're pregnant. It's not going to happen. So I had to stop everything till after I had Taven, which was in December of 2009. I think I hit my licensing 2012. So for 3 years, I did everything that I did. No, yeah, because he was 18 months old when I got busted. Or just a little under 18 months old, because I got my license in 2012. He was born in 2009. He wasn't 3. But he was born, maybe I did get my, no, we were in Tabor. I don't know. That doesn't make much sense because I think Taven was only 8 months old when I got my license. So it was 2009? No, 2010. When did I go? I have to go back and look. That doesn't make any sense. Taven was not 3 years old because he was 18 months old when we moved to Coronation. And I'd gotten my license. So it was 2010, I guess, that I first went out. Yeah, it must have been 2010. Wow. Yeah, 2010 I got my licensing. Oh, fuck. I think it was 2012. Because that one I got married in 2012 when I was in Coronation. I got my licensing when we were still living in Tabor. So I got my license in 2010. Because I got busted in 2010. Taven was born in December 2009. Yeah, because he was born in, and I flew to Ottawa in February of 2010 for our first fucking protest. And I was living in Tabor. and maybe he was a year old. It was February 2011. Because he was born 2009. 2010, December, he would have been a year. And it was February 2011. Must have been 2011. Here I am. Yeah, 2011. Anyways, I got my licensing on. But again, I had to fly to Cohill, Ontario, well, to Toronto. Well, I went to Ottawa first. We protested in Ottawa. And then I hooked up with Vicky Fleming, and she drove me to Cohill, Ontario. And I saw Dr. Cameron, and I flew home with license. Now, to be fair, my doctor in Tabor got me the colonoscopy, got me the diagnosis, wrote a letter saying that, you know, I had mentioned that I wanted whatever, and I took all this paperwork with me off to Cohill. So that's how I got my first licensing. Now, when I moved to Hannah, I was able to get my doctor in Hannah to actually sign my paperwork because he said it was his clinic and he'd do what he wanted of it. Now, he didn't think that it was really helping me at all, like with my inflammation and stuff. He wasn't sure. He didn't know enough about it. But if I felt that it was giving me a better quality of life, that's all he cared about. And it was giving me a better quality of life because he wasn't prescribing me Asacol and codeine and all the shit that I had already been through with Dr. Steed to get me to where I had to get the colonoscopy to get the diagnosis for colitis to be able to go see Dr. Cameron to get a license for cannabis. And for a lot of people, it's not quite that easy. But again, in the back of my head, I had Michelle Rainey saying, you have to be legal to be louder. And I did my first global marijuana march in Lethbridge in 2008 without a license because I didn't really think anything of it. I really hadn't thought about it. Like licensing. What? Medical. There's nothing wrong with me. Right? There's plenty wrong with me. Rheumatoid arthritis now too. Never mind the attention deficit that my parents just kind of left to the wayside. I'm not really sure if it was, you know, mom said, oh, the medication made you worse. Okay, maybe it did. I don't remember. I was a kid. I remember being floundering a lot. I remember not finishing anything. I remember being very scattered and always bored. I'm medicated now. Has it made a difference? You bet. Do I like it much? No. I don't, like I said, I wasn't that girl to run out and get pills. I was the last person. Everybody was, are you on antidepressants? Because you got rheumatoid arthritis, you must be depressed. No. Matter of fact, I do not take antidepressants. Probably why I'm fucking crazy. But cannabis kind of keeps me, you know. I used to say, you know, what does cannabis do for me? Stops me from wanting to kill people. Because I was a hairdresser for years, right? And having somebody in your chair sometimes made you want to kill somebody. Apparently I'm throwing my doobies around. All right. We got a few minutes left. I've actually successfully rambled on for another hour, wasted people's time for another hour. But if you stuck with me for this hour, I appreciate it. And like I said, I do a lot of ranting and raving about cannabis because, you know, in reality, you know, we haven't gotten where we need to be for patients. You know, I mean, the recommendations are, you know, decent. And the whole fact of 95%, you know, crime rates being down 95%, that's epic. Okay. In hindsight, that's fucking epic. People aren't getting busted for fucking smoking joints. Cops couldn't be bothered, even if it's not supposed to be smoked in public. I highly doubt they're like ripping you down and SWAT teaming you, right? They got more important things to worry about, like fucking murders and car thefts and fucking rapes and fucking organized crime that are fucking now stealing people to fucking, you know, take their kidneys. I think I'd be more concerned about that than a plant. Human trafficking. Like, there's got to be other things, you know, to worry about putting people in jail for. But I'd like to see some reform done to our justice system, for sure. I'd like to see some stuff done with the youth justice, for sure. Our kids are getting away with fucking bloody murder, and nobody cares. And nobody's helping them. And nobody's doing anything to make the situation any better. And our kids are fucking dying of drug overdoses. And it's not even crime. It's drug overdose. We had a 13-year-old girl here die of a fucking fentanyl overdose. BC's, decriminalization, they say wasn't working. I think it was. I think it just gave the drug dealers fucking a goddamn fucking green light to fucking sell more toxic poison. Because it was like, oh, they were giving away free drugs. No, they weren't. There was still no safe access. And that was the whole point of legalization of cannabis, safe access. No more moldy weed. No more seeds. No more fucking gangsters getting away with fucking growing fucking pesticidal fucking over fertilized fucking cash crops. Oops. Yeah, we did that. And now I can go to a store and I can buy out of 1,000 different strains what I want. When it says it's green crack, it's green crack. It's not some guy down the block saying, I think it might be this. Or it's pot. That was a good one. What strain is this? Oh, it's pot. Pot's all the same. No more of that. You can actually go to a store and have the terpenes and all the, all the testing done. So as much as I hate legalization to a point, I love it. I don't have to wait for anybody for 2 days to maybe bring me a bag of weed that's full of seeds. Or really isn't that great to begin with, or it's wet. Or not cured properly. Or it's supposed to be, hydro when it's fucking greenhouse or outdoor. If I want to buy outdoor weed, I can go to the store now and buy outdoor fucking cannabis. But I don't have to guess whether it's outdoor, greenhouse, or fucking something from somebody's fucking bathtub. You don't like legalization? That's on you. You want to call it cop weed or whatever the fuck. I hear on my friends say, it's cop weed. I'd never spend a dime on that shit. Then don't. I don't give a flying hoot where you buy your cannabis. I know for me it's safe. I know that I'm not going to have to worry about my kid going to the fucking skate park and fucking picking up something that's fucking laced. Or myself, for that matter. Some people have no scruples. That's what you don't get. In this society that we've got now, people are fucked. You think they give a fuck if your kid fucking dies? They don't. All they care about is fucking putting money in their pocket. And that's relevant. And that's apparent. Even in my own fucking town. It's fucking pathetic. Anyways, we're going to fucking finish off the show with seeing what Tamara's new kicks look like. Because Tamarawana is pink. And like I said, these better be the real thing. Because I will be fucking pissed that I spent this kind of money if they're not real. Oh, they're in the box. But counterfeit probably comes in the same box. But like I said, I highly doubt that I bought them off Amazon. I had no idea they were coming from the fucking UK. It took fucking 3 weeks to get the fucking things. You can't buy these in Canada anywhere in my size. You seriously can't. I've been trying to find a pair of fucking knees or something for my poor little feet in my size for fucking weeks. So these are supposed to be a 2.5. Let's see if they fit. Dun, 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 dun. Look at them fucking puppies. All right. There's one. There's the other. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see if they fit. Oh. Okay. Guess what? They fit! Yay! Tamarawana's got new kicks. Fuck, finally. Oh, and they feel good. Birkenstocks. Okay, so yes, I spent way too much fucking money on these fucking things. And I waited 3 weeks for them. But they fit. They actually fit. Yay, tell you luck. Mom got new shoes and they fit. All right. Well, that'll wrap us up. I guess we got about 5 minutes left. I want to thank everybody for watching and supporting our network and our shows. It's amazing that after 20 years, I don't even know. I'm going to Google that too because I don't even know how long I've been doing this for. Like, I have to like give my head a shake some days and go, how long you been doing this? You don't know. I have no idea. I just fucking keep on doing it. And I don't even know why. 2024 minus 2027 or 2000. So it's 2024. Yeah. Minus 2007. 17 years. I've been doing this for 17 fucking years. Not this, but fighting for fucking cannabis and our rights as patients for 17 years this June. June 6, 2007, I started this shit show. So it's coming up 17 years. It's fucking incredible, to be honest. Fucking incredible that I've stuck to something this long. And that's it more than anything. You know, squiggly here, scatterbrain, fucking doesn't usually stay with much. Like, I pretty much never really finished much of anything in my life, except for raising my boy. I'm still doing that and sticking with Alvin, I guess, and this and my dogs. Yeah. So, friends, I hope you have a great week. It's going to be, I think, 30 degrees here today. Don't forget to get your seeds ready. Get popping, or get your cloning. Get ready to get your stuff out, whether it's cannabis, whether it's lettuce, whether it's your radishes. In fact, I'm going to go and plant my peas in my pot and my tomatoes when I get off here. I have to work again at 3, and it's 1 o'clock. So I do this. I, get on the air noon, 1 o'clock. Today it's like skip the shower day and plant, and I'll, because I work till 3 to 10 tonight, but I got to get those peas in the ground today. So peas, carrots, all your gardening, May long, is this weekend coming. So I usually wait till after that because we usually get snow, inevitably. But this May long, they're not calling for any precipitation at all, and it's supposed to be 30 degrees all weekend. So I'm thinking I'm going to get those peas popped out today, and yeah. My basil's in the ground. I got some basil growing already. And like I said, my first cannabis seeds were duds. So we're going to start all over again. I did yesterday. I popped a bunch more yesterday. So let's hope that them little suckers get going. And I'm going to pull the rock wool out and get them popped in there today too. And give them some more moisture. Because the paper towel just doesn't seem to want to hold the moisture as well. I guess the new ones, the Bounty, like, because it sucks all the moisture up. And it wants to hold it. It doesn't hold it. It lets it, like, it evaporates fairly quickly. So I think I'm just going to put my seeds straight into the rock wool, soak them pretty good, and put them underneath some lights and see what we get going. Anyways, you all have a great week. I will be back on Wednesday night. I think Al's got a thing to do, and I'm not sure if we're going to just run a rerun or if I'm going to go out alone. I'm going to see if I can find a guest for Wednesday night. If I can find a guest for Wednesday night, I'm going to probably go out alone. If I can't find a guest for Wednesday night, we're going to probably play a replay, because I have a hard enough time talking to myself for an hour, never mind 90 minutes. Anyways, you all have a great week. I will see you I'll see you either Wednesday or next Monday. You all take care. See ya.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I love that little thing at the end. Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment here on April 14th, 2024.
May
24. And have another birthday. Wait, I can't see my screen. Is this one right?
Okay. Yep.
Please welcome my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy, and myself, Steve, brought to you by paceradio.net and streaming everywhere. Welcome to an awesome day.
You really want to turn 64 this year, don't you? That's why you went backwards, right?
Progression of regression.
The joke, the explanation behind that is when the last time I was out in BC and we were talking about Steve's upcoming birthday, he kept saying that he was turning a year older than what he was actually turning. So that's just a little bit of the backstory of he wants to be 64.
Because when I'm 64.
Yeah, there's a song. You're dying to sing it, aren't you?
No, I want to sing the When I'm 94.
That'd be a cool one to sing too. Yeah.
Yeah. Mika's singing When I'm 130. Because she's already 129.
Yeah, she's an old girl, and it's amazing that she's still going. I love the daily videos and the daily pictures when I'm not there. It's pretty cool to see her smile when she's out sniffing. She seems to get out and go for those walks with you, whether it be in the park across the street or the beach. And it's just like all of her pain kind of disappears and she just goes to sniffing, and she could spend hours doing it.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. Brightens up my day every time.
Yeah. And those smiles that she has in the videos are just something else.
I love now when I come walking up with the camera, she gets ready. She knows I'm going to put my hand out and rub her chin now. She gets all ready. It's like, yeah, give me the rub. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, how you been?
I'm doing, I have to use the word okay today. I have this is one of the side effects of addiction that I have had. I have thin enamel on my teeth and bad gums. And it comes from years and multitudes of prescription drugs. And my bottom is much worse because when I was into cocaine, I would take the rest of the line and I'd put it on my bottom gums. And because of that, I have ended up with a lot of issues. So I have problems with another tooth. I'm in a lot of pain, but I am here and I am smiling.
Get a string, wrap it around it, tie it to the door handle, get the camera aimed on it, and slam the door for us.
Get the camera aimed on. You want to see me scream.
I think it only ever worked on TV because it never worked for me.
No, it worked when I was a kid and the tooth was already 99% loose. But for the issues that I'm having, I don't think that's the right answer. I do have an appointment.
Pain lets you know you're alive.
It does. Yeah, it's saying, you're alive,
Yeah.
you're alive, you're alive, you're alive. But yeah.
More alive than you want to be in the moment.
At the moment, yeah. But I have some of this beautiful clove bud oil that you gave me, and I have the salt water rinse. So I'll make it to the dentist, and then after I see the dentist, it'll be so much better until the past addiction takes over another tooth, and it's sadly one of the things that addiction does, that these prescription medicines or drugs do. It's sadly a result of my past.
Reminds me of that Queen song. Another one gone and another one gone and another one bites the dust.
It's not biting the dust or anything anymore.
It's bites to dust. Hey, got that word wrong. It's supposed to be bites to dust.
Yeah, bites to dust. But it is what it is. And I am surviving, and I'm thankful for cannabis oil that I've been spreading on it and clove bud oil that I've been spreading on it, and life will be better in a couple of weeks.
Yes, dental.
Not that it's bad now, it's just that. Yeah.
Wow.
So enough of my complaining. How are you?
Oh, we get to go to my complaining now?
Sure, why not?
Well, I'm going to complain because, we've been having a lot of blue sky, and it just seems like a reason to complain. The flowers.
It's terrible.
Spring is spring,
Move my camera a little bit. Outside that door, there is a window, and it is nothing but sunshine and blue skies today. We are up to about 22 degrees.
Oh, damn. So my braggarting isn't even working. That's okay, because I'm lying. We got that nice hazy blue, where those planes fly over and the contrails spread out and make the sky all hazy. That's what we got right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I go out after the podcast and we've got that going on here too.
But cooling the northern hemisphere of the planet.
And that's strange, isn't it? I have noticed the last couple of years, last summer in particular, that we will have a heck of a hot day and it'll be like 80 million degrees. But at 10 p.m. when the sun's going down, you better get a sweater because it gets chilly.
There's a whole department at Harvard that people can study all that about. It's run by David Keith. It's about geoengineering. And he outright says in his TED Talks, we're trying to cool the northern hemisphere of the planet to slow the melting of the polar ice caps.
Yeah, well, if you go by what I felt last summer, they sure are. Because like I said, I remember even 10 years ago, it would be hot all day. We would be dying all day. And you better have your fans faced right at the bed when you go to bed because it's going to still be hot all night. And I remember those days, And it really wasn't that long ago. But like I said, now when that sun goes down, I don't care if it was the hottest day of the year. You better get a sweater because it's going to get cool.
Yep. Grab the quilt. Woo!
Yep. Which I don't mind. It makes it for easier sleeping in the summer, but at the same time, it's not natural. It's weird.
But I do like the deep blue skies that we used to have. But hey,
Yes.
let's
Yeah.
get out of the conspiracy theory talk. Although there is a department at Harvard, it's the geoengineering department, where they literally teach you all about stratospheric aerosol injection and what they're doing. But
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they're admitting what they're doing, and it's interesting stuff. It's not necessarily conspiracy theory anymore, because the governments have admitted that they're trying to do this and why they say they are trying to do this. So it's not really conspiracy anymore. They've put it out there, and it's become fact. I just find it really weird.
Yeah. But hey, man has a better idea. They're going to save everything. Like, look at all the species we've saved over the last 100 years.
Yeah.
We've got a better idea. We're going to fix it, damn it.
Yep.
You don't sound like you believe me.
Nope.
Well, I'm sure a bunch of our viewers do.
Okay. Especially with the giggling that you're doing around what you're saying. They're going to absolutely believe you.
Did you have a cacao today?
Yeah, I did. But I'm keeping mine hot.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. I'm currently having mine at lukewarm. By the end of the show, I'll be drinking a cold one if I haven't finished it.
Oh, I can't do cold cacao. No.
What do you mean? It's just like chewing soggy chocolate.
No. I like my cacao hot. So today, and I find it interesting that I have been bothered by my tooth in the last 24 hours, and knowing where it's coming from. And today we are diving back into the addiction talk. It's something that we have both had as part of our lives in different ways. I just freely admitted here not very long ago that I was a cocaine addict. I was also an alcoholic, addicted to cigarettes, addicted to trauma, and I had a slew of pharmaceuticals that I took on a regular basis, and I was severely addicted to them. You, on the other hand, have had, some of your own battles, but you have watched loved ones, specifically your daughters, go through a very large battle. And we've had both of the girls on in the past, a couple of shows each. And really we extended the shows too, because they had a lot to tell us, a lot to say. It was an incredible interviews from both of them. And today we were hoping to have them both back. And unfortunately, Katie isn't able to make it. And that's okay, because it just gives us a chance to talk to Jesse alone. And then we can bring Katie on alone as well. And, this way they're not interrupting each other, and they can both get out everything they want to say. And I think that's...
come on. They wouldn't interrupt each other.
No, not at all. So today we do have Jessie Mather joining us. She was on, it was close to a year ago now, wasn't it? 9 or 10 months?
Really?
Has it been that long?
I honestly, I don't know.
No.
I'm lucid with that thing we call time.
Yeah, me too. But she was on for a couple of shows, and she told us a lot of her story. And lately there have been some changes. There have been some different things happening, and there have been some plans that have started to be made. And the girls wanted to come on back on and give us an update on what they've been going through in the last 6 to 10 months, because we're not sure how long ago they were on. Yeah, and we jumped at the chance, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Katie can get her phone working and do a call-in log-in at some point through the show.
Yeah, and if she doesn't, that's okay. We will have her on again. Oh, you're back. He's getting a call, ladies and gentlemen, so he's just doing the ignore thing on the call, and Steve will be right back. And when he comes back, we will bring Jessie on, to be part of the show. And again, Jessie has been living in Vancouver, and she, when she was a teenager, was introduced to some drugs, and later on, as you heard in past podcasts, she and her sister at the same time were attacked by a dog. Saving Jessie's son, the two girls were badly ripped apart. And Jessie herself ended up with over 50 stitches, and had to fight, I believe, a police officer, and if I remember correctly, a citizen as well got hurt by the dog. You're muted. I can't hear you. I'm not sure what's going on. It sometimes happens when no, we can't hear you now. We might have to this sometimes happens when he gets a phone call, and that's okay. We do not have any shows after this until my show at 7 p.m. So we're okay to go a little bit longer. You might have to leave the room and come back in. I can't hear you now. Steve will be right back, and I'm just going to continue chatting. So Steve and Jessie aren't here to hear this right now, but that's okay. We can let them know what I'm saying when they get back. Like I was saying, the girls were out, Katie with her dog and Jessie with her son, and the girls were out together. They were at a park. The son was playing, and the dog decided to take his exception and went after Jessie's son. And Jessie and Katie did what they had to do. I can hear you now. And got the little one to safety and warded off the dog, but the two girls got very hurt in the process. And the doctors decided that fentanyl was a great thing to treat them with. If you saw the last two interviews, you would have heard the whole story. And I really think that I should be quiet now and let Steve chat, that he's got his mic back.
You can hear us? We're good?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they were actually using the oxys, the fake fentanyl oxys, prior to them getting the real fentanyl in the hospital for their wounds. There was already a problem developing, and the dog attack just pretty much sealed the deal that there was not going to be a chance of recovery in that moment. But I missed what you said on most of that because I was resetting up. Should we?
Yeah, I mean, what I said was I look at the girls like heroines. The addiction that they got was the side effect of what they had to do to protect Jessie's son, and they did that. The young fella didn't get a mark on him, and then sadly later on they paid the price. For their past decisions, when it came to the oxys, and and then the doctor kind of solidified everything. But the wonderful part of that story is that Jessie's son didn't get touched. They saved him, and they are heroines for that. And I think that they need to be celebrated for what they did. They protected him from getting hurt, and I think that part is extremely beautiful.
Yes, I have to agree.
Yeah.
Well, should I invite her to the seat?
I think we should. To the hot seat.
Okay, finish chewing up all my pistachios you're eating, and
You're good.
she found my bag of pistachios.
One of your bags of pistachios.
I don't like them usually when they're on stuff, but by themselves, I like them.
How you doing?
Doing okay. Just, I can't remember if the last time I was on, if I was.
I don't think you were even in the shelter there yet.
Oh, so.
No, you were living out of the truck.
Oh, right. Staying in your van a lot. So,
Okay, don't eat when you're on the show.
Sorry.
It's rude.
I-
That's me being a dad. Sorry, I said that quite horribly. Excuse me, Pumpkin. Could you please not eat while you're on the show?
Sorry, I had two left. So, yeah, I ended up getting into a shelter. It's through Atira Housing in Vancouver, and I tried like staying in shelters before, both in Abbotsford and in Vancouver, and I just have not had good experiences in shelters and stuff. So
give us some of the details. What are the differences between them?
Well, the difference is that this is an all women's place. So, like, when you're down in those places, there's a lot of weirdos and like people that don't like have negative intentions towards you, right? And I just don't think that where women are sleeping and in vulnerable states should be mixed with men in those kind of places. Like, it's not, that's the most vulnerable women in our society, and they're being mixed with some of the most dangerous men in our society. So I don't think that, I think that the shelters that have both men and women is a bad idea. And I had to deal with, men in those shelters just like exposing themselves, and like it's just disgusting. And so I told myself I would never go to a shelter in Vancouver again, even though that shelter wasn't bad in its own, like in the way that it was. And they did try to protect some women by having like a little room on the way to the bathroom where the women could sleep, but there was only 6 beds in there, bunk beds. So it's like, there's not really, there's so many people who need housing, right? And like those shelters are always full. All the shelters in Vancouver are always full. The one I'm at now is always full.
Is it always full of addicts, or is it full of addicts and homeless people?
Addicts and homeless people. There's a lot of people who aren't addicts. Like right now there's like 3 or 4 women. I guess it's not a lot, but it's a small percentage of there's always women in the shelter that aren't addicts. A
weird question, but over time, because you've been down in the downtown core for a while now, the homeless people that end up there that aren't addicts over the last couple of years, just from what you've seen, what type of percentage would you say become addicts while they're down there?
Oh, 50.
Wasn't much hesitation there.
I just counted the last 2 people who, and I'm thinking in my head, like, wow, that's a lot. That's actually even just 2 people that immediately come to mind became addicts while they were there. That there's more for sure.
That was one of the things I saw on a podcast. One of the guys was saying that, when they end up homeless, the pain gets bigger.
Yep, and they want to numb it.
Stop the pain.
I know 2 women alone who started using fentanyl who never touched opiates in their life living in that shelter.
It's and then there's the predators too, because there are predators that want to take advantage of somebody who is now homeless.
Yeah.
We've watched it here in Nova Scotia. We had a homeless encampment in Lower Sackville, and it was in a ball field, and it was done up like a very large community. It was as nice as they could make it. It was home to a lot of people. There were kids there, families there. And then, a dealer moved in who had a home, but of course they saw opportunity. Wow. And it was a community that maybe 10% of them were addicted to something. And then it got to be like bad. 80% of them became addicted. The place got trashed. They didn't care about their surroundings anymore, and the RCMP had to move in and shut it down. And so all of these people that had set up a home lost it.
Yeah.
It was sad.
Yeah, that's what I noticed on the Surrey Strip, because when I first started going there to see them when they were originally on the Surrey Strip, I met a lot of people that were just homeless or serious mental health issues.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, how does a person that can't even, communicate? There was that one lady that they took her coat and threw it. All she
Yeah.
slept on was she wasn't even communicative, but buried in addiction. And it's like, yeah, that's somebody taking advantage of situations, because once you've got them, you've got them.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. There, when I first moved into the shelter, there was a lady who, she didn't end up using, but she had major trauma. You could tell somebody traumatized her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. And she completely went almost completely mute. Like she did scream, and like she would say things sometimes, but she was still in major psychosis. But it wasn't drug-induced psychosis. She just went into psychosis, like she had schizophrenia or something. And she would piss the bed and sleep in it and sit in it and walk around the whole shelter sitting in all the chairs in pee wet pants. Like she couldn't, and this is like a 60-year-old woman, but she couldn't control it.
No.
And like, I know that's usually sexual abuse, like, so it was really sad. And she would always go into psychosis that the staff didn't want her there and she wasn't allowed to be there and that she had to leave. And then she wouldn't shower. And if she did shower, it sounded like she was getting dosed in acid. Like she would scream her head off. Like it was the worst experience ever. But she had to, because you're with a bunch of other people, and it's not fair to
But you
not
don't know,
take care of
because
your
the
hygiene.
abuser might have left her in a shower
Yeah.
and hit her with water, right? We don't know the situations. It's just
It was really
finding
sad.
the compassion.
And she's lived
sometimes
her
it's
whole
hard.
life. She raised kids. She was completely normal, and then something in her head, she just lost it. It's so
Well,
sad.
sometimes that happening doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I am going to break in right now because I have some news. Guest number 2 is in the waiting room.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I know that she can hear us. So
Let's talk about her then.
Yeah. Well, let's say the same stuff that we said before. We have both of your daughters here now, and they're heroines. And we need to be able to see them.
They use heroines.
Okay, so they're heroines that use heroin. Well, but that's beside the point. They're still heroines. Without, they saved Jesse's son.
Yeah.
And so that's how I want to introduce these two girls. So here's heroine number 2. Katie, we're about to bring you on, just so you know. I know you can hear us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse's sister, Steve's other daughter, Katie Mather.
Hey, Bunky Doo. Is your mic working? We can't hear you. Oh, there we are.
Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me?
Yeah,
I'm
we
so
can hear
sorry
you.
I'm late.
Oh, it's all good.
It's all good.
I'm amazed you showed up.
We're really happy you showed up.
It was really important to me. I was actually
Oh, you're cutting out. Oh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Say
now?
something.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, go. Just see if you can find a
It's
solid
lagged
place.
on my end.
Oh, you're
I'll
cutting
go
out.
closer to the router.
Yeah, do that.
Or just fly off and use your mobile data. And
I
it'll stop
am.
doing. Oh.
I think she just needs to get closer to
I
a
need
window.
to go on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, because the data's clicking out.
Yeah. Or go on Wi-Fi. and go
Wi-Fi.
closer to that fixes it. Okay, yeah. Log into
No, but
the
I don't know the
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Oh, just boot her out of the room for now, and then she can put the way.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep. So, Katie, we just put you out of the room. Once you're on Wi-Fi, just give me a wave, and I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, good idea.
There we go. Well, that was cool. I'm glad she showed up. I know she was excited about it. She posted last night.
Yeah.
She was the original one that actually said, hey, it'd be nice to come back on and talk about some of the new stuff we've learned about what's going on downtown and what's going on with us.
Yeah, so that's one thing I did want to talk about a little bit was I've had negative experiences in the shelters and stuff, but you know, the what Atira is doing in that shelter is actually really good. Like in a lot of the shelters in Vancouver, you have to leave in the morning. They kick you out at like 7 a.m. and you can't keep your stuff there. You can only keep your stuff there after you go back at 9, and you can have it there for the day, and then you have to be back before 11. If you're not there by 11, then you won't get in. You won't get a bed, and they put your stuff outside, and then everyone just steals it. So, with the Tira, with the house I'm in, it's called Sisterhood, and you're allowed to stay there all day. You can you get fed 3 meals a day and snacks, and you can have some snacks whenever you want. You just have to ask the staff there. You have your own little pod, and I actually noticed that it wasn't like that before. You didn't get your walls. It was just a bunch of mattresses in that room. And in COVID, they had to put those up because people weren't allowed to lay right next to each other.
Right.
So they made all that walling and stuff during COVID, and then kept it up, which is sweet for, you know, us.
Yeah, it
because
gives you individual
we
spot.
get our own little walls, and they give you a bin, 2 bins, so you're allowed to have all your stuff in your bins, your clothes and stuff. You're allowed to put like 2 hooks on the walls, and you can hang some stuff up, and then you get a rolling bin for all your shoes. And then you also get a second bin that you can put all your valuables in that lock up, and then they have a key to it. So that's really cool because, you know, when in addiction, a lot of people steal. That's just the way it is. Like, they need to steal to get by, and it's something that's kept them safe. And, you know, whatever, I'm sick or high, and that's what they do. That's what they're good at. And it is what it is. I don't ever take it personally anymore because it's not personal, and people who take it personally just don't understand where those people are coming from. I've had lots of friends that steal. It's just, it sucks, but it's the way it is. They see that's helped them.
It's opportunity to not be sick.
Mm-hmm. So it happens a lot in those shelters, and it's really cool that they have those bins that lock up because I don't know any other shelters that have that. And there's one other shelter in that area that's similar. But you're allowed to go in and out, and anybody can go in and out except for not men. It's all women. And that's a problem.
Because some women will just come in to steal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened with Katie recently. She went in there to shower and stuff, and someone left with her bag. So, and she had all her belongings in there. And that just, you know, it sucks because for me, I like to say like, oh, that person needed that a lot more than I did, you know, so that's why they needed to take it or whatever, right? But when it comes to stealing every single belonging, like, that's like, they don't need that. They're just being greedy.
Yeah, but some people grab and run, and then they'll sort stuff out later and throw the rest
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
Yep.
That's kind of shitty.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's really cool, and they have a cleaning lady that comes in and cleans everything because unfortunately it is like really close to the water and stuff. There's a lot of
It's
rodents
actually,
and
how
stuff.
many blocks is it from Main and Hastings? Because most people will know what Main and Hastings is.
It's I would say like right
or
there. It's
4
right
blocks.
there. It's right if you
It's
walk
like
just down the
1,
road. It's
2,
right in between
3.
Gore and Dunleavy, and then you just 3 blocks up is Hastings. Yeah. And Main and Hastings is, you just go 3 blocks this way, 3 blocks this way.
Yeah, so 6 blocks away is Main and Hastings.
Yeah.
I notice it's a very the area is densely populated with people in addiction and homelessness.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's sad because a lot of those people, they like, especially the people who are homeless who don't do drugs. It's scary for them, you know. And but I have noticed that they come in really scared, and then they, as they get to know people, they aren't as scared anymore. I think because they realize, hey, these people are just people.
Yeah.
They're not.
Well, there's stories, the notorious downtown east side, and there's been lots of stuff happen on the notorious downtown east side. You know, yes, there's a lot of predators that go down there. What are you going to find on the downtown east side? That's a great place for murder to hide.
Yeah.
Right? And what happened over there through the years? Well, there's the stories of the murders. There's the stories of the Pictons. There's, you know, there's a lot of stories, and people hear the stories, and, you know, nobody says, oh, hey, there's this, you know, the night I was down there with Katie going to get the pie and ice cream for my birthday. She stopped at absolutely everybody that looked like they might have been overdosed and made sure that they were okay.
And I would like to hear more about that, but it's a good time for a break.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Oh, it's that time. Time for us to give some time to our sponsors, show you some great products, and we'll be back right after that here on paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, they didn't play the "If you got a pain that kicks your ass, you can get medicine made of grass." They didn't play that one.
You should write that song for them.
Might have. Bunky Doo. You know.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, it's lagged.
Oh no, she's gone again. She'll be back.
Ah,
So you guys went for what was it? Pie.
And ice cream or milkshake. No, ice cream.
Yes.
No, milkshake.
I don't remember.
It was pie and a milkshake.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes, and Katie checked on everybody she saw.
Absolutely everybody. Everybody that looked like they may have been overdosed. And one of them, which was kind of interesting, the guy she spent extra time on because he seemed like he may have needed Narcan. And when he finally answered her and showed that he was alive, she said, "Dude, you're so far down, you're going to get dug." And getting dug is like all your stuff gets ripped off. So she made him sit up and get in a better position and pull his stuff into him so he didn't get dug.
Ah, that's
It's
good.
like when you're sitting out and all your stuff is like flailed out around you because you just fell asleep from the drugs and you don't notice all your stuff is like your wallet and your money and everything's all lying out, or it's sticking out of your pocket, and you just become like a bigger target, you know, because people are going to find you anyways, and if you fall asleep on the street, that's what happens.
Well, if I remember right, didn't you get once, Katie, where they socks?
Oh, I've heard lots of people talk about that.
No.
Your shoes taken twice, your Jordans.
Oh yeah, the first time I ever went downtown, I knew nothing about the downtown east side. All I knew was that the Surrey Strip was gone, I was on a relapse, and that you could get drugs at Main and Hastings. And I went down there. I went down there from head to toe wearing all red and white. And I went in behind the Carnegie, and I got jumped by 4 people, and they took everything, including my shoes and my socks, and I walked around for 3 days with no shoes or socks. And nobody would give me any socks.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you could have dug somebody and stole theirs.
Yeah.
Look, size 13
Yeah.
clown. Woo! Just
The
kidding.
worst part is when you're walking with someone down the street on Hastings, and the person you're walking with, who you think might actually be a decent person, stops when they see someone who's passed out, and they do this.
Yeah.
Did you see what I did?
No.
They're saying, "Oh,
Yeah, she did the
quiet."
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah, because they're going to dug them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Oh, what's going on?
I know, that's so messed up.
Do the Dougie. Do the Dougie.
I can honestly say I've never done to anybody.
Me neither.
no, I mean, oh,
Never.
you're back. You good?
Just, we've only done
Really?
each other.
There
I've
we
never
go.
done
I'm
you.
just kidding. It's the light that it's the light. I'm just joking.
You'd be lucky if it was Jesse dugging you all
No,
the time.
I actually
You'd
go
get your
in-
stuff back.
And make sure all your stuff's in your pockets.
Yeah. I know. I do the same thing for you.
So you were pretty excited about being on this show. So tell us the reasons.
I'll be honest. I can't. So this is what happened. I came out to Surrey because I was supposed to be going to Langley to see a good friend of mine who just got her grandson taken from the ministry because both her son and his baby mama are in addiction, and so she's fighting to get custody of her grandson right now, and she needed a friend, and I went on my little snail trail, and I ended up in Surrey, and I was at and I actually ran into an old friend of mine that we've been through a lot together, you know, and in recovery and in addiction, and she called me, so I went and seen her. We hung out for a few days. I was actually really, really, really dope sick for 3 days. I went 3 days without anything, and it was really, really hard, and I felt like I was gonna seizure. and she was just sweating bullets. You know, like we were both like taking
Why
turns
didn't you call
puking
me?
in the bathroom. Because my phone, I couldn't charge it.
You know my number.
Her phone wasn't working either. The place that we were at, the people were moving, and all the electricity in the house had already been turned off.
Oh yeah. But you
Yeah,
were still
so then
excited to come on the show.
I was. So then this is what happened. I ended up we ended up going, like, she has this like backup person that she sees that's like an older gentleman, and he's like, he's nice, and she helps take care of his bedridden ex-wife, you know, that's kind of like losing it a little bit. And so we went there and he helped us out, and then I left because I had plans to come see, you know, like our friends, you know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name names because I don't know if they want me to,
Yeah.
right? But I came here. I was supposed to come here yesterday, but I was standing at King George SkyTrain station. It was like, I had just talking to them at like 1 a.m. And then
Can
this
you look in the
girl
phone and quit
walks.
moving around?
Sorry, this girl walks by me and she just hands me a suitcase full of stuff, and I was like, what the hell, you know? And I hadn't opened it. I didn't even go through it for like 4 hours because I thought maybe she forgot it there or something. And then she never came back. So then all of a sudden these two guys walk by me and they're like, the one guy's like, I know you. And that happens a lot where people know me, but I don't remember meeting them or whatever. And they're like, come over to the park with us. And I didn't really want to, so I just kind of pretended to. And then I went into like the little like staircase like park area at Holland Park, and I just like turned my music on and like just kind of just zoned out for a sec. And then he came and grabbed me again, and then he's like, follow me. And so I ended up going to this house that I actually knew all the people there, and had been to that house before, and it's getting redeveloped. And they took all the furniture that had been taken out of the house, and they made like a house outside the house.
What the hell?
So everyone was chilling, like as if they were chilling in a living room, but like on the street, you know?
That's
Oh,
hilarious.
it was so funny. And then it ends up just being me, like last man standing. Everyone's passed out with all their shit spoiled everywhere.
What the
And I know. So I didn't want to leave anybody because I didn't want them all to get dug. So I just sat there and watched them for like 6 hours. The one guy hadn't slept for like 6 days. The one guy hadn't slept for like 10 days. Like, it was ridiculous.
So if somebody's going that long without sleeping, what drugs are they using?
It doesn't matter.
Usually stimulants.
I have down my methamphetamine use so much, and my stimulant use, I barely use it. I don't even use it every day, and I've gone 6-7 days without sleeping.
Wow. Wow, not good for the body.
No, it's really bad. It's really, really bad.
I don't know why. You know why? It's because when you're in recovery and you go to a recovery house or a treatment center in Vancouver, or in BC, they get money from the government if every single person, or they get kickbacks from every single person who's on 3 prescription drugs or more. So they want everybody on at least 3 pills. You have to. And
Methadone's one of
you're
them.
the doctor this week. You need to be on 3 pills. And so I took 100 milligrams of trazodone for like 2.5 years when I was sober.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
that's
now,
what I was on all
now that I don't have trazodone, I literally cannot sleep. I get such bad insomnia. It's crazy.
Really?
Well,
why don't you try something more like
natural?
natural?
Yeah, that is what I'm doing. I talked to one of the workers at the shelter, and I was saying I'm thinking about going on melatonin just to see if it helps. And she showed me this thing that is better than melatonin. Apparently, I forget what it is, but what the name of the thing is. I have to ask her again.
5-HTP.
Yeah, and
That's one that gets touted a lot.
because the melatonin is good, but like, where am I gonna get it? The stuff on the in the stores isn't real. They did tests on all those vitamins.
I
and
know, so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you could get any herbs and things and vitamins and stuff that could possibly help you. in
I
that.
know.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I do have this friend, like, he's out in BC, so he might be able to help you.
Dude, Jesse, doesn't your dad like do something with that?
Yeah, so
There's some. I'm sure there are some amanitas that are close, and if you take those and grind them up and roll them with a really good indica and maybe some blue lotus and smoke it, it'll knock you out.
Really?
Yep.
Really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have been trying smoking weed, because like I'm addicted to fentanyl and it doesn't help. I don't go when it doesn't make me fall asleep when I want to go to sleep. It makes me fall asleep when I don't want to be sleeping.
And the great thing about if you use the amanitas to go to sleep, I mean, take them in a tincture as well, they will also help curb your cravings for opiates.
Yeah, because
what exactly is Amanita?
That's
It's
the
a
red
mushroom.
and white mushroom.
Okay.
You know the red one with the white
That's
dot?
cool.
yeah, because
Oh.
that's really
See,
awesome.
you guys
I wanna
don't
do
know,
that.
but I picked a bunch of wild amanita this year, and it's already been dried, and it's already been I guess it would be a decarb aspect where the it's been converted over to the ibotenic acid is now muscimol, so that it can be put into caps and can be used for exactly that purpose.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be awesome. It would be so much better than having to take, because
Well,
I
it's part
stopped
of the-
taking
it's part of
trazodone.
Stone's a tough one to stop.
What
too.
happened?
That's a tough one to stop, and I know people that have to use a
You
lot
guys
of.
totally just blacked out there.
Oh.
Oh, are you back? Are we back? Can you hear
No,
us now?
you
Yeah, no,
did.
you
Yeah,
dropped
you're
out
back, but I don't.
5 seconds, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we don't know what you just said.
Oh well, I was just Dad was just saying that he picked a bunch of that.
Amanita.
Amanita.
So
Oh
I've
yeah,
got.
we heard that part.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
we were just talking about trazodone, and I was saying that trazodone's a tough one to get off. I've helped people do it, and
I had to do it.
got the trazodone. It's taken CBD, THC, a lot of nutrition, and a bunch of the microdoses, and it's it's a 90, 120 day run.
Yeah, because you don't sleep.
No,
And-
it makes
Mhm.
it
So
tough.
hard. It sucks. Like,
Oh,
and also
hey,
I think
Dad.
I was in a relationship with somebody for 6 years, so and now I'm sleeping alone.
Yeah.
That doesn't help either.
And that's something new that we actually we didn't bring up. The last time you were on, you were in that relationship. Near the end of it, as it turns out, because it wasn't really that long ago. And
Yeah,
and you broke up with him a couple months ago, 3 months ago.
No, actually, it's been like 7 months now.
Oh wow.
No, it hasn't been that long.
Yeah, it has. I was in Night and Day 2 years ago. Or I
Wow.
mean, no, I was in Night and Day a year ago. Sorry, exactly a year ago.
Yeah, but you guys were still together when you were living with me and Jen and Sean.
Yeah, which wasn't that long.
Yeah, but we've had.
Started this new relationship. That was that was 6 months after we broke up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the last time you were in you talk about it. The last time we had you on as well, Katie, you were in a relationship, and
Yep.
you're not now, are you?
No, he died from an overdose.
What?
What?
Mikey.
Yeah.
Oh, Mikey, right.
Okay, yeah, that's not where my mind went.
Me neither. I thought it was Travis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So if you were looking at numbers from the last year down there to current moment down there, are the overdose deaths more or less abundant than what you would like in
You
your
know
opinion?
what? They're definitely more, or if not the same, but it's just less talked about, and nobody really cares anymore.
That's true.
And that's the
It's sad.
truth, you know.
I've walked with so many people down there who just don't even know how to use naloxone. Some people don't
Yeah.
even choose to learn how to use naloxone because they just think it's not my problem.
Mhm.
Well, they shouldn't be using then. They say, "Oh, well, that's why I don't do fentanyl."
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is mindsets.
that's the risk we take.
One guy said, "Don't stop and help people." He grabbed me and stopped me from helping somebody because you miss out on money if you do that.
Yeah, this one guy, I ended up saying,
Oh,
That's okay. She's back. It'll take her a second to upload.
upload.
There you are. You're back. This one guy.
This one guy I used to, because I was in the same shelter that Jesse's in right now that I got kicked out of 3 years ago, and I used to do a little routine where I would leave the shelter and I'd walk a certain way, and I'd do my little rounds, and I would walk up Dunleavy towards Hastings, and there's a little shop on the corner there, and there's usually someone passed out beside the shop, and I check and see if they're still alive, and this time this guy wasn't. He was blue in the face, and the girl behind me happened to be the manager of the Atira buildings, and she had a backpack full of naloxone on her, and we Narcan the guy 8 times, you know, and the first thing he says when he wakes up is, "I didn't even do dope today." I'm like,
Wow.
"Buddy, it's okay. He had a pipe right beside him, clearly used, you know." I'm like, "It's okay. I used too. It's all right. You're okay. The ambulance is on its way. Don't get up too fast." And I was like, "You just overdosed." And he got up and ran as fast as he possibly could. And this East Indian man with a turban and everything, an older gentleman, comes up to me and he says, "Why'd you save that guy?" I said, "Because he was dying. That's what anybody would do." And he said, "No, he's a drug addict. You should have let him die." And I said, "Really?" I'm like, "Would you let me die?" He said, No, you're not like that." I said, "Yes, I am. I do drugs every single day. Would you let me die?" And then he was kind of taken aback, right? And he starts calling me names. "You dumb fucking bitch, blah, 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 blah." Sorry, I shouldn't swear.
That's
And
okay.
I
You're allowed
said, I said to him, "Hey, maybe you should get a little bit more educated on mental health and addiction before you come to the downtown east side just spreading out your opinion." And like 4 big native guys get up off the corner and just start backing me up, right? Like, because he's saying, he's pretty much like, if you're a drug addict on the downtown east side, like, you're no good, you should just die anyways.
Yeah, that's sick.
But that is a program, and that is an opinion, and there's actually a lot of people that think that way.
Oh yeah.
Because they were raised to think that way. Like, and that's the, you know, it's going to be education and putting and people like the two of you agreeing to do podcasts like this and giving us a face and giving us a person, you know, instead of just a figure on the side of the road. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're giving us an inside look on, you know, not just who you, but who anybody is living in that situation. And, you know, I think it's beautiful, and I thank you for doing that for us.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to be able to share, you know, a little bit, and a lot of people don't look at us, and they're like, you know, they don't even realize we're almost 30 years old. You know, they think
I know, we always said, yeah.
And they go, "Wow, look at these young girls." You know, like they've been through so much, but we still are, you know, because we're so educated and we've learned a lot and made a decision to learn about our problems, what's wrong with us, because like, not that it's wrong, but that language is not proper, but like, because we're given this problem with addiction, like we learned a lot of how, like, what the education around it, right? What needs to, what it does to us and our bodies, and like how we're able to, we've tried to get sober, so we've learned a little bit about it. And
so I'm going to ask a question right now, because yes,
we're gonna hold on that question because it's commercial break again.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Oh, well, hey, we'll be right back. I'm going to forget the question, but we'll be right back
Write it down.
after these ads.
Yeah, say it out loud during the commercial so she knows.
Write it down.
We'll be back in a couple minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back here on the Mushy Moment live on paceradio.net and streaming everywhere.
Katie is still here. She's just, oh, there she is.
Okay, so my question was,
yes.
Jesse had just said that she had a lot of, they learned a lot about addiction, the mental health issues, recovery. They've been through recovery. And my question was going to be, because this is a question I get asked, well, if they've done that, how come they're still addicts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess the answer to that is because it doesn't matter how much knowledge you have. There's stories in the Narcotics Anonymous book about people who are doctors, and they know all about addiction, and they know all about how these drugs can cause addiction. And something in their mind still tells them, hey, I should use my doctor's license to prescribe myself pills.
Yeah.
And they become addicts. You know what I mean? Or like, and so I just think it's like, it doesn't matter that stuff. Addiction doesn't discriminate. Addiction doesn't say this type of person is an addict. No, that person becomes that way because of the things they've had to go through their life. And I think a lot of addiction comes from your the way you grew up, your traumas, your environment, you know, and choosing to use after you've had a stint of abstinence is insane and stupid, but it happens.
Okay, why did you? What was the surroundings?
Because I believe it was still, I believe it was because I was in that relationship and I couldn't and I needed to get out of that to be alone. And I think that I'm gonna, she was talking about plans earlier. Like, I think that was because, like, we're planning on getting sober here soon, and really it needs to happen as soon as possible, and I just need to get myself to do that.
We're never ready, so it's just a matter of starting. That's the one thing I'm learning about everything. We're never ready for anything. We think we are sometimes, but
it's a matter of
starting. Put the first foot forward.
Yeah, it's a matter of taking that big breath and saying to yourself, because you really have to do it for that person on the inside, right? And saying to yourself, okay, it's time. Let's go through the bags. Let's get rid of anything that I'm addicted to, and let's get on that oil.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we're gonna do this time is use my dad's products and plant medicine to get off of
and the friends
the drugs.
And the friends in that world, in that healing world of healing.
Yeah.
Not medication.
There's quite a few.
We'll see. There's there was an idea that's building into a plan, and there's people stepping in going, hey, we want to be a part of this plan because we can see that we can help.
And I think that with the way that it's going, like all the plans are going and the way that the ideas are coming and the way that it's all working out, it has to be successful. Like, it just wouldn't make sense that it wouldn't be.
Well, the success is honestly, it's in yours and Katie's hearts.
Yeah.
Because it's the heart that'll beat the brain. The brain will keep going where it goes, but it's the heart. You know, they've literally found that our heart has neurons similar to the neurons in our brain. That's why they call it a heart brain. And in my experience, as I open my heart and I let away the barricades that I've built around it to stop the pain from getting in, it's letting me out. And you know, that the heart can outthink the brain. My brain will struggle and my heart will calm my brain. And it's really about nurturing the heart so that the strength of the heart brain can, you know, we got two sides. One side might have to be just a little stronger to make that work. And it's nurturing the parts of you that can make it work. And, you know, but in the end, I provide tools. I provide tools and I provide hope. And, you know, I tend to use a lot of the tools, and hopefully I provide proof that that it's possible to work on. But, you know, in the end, you heal yourself. Katie heals herself, and it's up to you whether you take it on. So I've got the tools here. I'm willing to let it, you know, willing to share them. And we've got people that are stepping up going, hey, we've got things on the pathway for you. But, you know, the big thing is you guys are going, hey, we're ready and we want to do this.
Yeah.
Because that's what it takes. It doesn't matter how many times I try to help you get clean. If you're not helping yourself get clean, it isn't going to happen.
And I have to remember that it's just a belief where I'm gonna feel shitty, you know? It's only a couple weeks. Like, we can do this, you know? And then it's more.
Yeah, it is only a couple of weeks. And the great thing about the products that you have at your disposal, they will basically help you sleep for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We can get enough oil into
Oh
you
my
that all
God.
you want to do is pass out, and you wake up every 8 hours and your dad throws some fresh food in your face and you eat it. So like, no more McDonald's, no more A&W, you know, fruits and vegetables, and eat that. And then, you know, take more oil, like take a ton more oil and go back to bed. You know, if you can do that for 2 weeks, which I'm pretty sure you can, that's the hardest part. Then you've got 2 more weeks to get through before you can take one of these or use one of these medicines called Combo, which will quite literally detox you from head to toe. It'll get rid of all those toxins in your body. So the cravings go from a 10 to a 1, something very manageable. But you have to be clean for 30 days to do the Combo.
Oh.
Yeah. So we'll use
Why
the
is
cacao.
Because of the reaction in your body and how it works in your body. It'll like the drugs that you're using now will fight with the Combo, and it could cause heart attacks. It could cause brain bleeds. So yeah, what you want to do is be off the drugs.
Yeah, you're blowing toxics out into the system. You've got to let the toxins work their half-lives and minimalize. So when you put this in, it's not blowing a full load into your system. You've minimized what's in there so that the detox can get it out.
Yeah.
Because it's quick and it detoxes lots and fast.
Yeah, and normal people have so many toxins because of all the food and crap that we eat. And even the air and the water we drink.
Yep. So, you know, in 30 days, we'll get a 30-day run. You still there, Katie?
Yeah, I'm just pretty much falling asleep because I don't feel like I'm part of the conversation at all.
Say something.
Nice slam. So jump in, because next we were going to ask about you. What are you thinking about this journey?
I'm so tired.
That's okay. You can crash out. You can log off and crash out if you want.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hello.
The great thing about this podcast is we're okay with that.
Yeah.
We're understanding. And there's always more opportunities. We've got plenty more Tuesdays, and only one of them is booked so far. So
we can have you back when you're feeling better. I know it's been rough. We had a hard time getting a hold of you today. I'm amazed you actually were able to get on.
Yeah, same.
You okay?
We're really happy to see you pop on.
You okay, baby?
Okay.
Huh? Maybe after the podcast we can get together and hang out for a bit. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. After
That's
the
easy.
podcast, we'll come and grab you and we'll go hang out for a bit and share a little bit of love and hugs. How's that?
And if you need to take a minute, you can turn your camera off and we'll mute you. It's okay. If you need to take a minute, that's fine. You don't have to go. You don't have to take a minute. You don't have to stay. You have to make yourself comfortable because that's what we want. We love you.
What's up, Punky Doo? Oh, baby.
Oh, she froze.
Yes, there are those moments there's those moments through life anyway, but there are those moments through the world of addiction. And hey, I hope you're watching our podcast if you're on your phone while you're in our podcast.
I am.
Are you watching it on your phone?
No, I was
I know,
checking my
because it'd be
bank.
feeding back. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that would be good.
I just wanted to say that I'm just like, I guess I'm just dealing with some mental health right now because I didn't sleep for a couple days, and like
So come and hang out. I'll come pick you up and you can
And
come
then,
sleep.
like, being sick like that for like 3 days, and then, you know.
It's
Well,
hard.
maybe that gives you motivation to make the other end happen.
Yeah. What the?
You're okay, baby. You're okay.
Oh. Sending you all kinds of love, Katie. I know it's hard, sweetheart.
Oh, I get it tonight. That's why.
Hey, how about you put that down and
Sorry.
stick in the show? Or we can just end the show. We're over anyway. aren't we?
We're over anyway. So anytime we're ready, we can, you know, you can say your piece and I can hit closing.
I can't hear you.
Just
And when we
stay in.
do hit closing, Katie, when we decide to end the show, stick around so we can chat off camera, okay?
Did you hear us?
She had to take her headphones off for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess that's it here. Oh, what's that? I guess that's it here on the Mushy Moment for today.
That's okay.
Live podcasting. You got it. We'd like to thank the sponsors. We'd like to thank Al and paceradio.net and everybody that watches this show. We thank you, and you know, hope we bring you some light, love, and a little education on stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
then
so-
we also want to let everyone know
I'm
that
okay.
we use the plant medicine. We are going to kind of show a little bit of
Document
a little bit of it so that we can help other people. That's the goal, I guess. Afterwards, is if it works for us, then we want to be able to
share it.
share it. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be
we'll be
documenting
updated.
it, all the pathway of the plant medicine healing and seeing how it goes. Yeah.
Yep.
And I also just wanted to mention, like, anybody who's seen my podcast before when I was on, like, I do struggle with bipolar, and, like, obviously, like, drugs don't help. I'm not medicated, and I'm okay. Like, I'm not in a place where, like, I feel like anyone needs to be worried about me. I'm not, like, suicidal or, like, anything like that. Like, I just don't want people to, like, worry. I just needed to release that because I'm having a difficult time in my mind right now, but I'm okay.
Okay.
Make sure you
Thank you
breathe.
for letting us know.
Make sure you're breathing. Bring that air all the way down. No shallow breathing. Bring it in. Make sure you're breathing and bring that brain into calm. The other one is just do some alternate tapping so both sides of the hemispheres come into equal thing. That way you can bring the emotional side down and the logical side up. All it is tapping. Alternate, one side, the other. And all it does is it bounces. It's like binaural beats. It bounces your left side, right side brain, left side, right side, left side, right side. And it makes them come back so that we're like when we get over emotional, the artist side of the brain is running the show. And when you can bring it down, it can help you to self-regulate.
Yeah.
So please make sure you're breathing. And if you have to, do a little tapping.
But thank you for letting us know that you're okay, because this is a show that is run by patients for patients, and people do worry.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna come and do a couple nights sleep over in the motorhome. Get yourself some good rest. Get yourself back into a little bit of regulation, some nutrition. You feel like doing that?
Yeah.
Good.
Awesome.
Right on.
So thank you so much for joining us here on the Mushy Moment for today, Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Bye. Love you, Funky Dude. We'll chat after.
Bye. Love you too.
Stick around. We'll chat after the show.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
Hi, how's everybody? I'm trying to download something to my phone so I can play it for you guys. That's what I am trying to do. I should have done this earlier, but I forgot. Now, I wonder if I can open this though. I didn't want to do that. I'll figure out how to download it later, and I'll come back here. So sorry. I don't know if it worked or not. I'm going to try. Woo. Now. Yeah, but is it going to play? It's not going to play this way. Why aren't you going to play? I don't know why. It's not going to play that way. So I wanted to play you guys a clip, honestly, because I have the song, the opening song. I found it. Yay! So I can play it for you guys here in a bit. There. That took a minute. I had to go find it, but I've got it now. Yeah, so I found an opening song. It was actually written by my good friend and podcast partner, Steve Mather, and he's given me permission to use it. So I wanted to play the clip here in a little bit for you guys because I think it's fun. And hopefully next week or the week after, I will actually have the opening done. There's a couple of people working on it all together. So it's it will come together. It's too bad that I had to go through all this, but I think it's all for the best. I'm excited for a new opening. To be honest, it's something that I've been threatening on doing for a while. So I feel like I'm just kind of forced into it. It's like, it's about time. So here I go. Okay, I got a comment. Good evening, Leona. Hi, how are you? I am just stirring my tea. I got a new tea mug for Mother's Day. But you can't use metal spoons, so I had to get out one of my little wooden spoons to stir my tea. Because it's a self-heating mug, so my tea will never go cold. This thing works great for, the car and whatnot for travel. But this thing, I can keep my tea open and at the right perfect temperature, and it's perfect for around the house. Going outside in the fall or the spring. I probably won't use it much in the summer. Oh, what is this? I don't know. Cool. So it is called an Ember mug, and it's really neat. It really, really, really is. Yeah, my daughter got one for Christmas, and I totally fell in love with it. And it's like, oh, dude, I gotta have that. So, yeah, giveaway bag. So I did get boxes, and I do have to get caught up on mailings. I promise I will do that this week. I have just been trying to catch up on school. I'm still not caught up yet, but I will get there. And I'm not, gonna, fret. I do have everything separated. I just need to, write out the names on the things and get them in. So this week I will get the mailings off, which will include tonight's giveaway. And I'll be all caught up again. Yay! Until the next time I fall behind. I seem to do that. But I always have the right intentions, and I always do eventually get it done, even if I am a few weeks late. So if you haven't gotten your winnings yet, don't worry. They are still yours, and they are still coming. I'm just a little late. Whew, that's a hot cup of tea. Okay, let's smoke a joint. I actually have a joint rolled this week. Unlike last week, I didn't have one rolled. I didn't get it rolled to the end of the show. I was doing, today I used some medicine called Hape. Some of you folks may have seen me write about it on my timeline. It's an Amazonian snuff, and it's got some amazing benefits to it. So earlier today, I did some Hape, and it was just like a total out-of-body experience. It was really great. So wonderful medicine used in the Amazon for grounding. Used a lot of time with other medicines to help people ground and calm before they go into a spirit walk, which is really cool. It's used a lot with ayahuasca. I have used it with bufo and and mushrooms. Yeah, I was going to say iboga, but I didn't use it when I was doing iboga. Hey, JJ, how are you? So yeah. So I do have, well, why can't I start sharing? Oh, share this tab instead. I think that's amazing. I love that I can do that. There's less button pushing. I'm going to play you the beginning. So this is the beginning. I'm really excited, if you can't tell. The beginning of the new song that I'm going to be using as my opening. It's actually written by Steve and performed by him and his band. They were called Major Rager and the Party Patrol. And I did find this on YouTube.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
So that's just a little bit of it, right? Just to show you. Oh, I should take this out of here first. We don't need this in here yet. So that's going to be a bit of the opening for the show. I think it works perfectly. Having an awesome day, and I'm going to make sure it stays that way. That's going to become my motto. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm going to make sure it stays that way. And no, not every day is perfect, and not every day is awesome. But if we can make it the awesomest that it can be, and then just keep it going, I think that goes a long way. It's kind of why I like the song. I like the song a lot. And it's nice to know the owner of the song so I can get permissions and be able to use it. Oh. Yeah, so it's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Now I'm getting messaged at the same time. I'm going to meet a friend for tea after. I haven't been out all day. I've been in a lot of pain. I have... well, if you know me, you know I'm a recovered addict. So I now have dental issues that come from, hello, Judy, that come from being an addict, being on so many pharmaceuticals for a lot of my life, and you know, alcohol and cigarettes, and so now I have issues with my teeth, a lot of issues with my teeth. They cause me a lot of pain, and it's so normal to me that it has to become extreme pain before I even recognize that it's there, and things are really, really bad before I feel it. Hey, Sue. I was just about to message you, probably about 10 to 7:45. So yeah, it really sucks. And yeah, so like it has to get, it gets to a point where it's unbearable before I even feel the pain. And I ended up waking up to that this morning. It's not fun. So I finally have the pain under control. I do have antibiotics, and, you know, it'll get better. I have a dental appointment as well, which is perfect to get it looked after. But it is a side effect of what I did in my younger days, and, you know, what the doctors did to me with all of their medications and, you know, stuff. So yeah, I've been living with that. So that was my day when I woke up this morning. I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to get into the podcasts, you know, like be able to do them. There was that much pain. But it's way better now. I am using, cannabis oil for one. And then I'm also was given by Steve when I was at last, the clove bud oil that numbs. So I've been using this and the cannabis oil. And it's been helping a lot. And like I said, I've got a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment coming up. And I'll just get the fuck rid of the tooth. Hey, Carolyn, how are you? So yeah, if I see kind of loopy, number one, I've been putting a lot of cannabis oil on there, so I'm kind of high. And number two, the pain is a little bit of a distraction. And I will probably be like this next Tuesday too. I'm sorry. But then the Tuesday after that, I'll just be sore from the dentist, which is a better kind of sore. But thanks to the clove oil, I can smile. Oh, well, that's nice, Carolyn. Oh, that's so sweet. Visiting your boy. Yeah, so. Oh, well, Jesus. Sorry. Just, I got a message and I looked down, I saw it, and I had to reply. My apologies. I shouldn't be doing that. I should have the phone way the flying fuck over there. But I need to go in and do something while I'm in there. So, hey, Amanda. But I should just do that and then put it away. Like this. And stop looking at it. That way I won't, if I do get a message and I get curious and look down, it's not there. So now I can't see it. Okay, I should turn my Facebook off on my computer too. I think that's funny. I used to work with people that used to say that they would get messages and whatnot. It would be annoying during a show. And it's like, okay, so turn Facebook off and turn your phone down. Then it's not beeping, right? But anyway, I guess that's just me. Oh, sweetheart, that's what happened with the one on the right when the day after I got back from BC. It was 3/4 cracked through. It was terrible. Oh my God, it was so painful. So now I've got a very similar pain going on over here. And like I say, I don't know that there's a problem until it's way, way, way too late. I usually wake up in massive pain, right? Like I said, which is what happened this morning. And luckily, there was a prescription waiting for me that was an antibiotic. It was supposed to be for the one over here, but it was gone, and we got the infection cleaned out, and it was good. So I never picked up the antibiotic. So thankfully, I have that, and that's doing its job. Advil works, clove oil works, and cannabis oil works. Although the cannabis oil tastes worse than the clove oil, I think. So I feel you, sweetheart. I really feel you. I've got a feeling that this tooth is coming out too. And it's just my past history. I mean, it's stuff that I did when it's the pharmaceuticals that I took, really. My doctor and I were talking about what's going on with my teeth, and she truly believes it's more so the pharmaceuticals that were prescribed to me than the street drugs that I did or the alcohol. She thinks that, some of the prescriptions I was on is what weakened my teeth. And what it does is it weakens the enamel. So my enamel is, 1/10 of what it should be. So it really sucks, right? So there's always the cold and the hot pain. Me too. No, I get you, girl. I have an amazing dentist though, and she understands that. She also knows why. So she understands that. So she's really, really good with me. I work really, really hard when I go in there. We do knock me out for pretty much everything. That way I go through less, but it's all in-house knockout. So I don't have any prescriptions to take home or anything to worry me. So she does that for me. She's really, really amazing. I'm very lucky to have her. So I'm very comfortable going in and getting cleanings done. But because of my fucked up enamel from the prescriptions, if something sets in, it usually does set in pretty quickly, but I don't feel it until it goes from 0 to a gajillion like that. I don't feel the pain until it hits a gajillion. I know that's the PTSD, but that's kind of the way it is. So when I wake up and go, oh my God, it's like, it really is like, oh my God, right? Hi, Craig. How are you? It's good to see you. I can't wait to pop up this summer and visit. I am soon planning my times, and as soon as I know them, I am going to let people know. I'm going to do a stop in New Brunswick, a double stop in Montreal, and then I'll be on to Ontario for my normal visiting. Oh my goodness. Hello, Ms. Jean. How are you? So I'm excited to get up to Ontario this summer and do some driving around, some visiting. I mean, I'm going for tarts. Dodo's is calling me for my yearly visit. Oh, new digs in August. That's exciting. Well, the digs that you have now are big. That's amazing. That's exciting. I'm so excited for you. But I mean, I've got my own space. I just need to borrow a shower from time to time. Yeah, Amanda, with me, I just don't even feel it till I'm done. It's terrible. So yeah, but I'm done. Butter tarts. Yes, butter tarts. I'm excited for butter tarts. I'm so excited for butter tarts. Yes, I can't wait to see the missus too. I can't wait to see you guys. One of my favorite couples, to be honest. I love the two of you. Yes. Butter tarts. Oh my goodness, there's this place, Butter Tarts, in Ontario. It is half an hour-ish outside of Peterborough, Ontario. Oh my God, this place is called Dodo's Bakery. Doodoo. Dodo's Bakery. And it is mind-blowing, phenomenal. They make butter tarts like nobody's business. They make these chocolate peanut butter tarts that are just like, oh. And then they make these pumpkin butter tarts. Any kind of butter tart you can imagine, these folks make. They are award-winning, worldwide award-winning. They've taken half of them down. The last time I was there, half of their awards were down off the walls. I guess they were like cleaning or renovating or something. So not all of them are up, but they have like a couple of wallfuls of awards, like walls full of medals and ribbons. And like these guys are just that flippin' good that they are worldwide famous for their butter tarts. And they make some other things, but it is their butter tarts. So if you can make it to Dodo's Bakery, which is just outside of Peterborough, Ontario, I highly recommend it, and get the peanut butter one. It's amazing. Yeah, they are the best, aren't they, Craig? Like they're, oh my God, good. Like my teeth are hurting. My teeth are going, why are you thinking of sugar when we're in pain? Because it's good. It's really good. Yeah, I very much enjoy Dodo's, and I can't wait to be back. It's one of my favorite places to visit when I hit Ontario every time. And then, of course, I'll hit the Green Mile and the Green Mile and probably a few other green places, you know, as I'm going through. Some of my favorite places to go. And what's really great is I walk in and like they're like, hey, it's the girl from Nova Scotia. And it's like, it's really nice to be remembered year after year. It's pretty cool. They don't remember my name, but they remember the girl from Nova Scotia. And it's a lot of fun. And I get really excited to see. I have one of my favorite smoke shops in Alderville. Is that right, Craig? It's in Alderville. Smoke Signals. These guys there, they always look after you, and they always have a great variety of cannabis as well. So they have a low end up to like quads and everything. It's spectacular. I really enjoy them. Jamie at Sweetleaf. Yeah, at Sweetleaf. That's it. And they remember me. Like, I mean, when I walk in, it's like, it's the girl from Nova Scotia. It's one of the people I've met before. And we have wonderful chats. And last time I was there, I was driving the van, and they got a kick out of the van because I drove through it in Mary Lou before she burned up. This year, I'll be back with Jolene. Yeah. Hey, Andre. Oh my goodness, you are definitely one of the stops in Montreal. I've got 2 stops in Montreal to make. Even though you guys are an hour outside of Montreal, I still call it Montreal. I'm stopping in to see you guys for a couple of days. And then I've got a friend that I've made through the course I'm taking, and I'm going to stop in and see them for a couple of days. Maybe one on the way up and one on the way back. But yeah, I'm stopping in maple syrup and sugar pie. Okay, so that's something else. If you're ever in Quebec, I cannot find this anywhere else in Canada. If you're ever in Quebec, they have a sugar pie. And it's kind of like a butter tart pie, but better. Like, it's way better. Like, the first time I went to visit Joanne and Andre, they introduced me to Saint Hubert, the chicken place. Like, man, amazing chicken. Like, wow. It was probably one of the best takeout delivery meals I have ever had. Joanne and Andre, like, they really have it lucky there. It's good. And then we had sugar pie for dessert, and it was spectacular. And they're always introducing me. Joanne is always introducing me to different foods when I'm there. We have this in Quebec, and we have that in Quebec. Some I really, really love. Some I kind of go, huh. Actually, there was only one. And then they have real maple syrup. That maple syrup, like, oh my God. Now that's something I could go on about for days too, is that maple syrup. And then there was wasn't there a maple spread? And there was a maple candy. Oh, no. It's those little maple cone thingies that you had. Oh, when we were all in Ontario together. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, some of the best food in Canada comes from Quebec. Just saying. Oh, sugar pie. Isn't it great, JJ? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Andre and Joanne, they introduced it to me. And you warm it up just a little. It's like the best. It is. It's really, really yummy. I really enjoy sugar pie. Sugar pie. And the other thing I had that I had never had before was chicken a la king, which I'm totally addicted to now. I love chicken a la king. Like, I make it all the time. It's like so good. Yeah. Yeah. And you live really, really close to like the border, don't you, JJ? Like, you're on like Quebec, Ontario border. Oh my, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. So when I'm traveling, I bet you, Amanda. So I tell you, like, Quebec just has some of the best food. I really, really enjoy it. Every time I stop in, wherever I'm hitting the border from either side, the first place I look for is Saint Hubert. Because at Saint Hubert, you can get like an amazing chicken meal, and you can get a piece of sugar pie for dessert. It's like perfect, right? Absolutely perfect. I absolutely love Quebec. I don't speak French. I know a few words, like, bonjour, comment ça va? That's really, I know some numbers, like I know very, very few words, right? So there is a bit of a language barrier, but, I try. And somebody who speaks only French tries, and we have a good laugh, and it's enjoyable, and some of the best food. I love Quebec. It's like, Montreal is probably my favorite city in Canada. I'm terrified to drive in it, but man, I love to visit Montreal. I just adore Montreal. It's a great city. Wow, that far. But Ontario is big, I've discovered. When I drove home from BC last summer, I'm driving through Ontario and I'm like, and I do my little 5 hours and I get a place to stay and I look at the map and I've gone this far of Quebec, Ontario. It took me a friggin' long time to get through Ontario. It's huge. Absolutely huge, Ontario is. Yeah, so you're not close, but you're not far either. I really like, Quebec. I don't know why Quebec is like one of my favorite provinces and why I love Montreal so much, but it must have something to do with the Canadiens is what I'm thinking. I grew up watching hockey and I grew up watching the Montreal Canadiens, cheering for them with my dad. So I figure that has to be like the big part of why I love Montreal so much. But I love the city. I always enjoy it. I can't remember a time going to Montreal and having a bad time. One of the last times, because I was having like this really bad hot flash while I was having to carry bags but it had nothing to do with Montreal. It had to do with the fact that I'm at that age. I love that city. Oh my goodness, this is supposed to be your evening medicine break, but here I am talking about different places. Another great place to go visit, it's a lot of fun, is if you go to Wawa. I just like the name. And there's a big, huge, massive goose in Wawa, like a big goose. It's great. It was fun. Yeah, when I was staying just outside of Wawa, like I arrived there, I hadn't been there yet. So I was staying just before Wawa on my way home. Posted that I was in Wawa. I asked if I knew anybody that lived there. And like nobody lived in Wawa, but everybody knew about this goose. I had no idea about the goose. So the next morning I got up, I had breakfast, and I went on search for the goose. It was really easy to find because it's huge. I know, it's so vast. And it takes, especially in Westphalia, it took a long time to drive through because Mary Lou was a very slow Westphalia. She just kind of puttered along. I'd probably be able to do it in a day less with Jolene because she's a bit faster. In Wawa, oh, nice. Yeah, it was a great town. I enjoyed it. I chatted with some people. I took some pictures of the great big huge goose. Some lady offered to take a picture of me in front of the goose. It was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it there. I found a little place to have a coffee and a little bit of breakfast, and people were great. I really enjoyed it. And honestly, I really enjoyed every stop I made when I was coming across Canada. There was only or two actually, that I really didn't have anybody that, I like from my Facebook list that on there, and that was Wawa. And then there was a place in New Brunswick when I stopped at the Castle Hotel that there was nobody I knew in that area either. But besides that, I got to have a sesh with somebody different every night. It was really pretty fucking cool. I enjoyed seeing everybody in my travel across Canada, and I really can't wait to do it again next year. And I'm hoping to invite people along for the trip. Like if you have a week off and you want to hop in the van and come with me and then fly home from wherever we land, I think that would be great, and it would be a lot of fun because I do have the pop top, so I have an extra bed. It's a great place, JJ. I really enjoyed Wawa. Yeah, people were very, very friendly, and the goose. Now I know why everybody sent me to the goose. It was quite amazing. It really was. I haven't smoked much of my joint. You guys got me chatting about different places and stuff like that. It was awesome. Thanks, guys. What a great conversation. You guys rock. I love this half an hour-ish that we do because it's nice to have this chat. Whether we talk about medicine, any kind of it, or whether we just have this conversation or whatever. I just really enjoy hanging out with you guys and having this conversation. And, I've said it before, I'll probably say it again. It is open. If anybody would like to come on and just have a sesh with me on the show, you are welcome. It's not a major viewership. So there's really not much to be nervous about, nothing to be nervous about really. And we're just going to come on and have this conversation in person. It's a lot of fun. believe it or not. So yeah, if anybody ever wants to do this, you're welcome. Just let me know ahead of a Tuesday and say, hey, Cindy, listen, do you still want somebody to come on and chat? I'd love to do it. Oh, hey, Steve. How you doing? So yeah, I mean, Steve has come on a few times and done the show with me, and we've had fun. So yeah, it's just a chit chat. So if you're ever interested in doing that and having a little bit of fun, let me know, and I'll send you the link before we get going and just bring you on. And like I said, hopefully next week or the week after, I will have the intro done. You kind of heard a little bit of the song earlier. If you didn't, you can do a hashtag replay on the show later and take a listen to it. I tell you a little bit about where it came from, and then you get the first couple of bars, which is just like my absolute favorite part. And that's going to be the new opening song. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Okay, well, let's get on to the giveaway because it's like 7:30, so I'm going to be going overtime. Oh, wow. Shh, don't tell Al. Okay, so we have said t-shirt. It is navy blue, if you can't tell. It is a small ladies. Now, what's great about these t-shirts is if it doesn't fit, but yet you want to keep it, these are really easy things to do other crafts with. I've got one, I've got a t-shirt that I really love, but I'll never wear, and I'm making it into a tote bag. So just an idea. And there are Pinterest things all over the place that'll teach us. So if you win the shirt and it's not your size, and you have nobody that you want to give it to, make a tote bag. Use it when you go to the festivals. Be pretty cool. Okay, so stickers are, we've got a mushroom sticker. And somewhere else I've got another one. Another mushroom sticker. Amanita. And then I grabbed 3 cannabis stickers. So you're getting 3 cannabis stickers. You get those 2. SpongeBob. And then this one is kind of a mix between an uplifting one. It says smoke weed and enjoy your fucking life. We have a couple of hearts. And then the uplifting stickers. I love these. They say, don't give up and create your future. And then, of course, I have this amazing bag, mushroom bag, that I'm putting in. It's just something that I bought off one of the sites a while ago, and I never used it. So it ended up in the giveaway box. And that's what everything will be in when it comes. And then the genetics this time are Thumbprint Genetics. And it is, the name of the strain is called Clit Commander. It is Astro Pink and Dairy Milk mixed. Well, isn't that interesting? I didn't even look. I just knew it was by Thumbprint. Thumbprint Genetics. Clit Commander. Well, that's like fucking hilarious. Yeah, so that is the giveaway. And I am going to pull up the wheel. And I'm going to roll the t-shirt back up and put it back in the bag. And then we're going to go see who wins, because it is at that time. Doobie-doobie-doo. Let's click a button. And let's see who wins. Krista Parker. Congratulations. I am so excited. This is the first time you have won. So I will be sending your winnings off. I'll have to make sure I've got your address. Congratulations, Krista. Thank you for entering. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching. I absolutely adore you. Thank you all for showing up. You guys are so much fun. I really enjoy our chats every week, and I can't wait until next week. And again, just thanks. Woohoo, Krista. Yay! And with that, I will bid you all a good night. I am going to head off and maybe go enjoy some sunshine before the sun goes down here in Nova Scotia. Have a great night, folks, and I will see you all again. I won't see you on Monday because it's a holiday, so I will see you Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time for the Mushy Moment. We have a great guest coming on this week or next week. I'm really excited. So we'll see you Tuesday. Have a great one. Oh, I got to click buttons. So we'll see you Tuesday again. Have a great one. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.